How you guys doing out there, man? I am ready. It's going to be a massacre tonight, and I am here for it. I know you guys are here for it, too. The brutality awaits this idiot that I am going to annihilate. I'm looking forward to all of it. Here we go. Good to see all of you. Everybody from the silver and door. Everybody else is here. Matter of fact, let me mod my stuff because it is precious out here. Turn this down a little bit. I know it's really loud. Hold on real quick. Let me turn this on. Go real quick. I know it's loud. I had to put up some John Wick theme music because I'm about to John Wick the shit out of this guy. Anyway, it's going to be good, and I look forward to this. It's going to be a blood fest, a massacre, an annihilation, if you will. So we're going to continue. I know I've been getting a lot of hate, especially because of this debate. Let me go ahead and mod some people up real quick because I said I would. So a bit of housekeeping right now as we continue. Let me go ahead and get all this stuff straight. All right. Fortunately, I can't do that right this second, so I'm going to have to restart everything. Okay. On my phone, I'm going to mod people up as well, too. We all know that Mr. Word, yes, it is my main main mic that's going on right now. Yeah, I had to make sure that everything was ready for this debate because this debate is pivotal. Make sure all this is right. Hold on. Nope. Okay, how's that?
Comment. It's a little bit better. I just need to know if this is just a tad bit better or not as far as my mic. Worse. Oh God, that's horrible. Okay.
How about this? Is this better? This mic good for you guys right now? Okay, there it is. All right, I guess that's the mic I'm going to be using. All right. Who would have thought that my camera would have been the mic? Literally, this is my camera's mic. Okay, so it's worse. Okay, good thing we can pull this out.
Because I know I don't want to be I don't want to be dealing with audio trolls. Not saying you guys are audio trolls, but yeah. When you read worse, your mic was actually better. I don't know what that means. Okay. So, all right, we are going to get ready for this, and this is going to be a bloodfest of magnificent proportions. I don't know how anybody's going to defend this, but here we are, and we are going to get ready. Apparently, this guy thinks that banging his cousins, if you guys will bear with me for just 1 second. This is actually music, aka getting ready for war with. We are going to fight this Muslim agenda together. We are going to fight tooth and nail. Regardless of what happens, Islam will fall. Islam will fall today. We are going to make this fraction of Islam fall because this ideology must be stopped. I don't care if I sound like I'm beating a dead horse. Because I'm a survivalist first. As a Christian ethicist. Regardless of what happens. He's going to live and he's going to survive, but his ideology must die. Regardless. All right, that's enough. I'm waiting for more people to get in here. We've got 5 on YouTube. That's measly. We need more people. 11 people on X watching. I guess I'll tolerate it for now. gotta get my subs up though. Which is what I plan on doing. We're gonna get those up. Okay, people. Gonna get ready.
They said, faith or flesh, pick a lane. I said, load the plate, say my name. King of the flex you thought you could have next. I'm a bodybuilder, a symbol of sex. In the Christian ethics debate game. Sunday school swole with the weight gain. D kids in the back say, amen. While I chalk my hands for the plate, man. Cross on my chest, that's a deep cut. Veins in my neck when I lift up. Is it lust, is it love, is it discipline? Is it temple worship or just shimmering? Pastor trying to preach through my pump set. Bible in his hand, but his brow sweat. You can quote that verse, I can quote those reps. Faith on failure, I go to the next leg. Flex on a flex, pray on a pray. Both hands up when I lay that way. Talk that grace, walk that flame. I'm a walking, talking, ethics debate game. Flex on a flex, pray on a pray. Saints in the pews and the sinners in the way. Talk that faith, live that strain. I'm the body in the question in the same damn frame. They like, can a holy man post thirst traps? Can you praise God with a six-pack? I just rack. Still sings back, my reflection asking where your heart at. Got the choir side, I am my tank top. Got the youth group trying to get the same pop. Mama say, boy, that's idolatry. But I see God's working this biology. Discipline diet, pride, don't try it. I tie time to the grind, let them all debate quiet. Is this vanity or stewardship? Is that mirror or a pulpit? Either way, every plate that I raise up got me arguing with the sky, face up. Is it sin? Is it symbol? Is it shallow? Is it simple? Am I vain? Am I vessel? Every rep's like a wrestle. Strip it down to the breath in my lungs, heart in my ribs, tongue on my gums, no crowd, just doubt in the weight I hold. If I lose that pride, do I still feel swole? If the lights go dark, if the views all fade, is the face still there when the flex gets played? When the bench feels cold and my hands won't shake, do I rise for the weight or the one who made? Legs on my number 9, legs on my legs on my 9, legs on my number 9, legs on my number 9, legs on my 9, legs on my 9. They said.
All right, that's one of the songs that I have that was OTE music approved for sure. That's not going to get me demonetized for sure. All the other music I played prior to that was, I don't care. I'm not monetized. That's why I'm playing music from John Wick and all that other stuff. But now I'm going to play another hit. We're going to play another hit right now. Let's get to it. And this is Muscle Man Bad. I think this is it right here. You know what? It's getting kind of close. Let me go ahead and play the intro music so we can get ready, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get ready. Let's go ahead and play some of this music real quick. Where is this? Okay, music. Thought I had the Bruce Buffer intro, but I guess I don't. I'll take that L. Doesn't matter. But anyways, let's go destroy this Islam agenda right now. Yes, let's effing go. Let's go, people. All right, let's get ready. We're going to get ready to go to war. I had to do it. I had to do it. We're going to get ready, and it's going to be like the damn Crusades all over again. We are putting them on pikes tonight with this ideology. Let's effing go, people. Okay, let me see if Speakeasy and them are ready. Hold on real quick. Let's see. Hopefully you guys are entertained so far. Had to do it. Just had to do it to them. All right. Let me see. It's 5 minutes till. Let's go ahead and connect real quick. All right. Share my screen. We're going to get ready. For this podcast. Okay, apparently I'm backstage. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm bringing... That was Vlad the Impaler. It was my best impression. Yeah, Athena. I know Athena pretty well. She destroyed Ghosty. I was actually paying attention to that debate. It was actually pretty good. Actually, a pretty good debate. I can't even be upset about that. Matter of fact, I like the opening so much. I'm going to play it again. I hope you guys don't mind. Just gotta do it again real quick. Give me 1 second. That was so glorious. I got to see that Muslim get destroyed again real quick. Gotta see it. All right, I'm going to play it one more time because it was so good.
What up, what up?
Martae, I think you're using the wrong mic. Check to make sure you have the right mic selected in the StreamYard. It sounds like it might be picking up the back mic. Sorry.
Dude, how are you IFBB Pro? I'm mocking the shit out of you. I'm mocking you. I'm mocking you so hard. This is crazy. Mocking IFBB Pro.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! I like it. I like it. We're already turning up. We're already turning up. I like it.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
All
I'm
right.
surprised you showed up.
Did you switch the mic, Martae?
Yeah, I switched it. Hopefully you can hear me now.
Okay, yeah, that sounds better. Yeah.
So what were you saying? You don't know how I'm an IFBB Pro? What is all this banter pre-debate? What is all that? Is that even substantial to what we're talking about, Manar?
What? I said I'm logging an IFBB Pro. That's crazy. Maybe I should get into the sports. What do you think?
I think that you look anorexic right now compared to me. You should eat some pork chops, bro. Put some weight on, bro.
Hey, I'm actually on chicken and rice. I mean, I am actually.
Oh, so you're on the feathery pork. You should try the non-feathered pork. It's pretty good for you, bro.
The feathered pork.
Yeah, try the non-feathery
chicken
pork,
is
the
the
pink
oinky
kind.
oink.
It's pretty good, man. I know you don't partake in that, but it's delicious. Matter of fact, you should have a BLT while we're at it. Good stuff, man.
BLT.
All right, man. You're not hurting my feelings by naming out.
I'm not hurting your feelings by offering
entrees
dietary
with
advice
bacon
because
in
you
them.
lack size and you look malnourished
I'm
on
just
screen.
saying, bacon is not appealing to me. It's like eating. It's like you're telling me, oh, you can't eat squirrel. Ew, look at you. It's like I don't care. Like you can belittle me.
I'm
All
not
right, real
belittling you.
quick.
Offering you dietary advice is not belittling you. I do this often, actually. What's up, Speakeasy? Good to see you again, man. Nothing personal from the last debate we had. I know you were counting other shit.
No, I never take any of that personal.
Although, so if I take swings at you, just don't take it personal. You can take swings at me. So it's we can go back and forth. It's just like, I'm never going to be like, fuck Speakeasy. I hate him and all this other shit. Hey, I can't believe he refuted my argument. What am I going to say? Like some person, it's like, what am I going to say? I can't believe he proved me wrong. Like,
Speakeasy. If he's gonna apologize, I gotta apologize of the last time I seen you. Then.
Hey, hold on. This is an A&B conversation. Don't try to inbreed your way in. By the way,
hilarious.
we're on the topic.
Crazy. I was going crazy. No, that's
No worries.
Those
Listen,
Muslims always trying to inbreed your way in.
I know debates get contentious as hell, so I never take any of it personal. But just to make sure you're both good with I know you've done it before here, Martae, but so with the format, the 10-minute opening statement each, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, then an hour of open floor back and forth, 5-minute closing statement, 30-minute Q&A, and then if you guys want, it's optional to stay for the open panel after.
Oh, the open panel is going to be good. It's going to be like the Crusades all over again. Oh, my bad. You're still here, Manar. Anyways, Speakeasy.
But you're both good with that, right? You're both good with that format, right?
Yeah, I'm here for the roast fest.
By the way,
remember when Vlad put like a forest of
you're
spikes?
gonna overtalk me this whole debate. I predict.
Hold on. You remember when they had a forest of spikes? That's what the open panel is going to be right after this. But anyways, so Speakeasy, I have to have a question. I have to ask you a question. Did you get the video that I sent you? Should be ready for presentation.
Yes, I do see it in the back there. Yeah. So for your opening, you want to.
May Christ have mercy on your soul, Manar. Before we even begin,
Man, we'll talk about Christ in a second. Tell me your evidence on his divinity.
So you want to talk about things non-relational to the debate?
No. That's later. The next debate.
Okay, cool.
That'll be the next debate. Yeah, exactly. I like it. Let me make sure I got this in here. Boom. For
Matter of fact, Manar, keep that energy about debating the non-prompt that we're doing right now. I like where you're going. Keep that up, bro. Let's do that.
Yeah. Says the guy that strawman the whole debate. I went to your channel. It says incest. What is cousin marriage is incest now? Is that what you're arguing?
Yeah, legitimately, yes, it's incest.
all right. Let's not debate it yet. Let's not debate it yet.
I'm gonna hold you on that.
Let's wait till we're live. Let's wait till we're live. Hold up.
Typical
All right,
IQ donkey pull cart. I expect.
All right, hold up, boys. I like the energy though. And also right now, what's gonna happen? It'll play my disclaimer, then the intro and music. Then I'll introduce the show. I'll introduce the prompt. I'll introduce you guys. And Manar, since you're on the affirmative, you're gonna go first for opening statements. And then when we get to closings, you'll go first again. So that'll give Martae the last word. So I give one the first word and one the last. All right.
Before we start, though, Manar, I just have one recommendation. I mean this in good spirit. Watch Kingdom of God while eating a BLT. The Crusades were badass and pretty base, by the way. Okay, let's begin.
All right. Yeah. Hold up. All right. I'm going to get this intro rolling. Thank you both for being here and good luck to both of you.
Good luck.
It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one.
Not for him.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or...
Okay, guys, this is going to be a bloodbath. Jesus Christ. Like, already... Hold on real quick. Let me... Already, this guy doesn't understand what the prompt is or anything. We got to already hear about this. I don't want to subject you guys to the opening video. That's fine, right? We can skip it, right? So he doesn't even understand the opening prompt. He was talking about we can debate about the divinity of Christ, and I'm like, that's not even what the prompt is. If he keeps this up and wants to talk about everything non-analogous to the prompt, kudos to you, bro. I salute your big L on a silver platter that you're about to hand to me tonight with crispy bacon, beloved BLTs, pork chop. Yeah, Manar, good luck, bro. As a matter of fact, Chad, if you can, send him the luck that you would have sent me, because I have faith. I don't need luck. Yeah, low IQ, for sure. Donkey pull cart IQ, for sure. All right, let me bring back the other screen real quick, because I don't want to get caught off guard when this guy shows up and starts spurging already, which is what's going to happen anyways. He's going to spurg when I show this opening statement and when I show my video. Oh, you guys are going to love it. Glorious Christianity. Stopping this Muslim BS. All right, let's bring it back up.
I never fold in the war words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Whoa. We clash our swords for reasons. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. Whoa. We clash our swords for reasons. We clash our swords for reasons. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. Whoa. We clash our swords for reasons. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth, but chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in.
Bro, how long is this intro? I just want to kill this guy already. Why is it taking so long? Oh, this is crazy. It's taking forever, bro. Yeah, I know. A little bit. Demonetized for now, so we'll see.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash, iron can sharpen the iron. And then finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop a live Q&A in there in the chat for you guys to put your questions in. But keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. So if those fill up the entire 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get answered. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through Super Chat. And once the formal debate wraps, we open the doors to the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But this is where everything, usually gets a little wild. Today's debate prompt: cousin marriage should be legal and socially accepted. And today's debaters, for the affirmative, making his Swords of Reason debut, but no stranger to the battlefield, a regular in open panel and call-in debates, known for direct political commentary and engaging in the most heated topics in today's discourse. We have Manar Reports. You can find his channel in the description. And for the negative, we have Martae Ruelas, a professional bodybuilder known for pop culture commentary, political debates, and openly documenting his walk with God, bringing discipline from the gym to the arena. All right. His YouTube channel is also linked in the description. And with that, we're going to get into the opening statements. Manar, you're going to start off. So whenever you're ready, Manar, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here.
Thank you, Speakeasy, for allowing us to be here. Thank you, Martae, for challenging me. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. And actually, let me give you a backup story on the challenge that I was given, because I think this is very important. This actual debate, cousin marriage should be legal and socially accepted, stemmed out, I believe, from Andrew's lover boy method being displayed and deployed on his minions, for say. Andrew Wilson came up and debated Daniel Haqiqa Chu and argued for 3 hours straight how cousin marriage produces indecency or whatever it is when it comes to the IQ that he depraved to be the moral compass for all of societies to hedge upon, because if you don't have this high IQ, then you're going to be ruled over by higher IQ, blah, blah, blah. Because of that, a bunch of small little, their teeth are coming out, started crawling out of their duggins and started coming out trying to challenge Muslims, thinking they have the ability, though depraved they are, to challenge us upon the morality and legality and the essence socially being accepted of cousin marriage. Are you joking? All the facts are on my side, Martae, and today is your day of humiliation. Get the funeral books, open them up. Where's the casket? I hope you wrote your will, because the music you were playing, we will play that soon, but it will be for your end. Absolutely unbelievable. Cousin marriage should be legal. Well, it is. All 50 states allow cousin marriage. Oh, maybe he's talking specifically about first cousin marriage, because second, third, and fourth, completely legal through every single state in the United States of America with 0 exceptions. Now, first cousin marriage, there are certain exceptions. So is that Martae's argument that first cousin marriage is immoral, illegal, and socially unacceptable? And don't worry, I've got an answer for that as well. But the only way for him to argue illegality, he would have to present that it is the first cousin marriage that is the issue. And he's going to actually fail, because almost half of the states allow first cousin marriage and the rest make exceptions as long as you follow the genetic processes and the genetic planning and being able to administer a couple of extra testing. They will allow you to go through that marriage nonetheless. So legality, I mean, I'm surprised what he's going to be able to come up with. And by the way, guys, I predict not only is he going to yawn a lot in this debate, he's also going to talk over me a lot, guys. Watch this prediction and watch it fulfill itself to reality, because he really has nothing. Further on, maybe his argument is first cousin marriage. I will allow it, and I will address this in a second. Scientifically, cousin marriage, third and fourth, is almost identical in the risk of sickle cell anemia and all these genetic mutations and diseases that he might be attributing to first cousin marriage. Third and fourth and second, up to second cousin marriage even, almost identical risks as all stranger marriages. So the only scientific problem genetically as well has to come from first cousin marriages, because they produce the highest amounts of risks, besides obviously actual incestuous relationships with mother and daughter and son, which morally I will present the evidences why those are illegal and why cousin marriage was never legalized. So from those, first cousin marriage is the one that attributes to the highest amount of risk. But according to the studies, and I will present you the names of the actual articles and NIH consanguineous studies, show that as long as you present education to the community and the resources available so they can do parental screening. And what is parental screening and genetic screening? They test their genetics to see if they're actually carrying the diseases, to see if they are actually at a higher risk, if they're going to do a consanguineous marriage. It's extremely easy to work around. You can, even if you're at high risk, you could still choose to have the baby. You just go through extra procedures and you're kept a closer eye upon. So that's all that is actually necessary. And when you do these screenings and you do these precautions, the risk is almost identical to the rest of the society. So the argument, by the way, from genetic mutation and risk is also going to fail, because you're going to argue that anything that presents itself as a genetic risk should be eliminated. Therefore, women over 40 having children should not have children anymore because it presents a genetic mutation risk at the baby. Women that have already have genetic diseases like Down syndrome, you would argue they should never be ever be able to actually have kids, because almost guaranteed their children are going to have these deformities. What is your argument? If we were to believe the argument of genetic disorders, even though they are mitigated, if we were to believe you and allow you to accept this argument that only the perfect have to be genetically perfect couple have to marry each other and get babies, then this would actually lead to much more moral problems. Finally, guys, biblically, are you kidding me? This guy calls himself a Christian. He calls himself a Christian. He's coming to argue against me about cousin marriage. Are you arguing that all the prophets, and I'm going to name them right now, Jacob, the father of Israel, oh my God, Jacob, the father of Israel, married Rachel, and he had a second wife, Leah. Both of them are first cousins. He is the father of all of Israel. He's Abraham, his son Isaac. He is the one that got him to marry Rebecca. And Rebecca is Isaac's actual cousin, all attributable to be. She's the granddaughter or something. It's close. So all throughout the Bible, also in the Quran, we have the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, evidence of him marrying his cousin Zainab. To be 100% accurate here, Zainab bint Jahsh, his own cousin, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, married her. And also he allowed the marriage of his own daughter to his cousin, Ali bin Abi Talib, one of his first disciples. So showcasing that all the prophets, Quranically, biblically, Abraham, Jacob, the father of the Israels, and the father of basically all the Jews, all of them attributed and did allowed and forced and actually consummated these marriages. Prophet Muhammad himself consummated his cousin's marriage to his daughter. So now I want to hear the arguments. We destroyed the legality because it is already legal. What is he going to argue? He's going to change the law? It reminds me of the progressives. We argued scientifically, any risks that are attributable to these first cousin marriages, and they're really only attributable to the first cousin marriages, are not only mitigatable with extra screening. Honestly, they're negligent. They're negligent. The regular average, national average in the United States of America is between 2 to 4%. That's the genetic disorders. And the average between first cousin marriages is between 4 to 7%. It's just 2% extra. It's negligent. It's absolute ludicrous to say that this is why we shouldn't have them marry. And then finally, biblically, almost every single prophet, and also according to Leviticus, and I'm going to have to read some Leviticus law right now because this is really nice. Well, I'll read one last thing before I read Leviticus. I'm not going to read Leviticus law, but I will read from the Bible. Look at this. This is Numbers 36, 6-9. This is what the Lord commands for Zelophehad's daughters. They may marry anyone they please as long as they marry within their father's tribal clan. No inheritance in Israel is to pass from one tribe to another. For every Israelite shall keep the tribal inheritance of their ancestors. Every daughter who inherits land in any Israelite tribe must marry someone in her father's tribal clan, so that every Israelite will possess the inheritance of their ancestors. No inheritance may pass from one tribe to another, for each Israelite tribe is to keep the land it inherits. So this actual verse here not only condemns marrying outside of your, not only supports and forces you, it condemns you to marry outside of your actual imminent family. And what is it talking about? Your brothers and sisters? No, it's talking about cousins, first, second, third, and so on. And that's my argument here. I'm really interested in Martae's lover boy display, and we'll see, guys. Maybe he gets me, maybe I'm wrong, maybe he's not going to overtalk me. We'll see today in this debate.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Manar. And with that, we are going to hand the mic over to Martae. Whenever, you have a video there ready.
Yeah, but I do want to say something before the video starts. First? You can start the timer right now, Speakeasy.
Okay, so just let me know when you want the video.
I'll let you know when the video is going to present. It's probably going to be in 10 seconds. So you said it condemns us to have relationships outside of family. Yeah, that's actually for my whole argument, actually, too. And then not to mention this, you bring up Leviticus law. There's nothing that's a standard saying that we have to marry within family. Yeah, a tribe can be totally different. That's a whole thing, not analogous to family as well, too. But then when you bring up the percent, it's only 2% more. But then obviously, donkey pull cart, not good at mathematics and multiplication. If you times that by 2, cousins and cousins and cousins, you end up at 32. And next thing you know, you end up at 47. And next thing you know, this multiplies and sickle cell anemia and all this pursues. So anyways, Speakeasy, hit the video. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Is that the whole debate? Okay, good. All right, so that's pretty freaking amazing. So he's done. It's over. It's over for him. I mean, it's over, baby. That's it. That's the debate, baby. Oh, man, that's my opening statement. I mean, it's a long opening statement, by the way.
Of course, I would expect Donkey Pull Cart IQ to reveal his whole strategy, arguments, and opening statement weeks before a debate happens. Gee, thanks for the free prep packet, bro. You just wanted your whole L on a silver platter. So my opponent tonight is going to use the research of a Mr. Alan H. Biddles tonight. A lot of this research has been cherry-picked and also used from a marginalized source of people. That's it, an extreme minority, and that's where he gets his research from. This guy argues that inbreeding risk, like cousin marriages or inbreeding, are often exaggerated with only a small increase in birth defects, around 2 to 4%. However, evidence shows a significant genetic harm.
Here are the key examples in terms. So we have the Habsburg dynasty. Centuries of royal inbreeding led to the Habsburg jaw, which means that there was a severe underbite and facial deformities and health issues. King Charles II of Spain was so disabled he couldn't chew food or produce heirs. All of this ended their bloodline. Next, we have the Amish communities. Due to close group marriages, they have high rates of rare disorders like Ellis Van Creveld syndrome, which is dwarfism with extra fingers and toes, cystic fibrosis, muscular dystrophy, far more than the generalized population. Next, we have recessive diseases in isolated groups. That's where your research comes from Alan H. Biddles. He only gets this from isolated groups. That's where his studies come from, and this is easily debunked because he only cherry picks in places like Pakistan, North Africa, with common cousin or inbreeding marriages. Kids face elevated risk of thalassemia, which is severe anemia, sickle cell disease, deafness, blindness, congenital heart defects, leading to a 3% higher child mortality rate. Next, we have inbreeding depression. Yes, this is a thing. Overall inbreeding boosts harmful recessive genes, causing reduced fertility, weaker immune systems, and more birth defects, as seen in animal studies and human data from inbred populations as well. These real-world cases highlight why inbreeding is risky, even if every case isn't disastrous. Islam is stupid.
Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar!
Sounds like Manar's chomping at the bit. Okay, Speakeasy, you can close this out so I can begin my opening statement.
So, and I'll begin my opening statement. Maybe you might want to put him on mute for this one. While first cousin marriage is legal in about 18 to 19 U.S. states and restricted or banned in the rest, social acceptance would be harmful due to proven genetic risk, public health costs, and societal consequences. Genetic health risk include children of first cousins face roughly double the risk of birth defects and autosomal recessive disorders compared to unrelated parents. So the 3% that Manar states actually goes up to 4%, 4 to 6% risk. It actually doubles. And I repeat, it doubles when you have more family members. And guess what? When you add multipliers onto this, it actually triples. And guess what? You can go down the line. I know you may not be good at math, but multiplication, very hard for you, bro. So studies like the Bradford, UK, which I can also bring up too with multiple reviews, includes higher rates of congenital anomalies like birth defects and rare genetic conditions, often leading to lifelong health issues. And here's the thing, though. You talk about legalities all the time, but you have to commercialize this. Picture this. A dating app that's commercialized for people. We're producing a society of inbred people in the dating market. Do you want to go ahead and screw somebody that could be in the movie Wrong Turn or somebody from The Hills Have Eyes on a dating app? And I'm not even talking about people with flippers or anything like that. We're talking about elevated genetic risk being introduced to your family. As a society, how do you even commercialize this? Hey, we have an inbred dating app full of people who are from inbred families, from Hills Have Eyes and all that stuff. We don't want that. So normalize this would encourage isolated multi-generation inbreeding in subgroups. So when he says, I want a closer family together and it prevents closer knit ties, yes, a little bit too close. So if we're thinking about this, The Hills Have Eyes, inbred mutants preying on outsiders, or Wrong Turn, cannibalistic hillbillies from the isolation and close breeding kin. While exaggerated, these depict real dangers, marginalized groups, or they're going to be compounded with defects, reducing social integration. While he can say the first few offsets of the inbreeding are going to be at 2 to 3%. But guess what? This gets compounded, which is even worse. In conclusion, it's pretty bad. Queen Victoria, Charles Darwin, and Albert Einstein have something in common. They all married their first cousins. You think Darwin, of all people, would have known better after marrying a first cousin? And to me, this is bad. With bad genes leads to deadly genetic mutations. Right. So here's the thing, though. So grandparents, genetically speaking, means they share 0.2% of their DNA, not much when you compare it to the third, second, especially first cousins. And the more DNA you share, the greater chance your offspring will have genetic diseases like cystic fibrosis or sickle cell anemia. But here's the thing, though, Manar. You don't have to be sick in order to give your child a genetic disease. Take cystic fibrosis. It's caused by a defect in the CFTR gene. But you need 2 copies of the the defective gene to actually get the disease. So if you only have 1 defective copy, Manar, you're unaffected. Instead, you are what's called a carrier. Now, if one carrier with a non-carrier, there's no risk of the kids getting sick. But when both parents carry a defective copy of CFTR, then the kids have a 25% chance of inheriting 2 copies of the gene now. You're actually increasing danger. See how dangerous this is? Marrying your first cousin, you might as well bang your sister. How close are we going to get to this? To me, that doesn't really make any sense either. So if you think about this, we have to do math now, Manar. I know, very hard for donkey pull cart IQ here, but calculate the chances that 2 first cousins both carry the same copy of the same genetic disease since they both share sets of grandparents. We'll start there now because it becomes a game of what ifs. What if both parents are carriers versus just one? If one of their children is a carrier versus none at all, what if those children marry other carriers or not? It can get very complicated very quickly, but scientists have crunched the numbers, and it turns out the risk that cousins who have a kid who inherits a genetic disease is 4 to 7% more likely than average for the general population. So it's 3 to 4%. No big deal, right? Here's the catch, though, because that's what he's going to say. So when he brings up Biddle's study, by the way, my opponent held a stream beforehand. And this stream was detailing all of his arguments weeks before this debate and showed Biddle's in his flawed research, which shows cherry-picked results from marginalized groups and doesn't show an overwhelming populace or a consensus of examples that go with what his narrative is. And actually, not to mention this, imagine a fighter, and I'm going to fight Manar in a ring, and that's going to happen. And Manar says, come out to my arena and check out my fight moves before this debate happens. Literally, that's what he did in this debate. Showed his whole hand and whole ass before starting this debate. No homo, by the way. So there are thousands that could be hiding in your family tree. Plus, your kids also marry their first cousins, and their kids marry their first cousins. It's a recipe for disaster because instead of introducing new potentiating recessive genes, which is really bad, you're recycling old and possibly dangerous ones. Take Emperor Ferdinand, the first of Austria. His parents were first cousins twice over, and then he was born not especially healthy. So far as marrying your cousins concerned, you shouldn't make it a family tradition because it's inherently bad. Not only this, but we're compounding interest of bad genetic diseases when this happens. Sure, Manar, you can make an argument for why you should bang your sister, which is typically what you're doing right now. You might as well just skip a generation and say, I'm banging my uncle's daughter. But that's the thing, though. You're compounding the interest, and it makes it even worse. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to say 2% isn't that bad, but then it's 4, then it's 16. How close do you want to go? Banging your sister? I can see my time.
Thank you for that opening statement, Martae. With that, we are going to get into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. So this is where each debater will have 5 minutes uninterrupted to respond to anything they've heard in the openings or maybe something they wanted to say in their opening. So with that, Manar, whenever you are ready for your uninterrupted rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Thank you. Sorry, guys, I was a little bit shocked. I started laughing. I've never in my life debated somebody so bad at debates. He has to make a video to debate me. I just think it actually says a lot about me that my opponent is scared to actually come forwards and argue. He has to make a video about the facts 4 or 5 weeks before the debate. I think that's hilarious. And it also agrees with this idea that people are obsessed with me for some reason. I don't know why. I'm in people's heads. Anyways, so here's my opponent's argument, guys. I mean, does anybody know if my opponent is Christian, Jewish? Does anybody know what the religion of my opponent is? Is he an atheist? Does anybody know? Why is he arguing out of scientific consensus? Why is he making all his argument based on statistics and studies? I thought my opponent is a religious warrior. He came forward before the debate. I mean, we were all there. We were all excited to see him with not only for the flag, we were also there for nice curly hair. He said this is going to be like the Crusades. He said hey, this is Christianity versus Islam, the degenerate. Yeah, remember the degenerate religion. So I thought you were going to come with biblical arguments, not a singular Christian-based appeal, not a singular biblical argument. Does this guy think he's Andrew Wilson? I don't know. Somebody remind me. What is this? He's gonna argue from the societal accepted high IQ and low IQ, and that's literally what he did. And I cannot believe it. That's why my second prediction is going to work. He's going to overtalk me for the rest of the debate. He literally, his only argument is that there are genetic deficiencies associated and there are risks because one of the parents could carry the gene that crossovers this disease, the sickle cell anemia, and usually because first cousins, they're close to each other's in the DNA. So whenever the one of the parents is holding that, it's almost guaranteed it will be a risk at the baby. Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. Where's the Christian argument? Where is the biblical argument from Leviticus? Let's go read Leviticus. How Leviticus outlines an incestuous law and who you're allowed to marry and who you're not allowed to marry. And why does it never mention the cousin? It mentions your aunt, but it never mentions the cousin. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your father or your mother. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your father's wife, for it is your father's nakedness. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your sister, the daughter of your father, or the daughter of your mother, whether born at home or elsewhere. Leviticus 10, you are not to uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter or your daughter's daughter, for theirs is your own nakedness. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your daughter of your father's wife, of the daughter of your father's wife conceived by your father, since she is your sister. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your father's sister, for she is your father's direct relative. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's direct relative. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your father's brother by approaching his wife. So you're not allowed your dad's, your uncle's wife, you're not allowed. But somehow all of this doesn't ever mention cousin. And that's how you make a Christian biblical appeal. I just made a Christian biblical appeal, appealing to how Christian laws and ethics allows cousin marriage because it also omits it from these laws of Leviticus, which are extremely clear. And it continues. I'm going to stop here because it's redundant. It just continues. And it names out exactly who you're not allowed, but it never mentions your uncle's daughter or your aunt's son. Why? Because those are actually allowed and attributed to all the prophets of the Bible, Islam, and their relatives. That's how all of humanity has been together. So his only argument is a genetic mutation argument. It's an appeal to modernity. It's an appeal to scientific statistic arguments. These are brand new arguments that just came up 20 years ago. That's all he has. If he looks back to the Christian Bible, he would be ridiculing his own prophets. According to his arguments, the Isaac was actually immoral. According to his argument, the prophets were guaranteeing the destruction of the human race. That's according to his argument. The biblical prophets are disagreeing with the commandments of God of keeping us healthy and well and representing to us the best of the religion. And they were just displaying, I guess, incestuous, disgusting acts, according to Martae, if we were to believe him. Thank you so much. What a failed argument, genetic argument.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Martae for your uninterrupted 5-minute rebuttal. So whenever you're ready, Martae, I will start the timer, up with your voice.
Yeah, so my opponent here, my detractor, actually doesn't make an argument for anything that I've ever said. He's actually making side tangent arguments for things actually talking about scripture. And actually he debunks his own claim and his own statement by saying that the Bible omits all this information. That means that there's allowance somehow because it omits this. To me, that doesn't make any sense because the Bible doesn't state anything like you shouldn't rob your own wife and beat her while you're robbing her. But does that mean allowance? No, it doesn't, which is a stupid argument. Actually, that's literally what the guy said. And then not to mention that he's telling me, he's not making a religious argument. Well, your argument, your worldview is so fucking stupid and dumb that all I have to do is just come at it with just research, data, and statistics and reality because you don't live in this. So By the way, I also made more than one argument, not just the science and data and everything else. I talked about social acceptance. Remember, there's a prompt here, social accepted, not just legality. Not only this, but my opponent didn't even make an argument for anything I said. And he didn't even make an argument, period. All he talked about was just feels in his whole response. That's all I heard. So let me go ahead and help you out here, because you apparently did make an argument towards anything I said. So when I talked about everything in my opening statement, I talked about the compounding interest. Not once have you addressed this. Not once did you address the social acceptance and the appeal of this, of us creating inbred people on the dating market that other people probably don't want to date. Recessive genes being eliminated. You never addressed that. So you talked about everything but what I actually brought to the table, which is crazy. But then you're telling me that I had a failed argument when not bringing any argument to the table. You know what? I expected this, so I'm unbothered by that. That's why whenever he makes assertions saying I'm going to talk over him and all this, he talks like he's clairvoyant when really Muhammad's not even a prophet. Let's just get that straight. The guy was a rapist of a minor. Let's get that straight too, because his penis must have been a micro peen with a battery-sized shell, because that's all could probably fit in Aisha. Otherwise, he's causing damage. I can go down this long train of arguments, but you see what I did? I just pulled a Manar, said everything but what the prompt was about. But I'm not going to do that. Oh shit, I did that already. Slip of the wrist. But back to this argument. He hasn't reconciled any of the points that I brought up. Not once do I have to bring up a religious argument about scripture says this, scripture doesn't say this. The most he can do is like, it's not even mentioned in scripture. That's all you got, bro. Meanwhile, you can't reconcile the multiplier argument. You can't reconcile the social acceptance. Try to get people to buy on recessive genes. Try to sell that even at 2%, 3%, and then do a multiplier because you're keeping it in the family. To me, all of this is debunked. And the guy that you're getting your research from, Alan H. Biddles, all of his shit's debunked. I literally looked through all this, and when you say that, oh, I'm so bad at argumentation that I did research before the debate. Literally, folks, that's what this guy said. He's so bad at argument that he did research on him before the debate. That's really what this guy is saying. Donkey pull cart IQ in 4K on Speakeasy's glorious channel, by the way. So I have yet to hear an argument from my opponent other than feels before reals, because that's all he's gotten. Can you actually contend with something I actually said? Because you haven't the first time. I'm giving you a second chance to go ahead and reconcile some of these points, which you haven't done. All you're saying is trying to be a bad salesman and saying it's only 3% damage, which leads to 8% damage.
Yeah, that's my whole argument.
Damage. Hold on. My time, Manar. You just said that I would overtalk you, but guess what's happening? He just contradicted himself, which may be happening in the debate. See how I don't have to be clairvoyant? I actually said that versus his assumptions of what he's going to do, saying I'm talking over him while he did that to me. So I'll call shit out in real time because I think I'm that good so far. I'm not the best debater in the world. You conflated me with Andrew Wilson and all these other people. No, that guy's like Michael Jordan. How dare you compare me with Michael Jordan? I'm like Rodman in this bitch. I'll fucking elbow you in the face verbally, and then we can talk about your whole argument that's going to get bodied in this debate and your whole worldview and your ideology. It doesn't make sense. All those people just want to bang cousins and everything else. It's been proven that the IQ score goes down in these countries. They don't have any producing society that's going to produce aerospace engineering or anything else like that. You guys had like one rocket that got through. All of this is just due to a genetic base of like, you don't have any new genes coming in to clean out these recessive genes. That's the problem you have. So guess what happens to knowledge when you start having a closed group of genetic issues? Nothing new gets in. Nothing new gets refreshed. Well, guess what happens? Your trash bin gets full and you don't dump the garbage. Guess what your religion is? Right. Waste management. Anyways, let's continue. I can see my time.
Wow.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal, Martae. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason, politics, culture, religion, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you're enjoying this format, make sure you're locked in because we have a lot more coming. Also, a reminder for the live chat. after the closing statements, we'll be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So the Q&A form there is like the live chat is in there. But super chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these will get priority. And if those fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the ones in the Q&A. So if there's something you really want answered, send it through one of the priority options. And finally, thank you to both the debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives to the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start the open floor exchange, just jump in and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
I have a question, Manar. Can you answer a question directly and not dance around it this time, please?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just asking for good faith. I'm not going to overtalk you like you said I was going to do and all this other shit. So in a world where Muhammad didn't marry his cousin or family, because we all know that's what happened, or even bang a minor as a rapist, would you promote Islam? Would Islam promote incest as a norm if it never happened?
Would I promote Islam if
No.
you're
Let me
telling
reword that.
prophet?
Sorry about that. I fumbled a little bit, right? My only L I'm probably going to take in this debate. So in a world where Muhammad didn't marry his cousin or family, would Islam promote incest as a norm still?
Yes, because there's nothing immoral about marrying your cousin.
So even in a world where Muhammad never married his cousins, you guys would still promote incest?
Yes, because we would follow the teachings of Abraham. We would follow the teachings of the prophets before, and their teachings advocated for and we see them marrying their cousins. We see Isaac marrying his cousin, and we see Prophet Abraham commiserating the marriage of his own child with his cousin. And therefore, I believe there's nothing immoral in the tradition. And this is a tradition of the Arabs. And yeah, this is a tradition all of humanity. I really want to know one question. Your whole argument is sufficed about the genetical reproduction risks. That's all your argument is, right? Am I wrong?
No,
because
my
argument. Let me finish. Why? Let me explain why. Because the interest argument is based on that genetical risk, right? Because you're saying
interest,
because of that risk, it will increase. The risk will increase every child.
Yes,
so that's a genetical mutation based on reproduction.
Yep.
And then all the other arguments about the genetic mutations and the sickle cell and the diseases that could, besides the social appeal, all your other arguments have to and are linked to that area. They're not linked to anything else.
No, they can branch out, but you're making an absolute claim. So how do you? So okay, let's reconcile this.
Your arguments are genetic reproductions are risky before these first cousins. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So if you want me to answer your question, I'll answer your question real quick. So if you have two bad copies, how do you weed out recessive genes?
Yeah, but you're assuming both.
Can you answer a question though, real quick?
Bad.
Can you? How do you weed out recessive genes from a lineage? How do you do that?
How do you weed out recessive genes?
Recessive bad genes from a lineage. How do you do that?
I don't know. You try to breed it out. You don't breed into it.
Right. Like that means moving away from incest, right?
So how is cousin marriage incest again? Sorry.
Wait, hold on. How do you? No, let's reconcile what you just said. You said you try to breed this out. What does that mean? What does that mean to you?
If you are saying you want to get rid of a certain trait, some blue eyes, or you want brown eyes.
I didn't say, I said a defect, a recessive gene, like something that's a defect. How do you weed this out of your gene pool?
Can you give me an example? Like you have a tail, you have a small bone in the back of your...
Let's say that my family is starting to grow flippers, right? But how do I weed that out of my family?
I mean, you genetically screen your next partners and see the risks they would have associated with the reproduction of their offspring with you.
Let's say we don't have genetic screening. How would we do this in a more obvious way to do this that's historically accurate? Because not everybody has access to expensive screening sometimes or any of this stuff. Because that goes with my social acceptance argument. Like I'm going to go to CVS and I'm going to go to get a test, but they're telling me I need health insurance. A lot of Americans can't afford any of this stuff. They can't afford these premiums. A lot of people don't have jobs, the economy and all this other stuff. We hear excuses, especially liberals. Besides modernity or medical risk or anything like that, like as far as testing, how do you weed this out of your family?
You can
I mean, you'd have to. I mean, there's really no way. I mean, if it's inside of you, you need
There's
to
no way.
reproduce.
There's no way to weed this out of your gene pool.
There's really no real way. I mean, if you find some woman and you find out that there's a risk for your offspring's doubled with that woman, for example, it's still your choice to have kids with her, and there's still a possibility that the kids are going to be completely normal.
Manar,
all it's saying is that the risk is increased. It's not saying that there's a guarantee.
Manar, let me go ahead and dumb this down a little bit, make it more simple. How would you obviously know that the risks are going to be double? Would you, like, let's say if I went ahead, a person banged his sister, do you think that the risks are going to be increased or decreased from sleeping with just a sister?
Can I ask you a question? Is that scientifically proven, or is that biblical? What's your argument? Where's your argument stemming from? Is it from? Yeah, but I want to know: is it stemming from Christian ethics, or is this a modern appeal? It
doesn't matter. Answer the question.
No, I want to know where are you ethically binding that?
Ethics are out of the picture. Just want to know scientifically. Okay, yeah, I'm back.
Oh. Okay.
All right. Well, I need to know where are you grounding your ethics from? Is this an appeal to modern statistics and science, or is this an appeal to Christian law? Because according to Christian law, there is nothing stopping you from marrying your cousin.
So, Manar, can you still man what I just asked you?
I don't know, because you keep asking. You're trying to argue out of a modern modernity risk factor based on these new testing and diagnoses.
The question again, so you can understand it, because apparently you don't understand what I just asked you.
I mean, that's fine. All I asked was, what is your grounding of that question ethically? Are you grounding it in modern ethics, or are you grounding it in Christian ethics? Because it will change my answer. Can you answer me?
I'm not using Christian ethics or anything else. I just want a straight up answer with just let's say that nothing else exists.
So what if you're arguing against Christian ethics? Have you ever thought about you arguing against Christian ethics?
No, but that's not my argument, Manar. I'll ask you the question again, because God, I gotta hold hands during this whole thing.
I just want to know: would you be embarrassed if you're arguing against Christian ethics? Would you?
So,
because you're making a moral appeal.
Manar, remember when I asked you if you can answer questions instead of
Yeah, but this is an open dialogue according to speaking. Yeah, it's not just you.
If I can bridge the gap here, I think what Manar is just asking a clarifying question so he can answer your question. So if you just ask your question again, and then
no Christian ethics, nothing. It's not.
No Christian ethics at all. This is all an appeal to modernity. Come at me. Come at me with your statistics now. Come at me with your statistics. Come on.
Okay, great. This isn't statistics or anything like that. I'm just asking a simple question because you're dancing around this.
What else are you appealing to when you say you're appealing to modernity?
I'm not appealing to anything else but just this direct question that I just need a direct answer from. So in everyday life, like, medical cost prescriptions are high, everything like that. I'm just speaking for the average layman out there. I'm not making an argument to like biblical ethics or anything like that. I'm just asking a simplified question. In order to weed this out of my family, what would I do? Like, there's a bad gene. We have flippers because we're all inbreeding. What would I need to do to weed this bad gene out?
How? If I answer you, how does that prove that it should be illegal to marry your cousin?
I didn't say it should be illegal.
For example, let me give you an example. Hey, wake up, everybody! Wake up, in the viewers! Hey.
You're not.
So let's say I want to breed out being short. Let's say I want to breed out being short. Okay. Let's say I want to breed out. Let's say I want to breed out. If I was to agree with you, that means marrying short people is immoral and should be illegal. Like, that's.
I never said immoral or illegal. Never said that.
But you're saying if there's a trait that is undesirable and you want to get rid of it, you just marry tall. That's not guaranteed. You still have short kids.
Never said undesirable. Never. Said.
What are you saying then? You said that a trait you don't want anymore.
No, I'm going to ask you this. That's one undesirable trait. What I just asked you. What did I say? What was my question? Because you're not listening either. Do you remember what I actually said?
All right, man. You were asking me, how can I get rid of a trait inside my family?
No, I didn't say a trait.
A certain characteristic.
I said a defect. I primarily indicated a defect. How do I get rid of it? Flippers are a defect. That's not just a trait that nobody wants. It is a defective measure. Like let's say if I have stubby arms like this, how do I weed this out of my family?
It's the same thing. That's the same thing I'm arguing. And I'm saying that if we were to agree with you, then we would have to make every genetic risk marriage that has a risk of genetic reproduction being an ailment at any point, we would have to make that illegal if we were to agree with you, because you're saying that because the risk exists. No, what you're saying is because the risk exists with marrying and you have that trait, that defect, that means how do you breed it out? You stop marrying, right? That's what you're saying.
No, I didn't.
What else are you saying?
I didn't make an absolute claim. Never did.
What else are you saying then? What else is the solution? You tell me.
I'm asking you. You want me to give you hand you the answers all night?
I have no solution. What is your solution? Go ahead.
Okay, I'll tell you what my solution is for this.
Stop reading.
This is like solutions for dummies of Islam. So anyways, back to this. So this is how you breed it out of your family. If you have a defect, you go outside of your family to people who don't have recessive genes or anybody outside of this. How we've known this throughout civilization and how we know this, and I'm not talking about height. What you're talking about is just generic, superficial preferences. If you have like I would say like a stub that grows in your family, you can't hunt. You didn't survive a harsh winter. You didn't survive the season where you're supposed to forage and do everything because you only have one arm. Your village got massacred because if you have a defect, guess what? Your survivability goes down. So here's the thing though. In order to weed this out of your genetic population, you have to imbue new genes, new fresh genes into the gene pool to weed out the bad genes. And how do we do that? Not banging your cousins, sisters, brothers, or anything like that.
Can I make an argument? Can I make an argument? What if you stop doing that and you still have these genes? Now you're going to keep trying to breed these genes out? Because what you're saying is mitigating some of the risk, but it's not eliminating it.
Yeah, you're not going to eliminate all of it, but guess what you're going to do? You're gonna mitigate most. You're going to mitigate.
Yeah, but most. I'll tell you how you really ban it. You want to really get rid of it. You kill that gene. You kill that human structure completely. How about that?
Oh, so you guys
should we do that? Should we do that?
You guys just want to have a G side over a whole population?
No. I'm asking you. Is that a good thing? Should we do that? Because there is a risk associated with these people. I mean, inbreeding. You know.
So here's the thing, though. We're not going to delete a whole population because of this. I presented a solution that mitigates.
Can I ask you why? Can I ask you why? If your whole argument is that this will lead to interest and this interest will destroy the human world, why is it not a good thing and a moral thing as an appeal to modernity? Appeal with the statistics. Why is it actually a bad thing to just end all these Down syndrome marriages, these old women marriages, any marriage that associated with any risk? Why is it not actually why is it immoral to just end them? There's an associated risk attached with all of them.
I never made a morality argument, but I will say culturally, because I'm going to go back to the prompt that says socially and legally accepted. To me, I'm just going to appeal to the prompt. How about that? I'll appeal to the social paradigm, and then I'll appeal to the legal paradigm as well, too. Socially, if you create incestuous people out here, meaning inbred people, you now have a dating market of people who now have recessive genes. Do you think socially we want to be banging people who are inbred? Sounds appealing, right? How appealing does that sound? Because socially, they have to accept this and normalize this. How do you sell that, bro?
So, are you saying it's immoral to marry a woman with a lump? I'm not understanding. What's your argument? What is your argument?
I just asked you a question. This is going over your head. This is crazy.
Okay. I'm asking you again because you refuse to.
My argument is that socially, nobody.
If I marry a lump, if I force the gene to come into my family, if I marry into a lump, is that immoral?
No, I'm not making a moral argument. The prompt doesn't even have any.
Is that illegal?
Morals.
Is that illegal?
Morals.
Should that be illegal? Should that be illegal that I marry a girl with Down syndrome and introduce this to my family and lineage?
Well, in order to get to the legality, you have to have social acceptance. Your
whole argument hinges upon the destruction and the risks associated with the genetical reproductions.
No, elimination of defects. That's what my argument is. But also, in order, let me talk real quick. Don't overtalk me, please, because I'm not doing that to you. So, in order to get to legalities, you have to go through social paradigms. In order to do this, things have to be put through legislation. Things have to be voted in. And guess what that does? Through social acceptance, people actually have to buy what this politician's saying. If we're going to legalize that, it has to be popular. It has to be hot.
I'm not arguing in general. I'm saying you right now, if you were to be able to switch laws, do you believe that it should be illegal according to your own argument because it will introduce
it should
more
be illegal
genetical
because
risk?
socially,
Would it be illegal for me to introduce this lump into my family?
So can you at least at least deal with the presentation that I gave you right now? In order for things to become legal, they have to be socially accepted by somebody, by a majority. It has to be voted in. Somebody has to pass this through legislation or something. This legality. In order,
according to you, the whole argument is failed because right now I can marry into and introduce to my lineage these traits.
10 seconds, real quick. I promise you, I'll let you talk. So in order for this to pass through legality, somebody has to have people, the populace, buy onto this for everybody to say, I now accept this law. Otherwise, you have a rebellion. How do you sell this to people as a product? How do you market it?
You say this is according to your Christian ethics. Hey, listen to me. Hello. Listen to me. Your whole argument hinges upon the socioeconomical destruction of the human species because of the inbreeding. That's your argument. The genetical disorders associated with this inbreeding are high with incestuous relationship, which is why you want to attack the incestuous relationships. That's what your whole argument is.
No.
And you're arguing cousin is incestuous.
Look, get the wax out of your ears, you fucking idiot. What I said was, I'm talking about social acceptance.
I'm trying to steel man your argument.
Right? They have to buy onto this product. They have to buy onto this product because anything you sell to legislation to pass through law is now.
Why are you arguing from that? Why are you arguing from that? It's already legal to marry your cousin. You don't have to. You're arguing against. You have to be the one to provide that authority to the need to change this law.
I'm arguing against legality through social acceptance. Yeah, that's the argument I'm making. Can you at least deal with that?
Well, Christians are going to disagree with you. They're going to say, well, no, you're telling us now all our prophets, biblical prophets, and all of Leviticus law, we're going to not associate now with, and we're just going to decline this because our laws and legalities change. That's all Christians would disagree with.
Manar, so you keep wanting to go back to religion. Let's go there since you want to take it there. Where in Leviticus does it say we have a mandate to sleep with cousins and have incest?
There's no mandate. It's not even the same.
Why bring it up?
Well, Islam doesn't have a mandate either, though. Where in Islam is there a mandate to sleep with your cousin?
How is that analogous to what we're talking about? If you're going to bring,
why are you strawmanning the argument? The argument is not that there's a mandate. The argument is it moral? Is it moral? Yeah, but you strawman. That's not my argument. My argument is it moral to marry your cousin? And Islam and Christianity allows it. Yes.
No, you literally just said that while saying it's not your argument. You brought that up. How are you going to bring up Leviticus?
Straw man. You're not.
Isn't my argument? Then when I ask you a question, you say it's a straw man when it's literally what you just brought up.
No. You straw man the debate, the actual question.
Tell me how I straw man exactly. Tell me, Manar. Tell me how I straw man it. What was the straw man? Can you tell me? These crickets are awfully loud in here. Tell me what the straw man was. Are you pulling the cart yet? It's not the donkey. It's you.
You said, where in Leviticus do we have a mandate to sleep with our cousins? I said that's a straw man. We're not mandating the sleeping of your cousin. Do you know? We're saying it's moral.
Do you know what a straw man is?
We're saying it's moral. Yeah, because you straw man. You're saying that I'm saying that Islam mandates having marrying your cousin. That's not true.
Hold on, Manar.
That's not in Islam or Christianity. That's a straw man. You know what? Am I arguing to mandate cousin marriage? I'm just saying it's moral.
Manar, do you know what? Can you tell me what a straw man is?
A straw man is misrepresenting my decision, my position. My position is it's moral. You're saying it's mandated.
So is it misrepresenting your position when you brought up Leviticus and you said it omits it? All this is omitted in Leviticus. That's literally what you
in Leviticus. In Leviticus, it sits there and names 18 to 29 verses.
How is that a straw man?
Okay, let me finish. I'm answering you. Am I allowed to finish? In Leviticus, it brings up to 29 verses, all of them stating the different representations of incestuous families. Talks about the aunt, the brother of the father, the brother of the father's wife, the aunt's husband, the son-in-law of the daughter. It sits there naming, and it never once says the aunt's daughter or the aunt's son or the cousin's or the uncle's daughter, which is by omission allowing you and making it moral. Because basically we could assume, because let me finish. According to Leviticus, 5 more seconds. According to Leviticus, because it was so clear and detailed, whatever is not outlined there is not forbidden. It's allowed. And cousin marriage was not outlined in Leviticus. That verse I was reading.
Does omission mean allowance?
But if you're making a verse, yes. If you're making a verse that's depicting the incestuous. Yes, let me make the argument.
Wait, hold on. No, you made a claim.
Let me make the argument. You
made a claim. No. Let me deal with your claim. No, we're not gonna fucking do this here because you're on my fucking debate panel right now too.
Well, I'm saying because.
No, let's stop.
I'm not allowed to say because.
You made a claim. Let's deal with the claim right now.
I'm answering your question. Let me explain.
No, I'm calling you on your bullshit right now on this panel.
Yes, because the verse was claiming what is a forbidden relationship, and it has to describe that as a forbidden relationship. If it doesn't describe cousin marriage at all in the whole Bible, then how can I? By omission, it's saying that it's actually not forbidden.
So audience, I want you to listen because I know you guys are going to do this poll. This guy literally said right in front of you that omission means allowance. He literally said that.
When the verse is about what relations to forbid and the omission is in that couple, then you can assume that omission means that they're not forbidden.
So you're making an assumption. You said you can assume. Did I hear that right?
Of course. If it's not Leviticus law, why would I say it's forbidden?
Making assumptions.
You want me to forbid? You want me to forbid what's not in the Bible? You want me to forbid what's not in the Bible? You want me to forbid commandments that are not inside the Bible? You want me to just create new commandments?
That anything that's omitted is called allowance. So if I never tell my wife,
strawman me again? That's crazy.
No, this is literally what you just said, and I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If I tell my future wife not to bang my best friend, like let's say I never tell her this. I never tell you can't bang my best friend, but she does this anyways. And she says, well, you never told me I couldn't. And she does do that. Is that allowance?
No, but if you argue that the Bible is a prescription, if you argue that the Bible is a social prescription for all of the world, and then you omit to put in the Bible, it's forbidden to be with your cousin, and then all of the prophets have depicted that tradition has been there, then I cannot say
pre-Mosaic law
because it's not here. It's still forbidden.
That was pre-Mosaic law. So anyways, if my wife bangs my best friend, but I never tell her you can't do that, that means she can do that. That's literally what you just said.
Keep strawmanning me. No, that's fine.
That's what you said. You said if the Bible doesn't say that it's permitted, it's permitted.
It's not in the case of a relationship. It's in the case of a prescription, biblical scriptural prescription. If you're going to argue your scriptural prescription, then I'm going to read your scriptures and I'm going to see what the prescription is. If it's not there, I'm not going to assume it and force it on the discussion. Well, I don't know.
Hold on.
I just tell me, why are you bringing it?
Another contradiction.
Is it in the Bible anywhere? Why are you bringing it up?
I just caught you in another contradiction. You said, yes, you can assume that this means that you can go ahead and permit this to happen. And then you literally just told me right now, I'm not going to assume that it says allowance. You just contradicted yourself a second time. I caught you in 4K real time. That's crazy. Let's get back to the prompt, mind you, because you're doing bad on this. So, mind you, can you deal with the social paradigm of people but dying into taking this recessive gene on the dating market? Do you think the public is going to say this is cool? Do you think they're going to accept this?
Who? Do I think the public are going to disagree with Christian ethics?
No,
is that what you're asking me?
Let's throw ethics out of this. I'm talking about just because we have atheists in society, Muslims, Jewish people, everybody else like this, just for the whole monopoly. Do you think societally we should have a dating app saying, hey, inbreeding plus, buy in on this, but only if you're in the family tree? Do you think that's going to make a hit?
I don't think anyone cares about these genetical mutations that you keep prescribing. If I marry a Mexican, it's like saying, like my mom who's crazy that I married a Mexican, that she's worried that my children are gonna be a little bit too dark. Like, who cares? Is that a reason for me to not marry? I mean, maybe.
Well, nobody's talking about.
But that's
culture.
not immoral. It's not illegal.
You're talking about culture. That's different. If I marry Hispanic culture, that's different from having genetic defects like.
It's the same argument. It's the same. It's the same argument. This idea that I'm not.
Manar, you're saying that culture is the same thing as a birth defect?
Yeah, to her, the risk of having this certain defect. Yeah, to her, it's a defect to have this color or to have this character or to have these eyebrows or this type of hair. To her, it's a defect. Yeah.
So you think a culture is a defect?
Have you seen an Arab, a black Syrian? Have you ever seen a black Syrian? Let me ask you that.
What if I did?
Have you ever seen a black Syrian? I'm asking. Have you ever seen a black Syrian?
I may have. I don't know. I can't tell you.
So maybe to her it's a defect when somebody's a little bit like too, you know what I mean? And they're supposed to be Syrian. See what I mean?
Yeah, that would either be racist or something else. That's different. That falls underneath a different paradigm.
She could argue the genetic mutation is risky to her. She could argue this.
Hold on. Is a culture a genetic defect?
Traits she doesn't want.
Can a culture be a genetic defect?
Anything can be a genetic defect. Literally, it's in the definition. It's genetic, which is attributable to the genomes of the humanoid, and it's a defect. That means there's some mutation in the actual genome. Anything can be. A color of the skin is a mutation. The color of the eyes, the shape of the eyebrows.
Can culture and a genetic defect exist in two different paradigms?
What do you mean?
You're conflating the two. How are they the same?
Because it's not. You're looking at it as culture. They're looking at it as defects, physical defects. You're saying to you,
how is that a genetic? How is me being black a genetic defect?
Because to you, you're saying, oh, all the differences, they just speak a different language. To them, they're seeing the color of their skin is different, their eye shape is different, their forehead length is different, everything is different to them, and maybe they don't want to them those are defects. I don't know.
Yeah, that would probably be like prejudice or racism. That's not.
So what? So what? You're being prejudiced and racist when you say I'm not allowed to marry a lump because she has a lump.
I never said you shouldn't be allowed to marry somebody with a lump. That's not my argument. Racist. Never said that. Never once said that.
So, wait a minute. So it's okay for me to introduce into my family genetical defects. It's just not okay for them to come from my cousins. Is that the argument now?
No, what I'm saying though is before you get to legalities, you have to make people socially accept this and buy them in on this. You've not once told me how you can market this.
It's socially accepted already. You can marry your cousin anywhere.
No, hold on. No, what I'm saying is, what would you do as a marketing strategy to get people buying onto banging their uncle's daughter?
We give every marriage $2,000 per child, tax deduction. We allow we pay for the marriages and allow them to be very easy, very accommodating, quick. And in the divorce, we give some protections to the men so they don't feel like they are taking too much of a toll. And that's it. We're gonna increase.
So you're gonna throw money at this. So you're gonna throw money at this. People are gonna buy into dating inbred people for money.
Yes, we want more children, and it's really healthy actually socially for these cousin marriages to happen because the familial relationships are so tight and they're so long and they're so deep. That they go on for generations, and these are actually really great societal, communities. You see these communities that are really tight, and these kind of traditional communities. They really bring up the spirit of the, neighborhoods. To be honest with you, it's always clean. They're always doing a certain routine. It gets you away from these druggies and these. Loitering habits that other
I don't know how genes do that. Community. Yeah, and you could probably talk about culturally, but genetically, I don't think.
When you're marrying your cousin and you keep it in the community and you keep a tight knit community and you keep growing that community, you can say that you have built that community completely and structured the whole society And that's all been supported by these cousin marriages, these familial tight relationships.
Okay, so all right, you didn't offer a question. Well, I got a question. In Iraq, the age of consent is 9 for sex. In your religion, mind you, in Islam, should we have 9-year-old inbreds on the dating market produced for the dating market to swipe right on dating sites so we can cream pie them as fleshlights?
So why did you just obfuscate the whole debate? You just
How's that
been arguing the whole
debate?
time.
These are
You're asking me
cousins,
about 9-year-olds being cream
cousins.
pied? What the fuck are you talking about?
In Iraq, I'll answer that. I'll ask this again. In Iraq, the age of consent is 9 in your religion. These are your standards. Should we have 9-year-old inbred cousins on the dating market produced for the dating market to swipe right on so that way men can cream pie these fleshlights that you would call fleshlights?
Okay, if we look up Iraq, even if it was allowed that 9%,
It
9
is.
years old was
9 years old,
even
yes.
if it was, we will see that it's an extreme minority. It's not the majority. It's not something that's
Not much of a minority. I can prove that.
What it is, it's a guideline that, hey, unless, and by the way, hey, I'm not saying that Iraq
Is this
represents Islam
guideline
in any way.
socially accepted?
Can I finish the argument?
Go ahead.
They're not representatives of Islam in any way, but if they are to make the guideline at 9, I would assume not every human being in that society is doing that. And now I'm not arguing that this is the case, that it makes it okay. But
hold on.
I'm just saying it's probably an extreme outlier. It's not a major issue in the city. Maybe less than 100 marriages, I bet you would see a year in Iraq with 9-year-olds, and that's the actual statistics in Iran, for example. It's very similar. Iran allows 9-year-olds.
Just prove that right
and
now.
it's negligible.
Holy
It's an
monologue,
outlier.
bro.
It's not even a problem. I would argue abortion is a much bigger issue, where in America,
Okay.
1 million children are aborted and murdered.
No, that's obfuscating. That's obfuscating.
No, that's not
Now you're
obfuscating.
Can we
I'm
get
just
back to
saying, if you want to talk about
get back to the
percentages.
9-year-old cousins. Can we get back to the 9-year-old cousins? Because
What does this have to do with our debate about the cousins?
The debate is about familial relationships. What are you talking about? And you're saying, what is it?
Why are you bringing up 9-year-olds into the equation?
So here's the thing, though. In Iraq, you're saying it's a minority when really overwhelmingly the general majority passed this law. It's accepted by a majority, and it's okay, and it's socially accepted by a
in America,
majority.
Martae, in America in 2018, New Hampshire, you could marry a 13 and a 12-year-old. Is that okay? Is that something?
Can you at least answer the hypothetical, Manar? Like the chatter.
What I'm saying
You're
is,
not going to answer the hypothetical.
What I'm saying, did you see it was a big issue in the community? Everyone marrying 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds. It's a non sequitur. Just because the state allows it.
Can we at least deal with this hypothetical?
I'm answering you as clear as possible.
You're going to New Hampshire. Let's talk about your religion in Iraq.
Does not mean everyone is using it, and I don't know what this argument has to do with the whole debate. It shows cases that you're scared.
I'm not saying everybody uses it. That's not what I said.
You failed to represent the genetical mutation is risks are actually sufficient enough to stop cousin marriage, and so now you're obfuscating to just attacking Islam in general. And it's so weak because you never made a Christian argument. So why would you even attack Islam?
No, this is our belief system. This is a fact.
None of your arguments were Christian based, though. Why are you acting like you're a Christian?
It doesn't have to be. Can you at least contend with my hypothetical?
Yeah, well, that's a little bit convenient, right? For you don't have to argue out of Christianity.
You're running.
You can argue out of, I don't know, some fucking modernity ethics. I don't know what are you arguing out of? Statistics.
Manar, right now in Iraq, the age of consent is 9 years old.
Do you really believe this? Do you really believe cousin marriage is immoral? You really believe this?
Never. You're making arguments I'm not making. Can you at least contend with the hypothetical? In Iraq,
this is such a joke, man. Yeah, keep bringing me the 9-year-old.
Please answer the fucking
question.
Bring
up the 9-year-old.
Fucking idiot. So the age of consent is 9 years old. This is your religion. Are you going to deny this?
Iraq is not a representative of all of Islam.
9-year-old inbred cousins. Do you think it's okay to cream pie them? Do you think that's okay?
So it's so convenient. He doesn't have to use any Christian arguments, so I can't attack his Christian ethics, but he can come here and attack Islam.
But I'm just not making a Christian argument.
Who the fuck brings cream pie and a 9-year-old in the same sentence?
Oh, that's what you guys do in Iraq. That's what you guys are doing.
A sick fucko.
I didn't say you couldn't attack my Christian ethical system. Nobody ever said that. Only you're saying that. Can you at least contend with the hypothetical? You're in Iraq. It's socially accepted. As a matter of fact, it's passed overwhelmingly. Everybody, and like, let's say only 3 people practice this.
Is Iraq a representative of Islam? It's a war-torn country. What the fuck are you talking about?
Socially accepted in your culture by the overwhelming majority in that country. We're talking about 9-year-old cousins. Is that okay?
I mean, if there's a necessity behind it, if it's like saving their lives, and they're ready, and they have went through the testing that they need.
So if a 9-year-old went to testing, and necessity, you can cream pie a 9-year-old.
If they refuse it, then you can't do anything with them. They can't actually. You're not allowed to do anything. Now, if there's a necessity, I don't know what the life.
So 9-year-olds.
Maybe the life in Iraq is like the life in Gaza. The life expectancy is 25 or 30. People are dying.
So a 9-year-old can consent,
right? Just to make sure we're staying on prompt, guys.
Thank you for showcasing that he obfuscated.
Not children marriages. It's about.
Thank you for reminding. Thank you for reminding him.
Cousins, though.
Thank you for reminding him.
Yeah, 9-year-old cousins. Do we?
I mean, why are you scared?
8-year-old.
No. But you're IFBB pro, man. You're so strong. You're a police officer. Why are you scared? Why are you scared to debate me? Why you got to bring up kids?
How am I scared to debate you when I'm literally on a panel?
Don't debate me on the facts. Present your facts. Why genetic mutations are so dangerous that I should be legally not allowed to marry a woman with a Down syndrome. Present your argument.
Okay, so you brought up New Hampshire. Let's go there since we don't want to go to Iraq right now. So you said in New Hampshire, it's okay to bang your 13-year-old cousin.
He's just gonna.
Do you think that that's okay?
What is happening right now?
Family.
Why are you qualifying it with a 13-year-old?
Because you just basically admitted that as long as she consents to it, it's fine in Iraq. But let's go back to the United States. We can do that if you're uncomfortable.
Well, what I said was, if there's a necessity, and you're showcasing that the person is ready and they're accepting it,
which means the 9-year-old
how can you claim it's immoral? How can you make a claim it's immoral? Is it immoral? Can you make a claim it's immoral? Go ahead.
It is immoral, yeah.
Why?
The reason why is because a lot of damage can happen if she's like 7, 9 years old, especially Muhammad. I mean, here's the thing.
Even assume that she's ready at 9. That's what they assume. That's why they made it 9.
Wait, no, you just said as long as she's ready.
Guys,
why did they make it 9 then?
1 second, both of you. 1 second. We keep going back to like child marriage.
I'm not the one that brought it up.
I know. The debate.
I'm going to defend myself.
Cousin marriage should be legal and socially accepted, right? Not child marriage.
Okay, all right. Speak easy. I'll make this easy. If society says that close family relationships are normal, how do you stop secret abuse, especially with kids, from being hidden as just family love? Wouldn't your view make it easier for bad things to stay hidden?
What?
It's what? Family love. It's just my uncle.
Oh, you're talking about incestuous relationships, or
that's what first cousin marriage is? It's incestuous, yes.
Well, you might have a point according to your modern appeal to morality. Yeah, according to your statistics, maybe there's a risk of an increased incestuous, whatever it is. Well, presented.
That's not what I asked you.
But in biblical ethics and in Islamic ethics and Leviticus law, it's clear as day. There's no forbidding this. There's nothing that showcases that Christian ethics would disagree with this.
What did I ask
you? Actually, there's a showcasing that this incestuous relationships have stopped because of Adam and the time of Adam, but it doesn't showcase that these cousin marriages have stopped since Prophet Muhammad, one of the final prophets, continued to do this. Therefore, this argument of cousin marriage is incestuous, it's not grounded in Christian or Islamic ethics. Maybe it's grounded in modern appeal to morality, but I don't know why would we even argue that. Remember, you're a Christian, remember?
Can you answer the question that can you
I just answered it.
No, you didn't answer the question. I'll ask it again. If society says that close family relationships are normal, how do you stop secret abuse, especially with kids, from being hidden as just family love? Wouldn't your view make it easier for bad things to stay hidden? That didn't answer that question. Answer the
What
fucking
the
question,
fuck?
please.
So because close family is a strong relationship and it's an important thing to build and it builds a strong society, you're saying some outliers could be that some children are having familial love and you're acting like I advocate for it and I'm supporting hiding it. What is this? How many
Not
straw
what I
men
said.
in one? What are you saying?
Manar, I'm thinking
Did I advocate for these familial hidden relationships between brothers and sisters?
No,
Like,
my question is about harm principle and abuse.
aren't you the one?
question.
Isn't modernity the one that appeals to having a girlfriend and a boyfriend? Isn't that a disgusting depiction of a hidden relationship between strangers?
You're still not
How is
answering
that
my
not
question,
worse?
Manar. Can you answer my
You're
question?
appealing.
Please?
But you appeal to modern morality. Modern morality allows you to have a boyfriend and a girlfriend. How is that not disgusting as an adulterous habit?
How does that? How does that answer my question, Manar?
Keep appealing to modernity. Keep appealing.
Keep appealing. No, this isn't to modernity. This could be in 1500 BC or any other time. Can you answer my fucking question?
I do not advocate for children to be with each other's sisters or hide these disgusting acts of masturbation or whatever you're arguing.
Is so low. So let me paint an easier picture for you real quick. Let's say that there's an uncle that's sleeping with his niece. Let's say that that's happening. How do you prevent the hidden dangers of people saying that there's abuse happening? Like, let's say there's abuse. How do you prevent that from just happening? Because we have the trope about the creepy uncle touching me as a kid. How do you prevent this if family members can now bang each other?
Well, let me go into Leviticus law and see if
you're not going to answer the question.
Permissible. Well, I need to go and see Leviticus law. What are you appealing to? Are you appealing to Leviticus law? Because maybe in Leviticus law, the cousin is not allowed to marry the nephew.
My question is against harm and abuse towards minors and family. How do you prevent this? Can you answer the question?
How can I prevent the disgusting uncle from...
well, he's not disgusting because you could be an uncle and you're arguing for banging your niece, which is your cousin. Which could be your cousin.
And by the way, in Leviticus law, it's forbidden for the uncle to be with his niece. And in Islamic law.
Okay. Well, let's say a cousin is older, and there's a younger cousin. How do you prevent abuse from happening that's hidden under the guise of it's just love from family and it's hidden abuse? How do you prevent this?
So how do I prevent this?
Wouldn't your
schizophrenic? Are you having a schizophrenic episode? Are you having a schizophrenic, Martae? Where is this familial love happening? What are you talking about? What am I trying to stop right now? Martae, what am I trying to stop right now? I don't understand.
I'll ask you another question.
Okay. Ask me again, but make the point on why you're asking me this.
Wait, I think I can bridge a gap here. What's happening? Because Martae's asking about a niece and an uncle, but I think Manar is saying I don't advocate.
And that's fine. Let's say if it's an older cousin and a younger cousin, how do you prevent abuse from that situation from happening? Under the guise it's just family love.
Well, in Islam and in Christian ethics, we don't allow adultery. We want them to be married to one another. We don't advocate for them to be adulterous.
No.
Do you understand what I'm arguing?
I'm not making an argument against adultery or for adultery. I'm saying these two people want to get married. How do you prevent abuse from happening? In the family, how do you stop secret abuse, especially with people that are just turning 18? Like you're just of age. How do you prevent abuse from like an older cousin?
The same way we've always prevented abuses.
Family love, that's all it is.
The same way we've always prevented abuses with familial checkups, keeping a close ties with the family and having a strong relationship with them. Advocating for the family to stay close to them, including her mother, her grandmother, her aunt.
All right, that's the closest answer. Keep an eye. You know what? I'll even accept that. So, Manar, nature pushes people to mix genes with outsiders for stronger, healthier kids. Why go against that by promoting close family inbreeding that weakens gene pools over time?
You argue that it weakens it, and only your evidence that you have is the risk of first cousin marriages.
But without if we were to allow the most egregious effects of genetic diseases, they're only attributable to 7% of these cousin marriages. They are negligent almost, and I'm telling you, to the maximum, almost negligent. And the 7%, you're able to reduce them further with extra research. So, did I not answer your question correctly?
So, if you are breeding outside of your family, do you think that would make mostly stronger genes or weaker genes outside of your family?
Not necessarily. You don't know if he's a carrier of a certain gene. The only reason for
let's say we don't
cousin
know.
marriage.
What do you think at the top of your head? Do you believe that there's a higher indication of stronger genes outside of your family, or keeping it within your family making stronger genes? Which one is going to promote stronger genes?
According to modern data and science, it shows that anything past first cousin, second, third, fourth cousin, negligible. The risk of it associated with the genetic mutation is negligible. So second, third, and fourth cousin marriages, totally as normal as strangers marrying.
Negligible to you?
First cousin, there could be an increased risk because they're a little bit closer to each other. And so if they are carrying these genes, there could be a higher risk.
Okay, let's say it's negligible and it's just 2%. Do you think that multiplies over time, keeping it in the family?
No,
Let's
not
say
necessarily.
we never go outside the family.
No, not
Does that double and triple over time?
Well, like, is that a bad thing? Like, is it bad that everyone has the same facial structure as the grandfather, as me? Like, is that a bad thing? I'm mugging shit out of you right now. I mean, is that a bad trait for my?
Does this multiply?
I hope my lineage has my jawline for the rest of history.
You're still not answering. You're like a question avoiding machine right now. Can you answer my fucking question? So, if you keep it in the family, does this multiply it over time?
If I keep it in the family,
does this increase or subtract over time?
I don't know. I don't have any idea.
It increases over time. Matter of fact, there's multipliers that happen when you keep it in the family, meaning that if you go outside of the family, you decrease this and you eliminate recessive genes that go outside the family. Because like I said in my opening statement, if you have a bad gene and then you meet somebody without a bad gene, you decrease the risk of this. But the increase of somebody with the same bad gene, like the CFT gene that we came up with, it increases over the time, and the chances of this happening for you to not outbreed this bad gene increase as well too. That's
but if the argument is about risk, even when you're marrying strangers, there's a risk for your genetic offspring to have a genetic mutation.
Is the risk mitigated when you go outside your family, or increased?
It's not mitigated at all. It's never mitigated. You can never mitigate the risk.
Wait, hold on. Did I hear that correctly? It's not mitigated when you go outside your gene pool?
You don't. I mean, not second, third, and fourth cousins. You don't actually have any.
You
risk
notice how you're moving further outside of your family and proving my whole point? You're going further outside.
I thought your whole argument is against cousin marriage. I didn't know it was only against first cousin marriage. You see how you don't have an argument except against first cousin marriage?
I do have an argument.
You see how you actually have no marriage. Well, I didn't step out. I'm appealing to third and fourth and second cousin marriages. I mean, maybe you have a point when it comes to the first cousin marriages.
Well, you know what you have to do when you build the first to second and third kid. You're going further from your gene pool to do this. You're literally proving my whole argument correct. The closer.
No, your argument is cousin marriage is incestuous. That's your argument.
The more further you get outside your gene pool, the healthier family gets. The closer you get into this, you're actually increasing risk. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, because all these risks associated with consanguineous pregnancies or marriages are mitigatable with the correct screening, genetic screening, and genetic counseling.
Do you think there's an increase? Mitigatable. Is there an increased need for screening the further you go outside your family, or a more of an increased screening with the more you keep it in your family? The closer gene pool you have.
The national average is not 0. The national average is like 3%.
No, that's actually with incestuous relationships is 3%, and actually below that when you go outside your family. That's incorrect.
It's 2 to 4%. It's literally 2 to 4%. Look at the national average, and then the incestuous relationship go to 4, 6, or 7.
Let me pull up this data because obviously you have to see it to believe it. This is insane. It's 4% when you keep it in the family, but it decreases below that.
It's negligent. It's only in first cousin marriage. Second and third and fourth cousin marriage is negligible.
Oh,
his whole argument is against
first cousin marriage.
His whole argument is against
bad,
first
right?
cousin marriage.
So first cousin marrige, higher risk, right?
It's not about that. I'm just saying if your argument is about
higher
the
risk in
genetic
first cousin marriage, right?
If your argument is the genetic mutations associated and risks associated with cousin marriage, that's only associated with first cousin marriage, the numbers that you're talking about. They're not talking to second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth cousin marriages. So are those immoral? Are those legal and acceptable? Do you concede that at least? Do you concede second cousin marriage is acceptable?
Remember how
the risk is negligent?
Question about how we get to legality.
Oh, so can you concede? Would you concede that? Would you concede that so we can move on? Would you concede?
Second cousin marriage is acceptable. Got to that. So in order for you to have something legally passed, it has to be socially accepted for the most part, and it has to be
I thought you just agreed with me.
So people can buy on.
You agreed with me. It's all first cousin marriage.
Also, you never answered my question about how people can buy onto this. All you did was say throw money at this, and you'll fix it.
No, I didn't say throw money. I say technological advancements in medicine.
You're gonna look like a twig, bro. Like you need to eat more
look, listen to my argument. In general, in all of human history, all of humanity was dying early. We're getting diseases very early. And technological advancement helped a lot. All of medicine benefited, all of it together, with the inclusion of cousin marriages and non-cousin marriages, stranger marriages as well. So yes, I am appealing sometimes to the technological advancements and how they can actually support the human race. What's wrong with that? Yes, cousin marriage is negligible. According to the medical technological advancement that we have, it's negligible, second, third, and fourth cousin, and it's only risk associated. The highest is in the first cousin marriage, and those are also negligible if you do the proper procedures of mitigation, which is genetic counseling and screening.
So remember when I asked this, because this is,
and then you go, and as a first cousin marriage, your offspring, their risk of them becoming genetically mutated with sickle cell anemia goes back to the national average the moment you do genetic counseling and screening. So what's wrong with me
that
saying...
doesn't even make any sense, and I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense. The fact that you need screening for something and extra precautions from something we can avoid by keeping it out of the family just tells you everything you need to do. Matter of fact, tell you what, if I tell people abstinence is good and you'll never have to get tested, never have to get screening if you don't F around and find out, but then what your argument is making is saying, hey, as long as we sleep around, as long as we're getting testing, it's fine. That's literally your argument right now, saying, you know what, as long as we get tested, it's fine, but the increase happens. You've never debunked this. You never said it doesn't increase in the family. What you've said is it's negligible. Negligible can mean anything, and that doesn't tell anybody or the audience anything about what you're talking about. Because what happens, and let me get the facts straight. Let me get 10 more seconds real quick. Because if you're sleeping with cousins, the chances go up. Let's say it is negligible, like I said in my opening statement, 2 to 3%. Well, guess what? It's 6%. Then it's 15%. Then it's 20%, and it goes up.
Now that my opponent conceded, that the only problem he can see with genetic mutations is first cousin marriage, and I got him to this point.
No.
Now I'm going to also argue why first cousin marriage is actually still more. Yeah, you concede. You're right. Your whole argument is first cousin marriage right now. It's nothing else.
No.
You're not arguing against
if you go to second cousin marriage, it actually goes up. You still have multipliers that happen. You're not weeding out recessive genes.
Yeah, but it's negligible.
Second cousin.
But it's negligible. It's equal to the national average. It's not even higher than the national average.
Remember
it's
when I asked you if it goes up or down? You couldn't answer that, and you couldn't contend with the question. It actually goes down the further you go outside of your gene pool. You're having stronger genes. And then I asked you this: does it weaken or get stronger? You still couldn't even answer this. Actually, let me give you the answer. Your gene pool gets stronger when you start introducing new, fresh genes into the gene pool, and you start weeding out old recessive genes that no longer are functional. That's how you clean this out. You know the recycle bin on your computer, you hit refresh. The only way you can refresh this is to have
where in the Bible is this verse? Where in the Bible is this verse that you brought it up? Have you appealed to the Bible once, this argument? This
I don't have to.
It's been an hour and a half I've been debating you. I've been debating you for an hour and a half. Did you appeal to a singular Christian ethical argument?
I don't have to destroy your dumbass argument.
So don't act like you're a Christian Christian ethics person, or you're a Christian that debates
By using logic,
you're a
by
crusader.
appealing to the logo.
You are a progressive. You're a liberal. Look at you. All your arguments are how first cousin marriage creates genetic mutations that are noticeable. Even though you recognize the technological advancements, I guess your argument
Can you
is,
tell me how that's literal argument?
without these technological advancements, the human race would be destroyed because all these cousin marriages. That's all you have. You have nothing. And
Wait,
sure, I mean,
you just made a claim.
without these technological advancements, sure, we would be 30 years old.
So Manar, you just made a claim.
Lifespan, I guess.
Do conservatives appeal to science and nature and reality?
But that's not their whole argument. Their argument does not disagree with the Bible. They don't disagree with the Bible and then act like they're Christians. They don't go and say that the prophets of God are immoral, and then they say they're Christians. They don't do that.
Back this shit up real quick that you just fucking said. Do conservatives appeal to science, nature, and reality as well too?
So what's wrong? Yeah, you can a little bit. You cannot make your
argument.
whole argument
Crazy,
about
bro.
modern appeal to an appeal to modernity. Your whole argument is an appeal to modernity. It's not a Christian argument. So I'm correct. The Christian Bible. You did not ever argue against me that the Christian Bible allows cousin marriage. You just start to belittle your own Bible, which is fucking hilarious. Trying to argue that by omission, you basically forcing that your Bible would actually, I guess what, lie to us? It wouldn't actually tell us what's forbidden. You know better than the Bible? Okay. So you're here humiliating the Bible, humiliating the prophets of your actual religion.
You did. I never brought up I never brought up the biblical argument. That was you initially that did that.
Okay, but you disagreed with my Leviticus argument that Leviticus does not actually not forbid cousin marriage.
Because
you disagreed with me.
You said omitting it means allowance, which is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, you disagree with me. It's crazy. I present you evidences from your own Bible.
My best friend, you literally just went to some asinine statement, which is crazy.
And then finally, his best argument, guys, is that first cousin. He agrees in the end. Second and third and fourth cousin are negligible. You don't even see the differences between the national average.
Never said you don't see the differences. No.
I only have a subjective problem with first cousin marriage because I believe that first cousin marriage has a small extra chance. Well, yeah, 40-year-old women that have children have a higher chance. Should we stop them from having children? Should we? I'm asking you. Can you answer yes or no? They have a higher risk. It's attributable. No, you're not. He's not going to answer. So I've been answering his questions for an hour.
Equivalent.
I've been answering his questions for an hour. Look how small this guy is. He won't even answer a single one of my questions. That's crazy. I'm going to ask you again. I hope you answer immediately. I've been answering your questions for an hour. It's your turn. Give me 2 minutes.
There's five questions you still haven't answered. What are you talking about?
I've been answering. You get a whole hour. I've been answering your questions. Whole hour. You've been grabbing this debate. You can't even answer one question.
No, you haven't answered those questions. Can you tell me how people in society can buy onto this and you can commercialize?
I've been answering your questions for an hour. I've been answering your questions for an hour. Why can't you answer my question?
I can give you 5 other questions you didn't answer.
Can you answer my question though?
So only you want answers from me, but I can get answers from you. That's
I've
crazy.
I've been answering your question for an hour.
Let's get back to the prompt right now.
Yeah, let's try this then. Since you're both saying no one's answering the question, Martae, ask the question. Manar, directly answer the question, then ask yours, and then Martae directly answer that.
So in this society, because in order to pass a law, you have to make society accept this and vote for this and make mandates for this to socially accept this. Let's say that we have an app to where it's like Inbreeding Plus. That's literally what it is and what you're arguing for tonight. How are you going to market this besides throwing money at it? Because money was thrown at every community and it was a failure. EBT was a failure. It doesn't help people out. Indians were given, I would say, reparations where the country where Speakeasy lives, and that didn't help them out. They still stay destitute. Throwing money at problems doesn't help. How are you going to market this to people and make it appealing for them?
Yeah, it's already appealing. It's extremely appealing for people to know that they're gonna have close familiar relationships, that the community, that this government is going to disattach with them and allow them to govern themselves in their own patch of land and start building a familial community and start building a legacy and something to look up to for the future for your offspring. Yeah, it would be amazing if we would sell it as, let's start having Amish-like groups and communities where we can go and be self-sufficient on our own lands and our own communities, where the government does not associate with us in any way. A lot of people would love this. A lot of religious people would love this, especially the conservatives would jump on the idea of owning a farm and building a community of 11 farms next to each other, and all of them are close families, and all of them are tight-knit to one another. My question to you is, if it's
tactic, by the way.
why is it illegal for 40-year-olds to marry, and how does that not showcase that? How is that not showcasing that your argument is a failure? That the government actually allows these high-risk marriages and children reproducing. They make them legal, even though there's a high risk associated with these genetic offsprings. They still allow them to happen. And how does your argument, if we were to believe it and to follow it, does not lead us to genetic superiority and supremacy, where only the best genomes are allowed to exist and the rest are not allowed out? They're just funneled out of existence.
So you're going to ask two questions and ask me to contend with both.
Answer the second one.
Well, no, why both of them? Because I'm that generous and I can answer questions unlike you.
Let's see.
So the first thing you said, how is it not illegal? How is it not legal for 40-year-olds to get married? Not once did I say that. Nowhere else is it illegal for 40-year-olds to get married. That's
but they have the same genetic risk.
That's a bullshit question. Nobody says it's illegal, by the way.
Yeah, but their offspring have the same genetic risk of mutation as cousin marriage.
Okay, Kate, do I interrupt you when you're answering questions? Can I just?
You're not consistent. I'm showcasing you're not consistent.
Oh, this is asinine. But anyways, I'll answer your question. So when you talk about this, we've already proven that the gene pool gets stronger the further you get out of your families and recessive genes, and you're close in the gene pool. Right there, that debunks everything you were saying, and you have yet to debunk that or prove me wrong. This whole debate, that's an L for you, bro. Sucks to be you.
Okay, all right, so
you got me.
That would be the end of the hour of open floor, but I always like to ask when I feel like there may be a little bit of iron left to sharpen, just keeping in mind that we still have the 30-minute Q&A after. If you would both like another 30 minutes of open floor.
Would you give me 30 minutes? Would you give me 30 minutes?
I really have an argument this whole debate. That's
know your argument. I need to know your argument about these older women getting married. Why is that acceptable when they have the same risk factors and are almost equal in their risk factors with cousin marriages? That's totally cool for you. But only first cousin marriage is extremely detrimental and should be illegal. Your whole argument right now is it's not socially acceptable. That's it. That's all you're appealing to. This is not a debate tactic for you to appeal to social acceptability. You're just embarrassing yourself. So I'm giving you a chance to save yourself.
So you guys both want another 30 minutes, I guess?
Yeah, at least 10 minutes.
He's not at least
10 minutes.
Let's do it.
Speaking, you know how you just asked a question and then just went to filibuster? That's
Give me
crazy,
10 minutes
right?
at least.
Speaking, so Manar, can you ask a question and just leave it at that instead of filibustering after that?
Listen to me. According to you, your biggest argument is one: socially, it's very hard to make acceptable for cousins to be married, and you have to make some sort of social acceptance kind of a.
People aren't going to buy into an inbreeding dating app. That's
reprogramming. Yeah.
You haven't explained.
They don't like cousin.com. Yeah. Nobody will show up. Nobody will sign up to cousin.com. I disagree.
I'm pretty sure you might have a scarce.
I disagree.
And when you did bring up the Amish,
isn't
I
stepsister
and the small digits that happen in their communities? That's the recessive gene. That's one of the biggest problems that the Amish community has. So you're actually bringing up communities that have issues in genetic recessive genes that we should weed out.
Look,
the Amish community is actually complicit with this. So when it comes to recessive genes, you just pinpointed one of the communities in my opening statement that has a deficiency that needs to be weeded out, but because they don't go outside of the community, they can't weed out this recessive gene. You've never provided the solution for this at all throughout this whole debate, bro.
Because I don't ground my morality based on who can provide the recessive gene and who doesn't. That's what you are doing. You are grounding your morality based on the statistical data and the effects of them onto the society.
Never
Well,
brought up
you're saying
morality.
it's wrong. You're saying it's wrong. This is the whole debate. Is you're saying it's wrong. That's morals.
I'm
You're
saying
telling
that
us
that's
what
what is. I'm making.
I'm
an
not
is claim.
grounding.
That's what is
I'm not
happening right
grounding.
now.
Okay, I'm not grounding my morality based on these genetic mutations. You are the one grounding this whole
we have
debate based
Amish
on these
community
genetic
people
mutations.
that are basically developing flippers right now because they don't go outside of this community.
I ground my morality in Leviticus law. Leviticus law allows me to be married to my some sort of disorders. I'm telling you a lot of things because that's your argument. You're the one appealing to the genetic mutation. I'm saying that's cool. A lot of things can lead to genetic mutations. That's not a reason to stop it from happening. You can still marry a 40-year-old. All of us heard that. You can still marry a 40-year-old and still produce some genetic defects. And I would still make it moral for you and acceptable because the genetic mutations are not my grounding of ethics. My grounding of ethics is Leviticus law. Your grounding of ethics is that mutation. So when that mutation is occurring all throughout your society in different aspects, 40-year-old women, Down syndrome couples, couples with lumps like we agreed and disagreed. How do you reconcile that these couples are producing these genetic defects in your community? And would your argument lead us to getting rid of these people from the community? That's my question. Because you're the one grounding your ethics and your legality to that genetic compass.
Okay, I'll answer this right now, but I need no interruptions. Can you promise me you're not going to interrupt because I haven't interrupted you this last time? Okay, now listen. This is how you do this. You go further outside of your family. You're going to decrease and mitigate this. You've already conceded that you can mitigate this when you go further outside of your family. So when you're talking about is cousins, you actually don't mitigate this. You actually increase the chances of this happening. We both actually agree on this. You actually took an L on this. So when you bring up Leviticus law and all that should happen before Mosaic law. Mind you, that's what happened. If we're going to talk about the Bible, let's really talk about it. And then not to mention this, you said
Martae, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. But did you switch your mic?
Can you hear me now, or is it louder?
I hear you, but it sounds like you're far away again a little bit.
Okay, how's that sound?
Much better. There you go. Much better.
You actually talked about Leviticus law, Levitical law. It's not Leviticus law. So when you talked about this, you said that when you omit things, it means that it's okay. Is that correct? I just want to go over that one more time.
Oh my God. What does that have to do with me asking you a question that you didn't answer? Did you answer my question? I asked for 10 minutes so you can answer my question.
If you're going, no, this doesn't answer your
question. I'm going to ask you the question one more time. Martae, I'm going to ask you the question one last time. You are grounding your ethics and your whole legal debate based on the genetic mutations and the risks associated with certain couples.
That's part of it.
And the second part is the social acceptance. That's baloney. I'm worried about this right now. This part of you're grounding your whole debate based on the genetic risks associated with certain couples getting married. If it is true, do you also agree that all couples, because that produce genetic an increase in genetic risks, also should not get married and repopulate the earth? Do you agree in that?
I'm not making an absolute claim.
I'm asking you, do you agree with that? If you believe that the genetic risk associated with certain couples getting married, and you argue that first couple, first cousin, maybe you argue second and third, I don't know anymore. Let's say you argue first cousin marriage makes a genetic risk and it's doubling, it actually doubles the genetic risk of associated with sickle cell anemia. So you proved that. And you're saying that's why I believe, and another argument is social acceptance. You're saying that. I'm saying, okay, let's grant that to you because first cousin marriage increases the possibility and the risk and doubles the risk of sickle cell anemia. We should ban all first cousin marriage. Doesn't it also expand to banning all 40-year-old women marrying because they also have a doubling in genetic sickle cell anemia and genetic mutation risks on their babies? Doesn't it also entail that we should also ban all Down syndrome couples from having children and getting married, according to your own argument, which is a genetic supremacy argument, that they will increase the risk? The risk associated with the offspring has been increased
Therefore, we should not allow them to repopulate. Right? Isn't that Isn't that the implication of your argument?
This is my argument. So I can kind of make a one fits size all argument for our answer for you. I think that when we have people, and we always tell women this too, you don't want to stave off having kids till you're older, because guess what happens? You increase the risk. What I'm doing is I'm making a mitigation argument. How do you mitigate that? Make sure you don't have kids when you're 40. That's how we prevent this. When I make the same argument about family, make sure that you're not banging your cousin to mitigate these risks. So in order to do this, what are we going to do? Have precautions, so that way you don't need testing. You don't need genetic resources. Mind you, when we talk about health costs and premium costs and all this, you avoid all that shit when you actually go outside of your family and have kids with people and marry people outside of your family. You actually mitigate the risk when you say, hey, don't wait till you're 40 and do this. You see how that works? I'm actually making an argument to mitigate risk, not saying that we should ban or stop all this. I'm saying that we should say that, no, it should be outlawed outright. So it sounds like I'm making doublespeak right now, but I'm making a mitigation argument and saying you shouldn't wait till you're 40 to have kids. You shouldn't wait till you're 50 to have kids. You shouldn't say, hey, there's nobody else to bang but my cousin. That's bad. We have movies like The Hills Have Eyes, Wrong Turn. I know these are exaggerated scenarios. You probably have never seen these movies, but they're villages that stuck together. And I'm pretty sure that these were tight-knit communities. But guess what? These recessive genes were so pronounced that this guy had like a lump on his face and all this. There's no way that they could weed this out. But guess what? I have a solution for them. Bang people outside of your family, and then guess what? You start weeding out these recessive genes. I have a solution for 40-year-olds. Don't wait till you're 40 to have kids, and then you reduce the chances of you having risks that happen. There's my solution. There's your answer to the both hypotheses that you brought up.
Manar, you're muted.
No, he sounds great right now. Speak easy. Let him go.
Oh,
let him cook.
My bad.
No, you were cooking.
No, thank you so much.
Cooking, bro. Now you're not cooking anymore, bro.
You're so privileged, Martae. Look at you, because you're handsome and you're strong and you're big and girls want to marry you. You're saying, I say don't wait. You should get married as soon as possible. Not everyone has the capability of marrying as soon as possible. Not everyone is able to marry a virgin. Not everyone is able to marry an 18-year-old spawning out of her mom's basement.
Or 18-year-old.
Everyone is like you. The privilege that you have is unbelievable. This idea that you're prescribing upon us according to modern appeal, an appeal to modernity, which you still haven't answered. What do we do if I have Down syndrome? Can I actually repopulate your community? Am I allowed to in your community? I have Down syndrome. Should I have kids?
How do you prevent spreading the Down syndrome gene to other people?
According to Islam, you still are allowed to have a wife. You're still allowed to marry. As long as you can take care of your children. Can you tell me if your ethical standpoint?
How do you prevent it?
Should I marry as a Down syndrome? If you were owning the world, should I marry? Should I marry a normal girl?
So, do you want Down syndrome to be?
She's a stranger.
You can marry a Down syndrome person if you know that, if you're accepting the risk and saying, you know what, this gene may pop up. There's a higher risk of chance of Down syndrome in my family. I'll do that. But you have to accept those.
I can marry? Really?
You're going.
Why can't I do that with my first cousin? Why can I do that with my first cousin?
You're accepting risk too. That's not being mitigated. You're actually increasing the risk.
So the only argument. Yeah, so your only argument is an argument out of genetic risks, which is an appeal to modern statistics. That's all you have. You have literally nothing else.
This isn't just modern statistics. I think back in the
it's Christian grounded
an era of Australopithecus afarensis, and even in like different eras when we were further, like I would say, even appealing to before times when like we had Lucy, Australopithecus afarensis, we actually foraged and went outside of the continent and journeyed to actually create lineages with other cultures to actually weed out these recessive genes. That's been happening since the dawn of time. We've done this. So if you're talking about this, in order to weed out bad genes, we need to introduce new genes.
Okay, here's the bottom line, guys. I'm going to get into the red pill. If we were to agree with Martae, then all the girls that are asking for 6'4" guys are actually justified. Every one of you short, disgusting-looking atheist progressives, when the girls say, ew, you're not my type, they are justified. They are right. And according to Martae, they are actually correct. This builds the strongest societies, and this is actually the goal that society should maintain. We should only repopulate and recuperate with these people that we deem to be superior, and we want their genetic lineage. We should never do it as an obligation to strengthen our society because the society with bigger numbers are stronger. We should never do it as a duty for us and start early and marry the first person in our family because we are close and we can actually start helping each other and the families getting close to each other. No. Instead, it's best for you go to random strangers. She could have been fucking random people. She could have STDs. She could have whatever she wants, as long as she's not your first cousin. Because I don't like that your first cousin is associated with an increase of genetic risk. Then you are allowed to marry her, and hopefully she's a blondie, nice, thick boobs, big girl, so she can have. Remember, guys, because you're offspring. Other than that, really, we shouldn't marry. That's according to Martae, if we were actually to believe his arguments. I mean, this is ridiculous.
So your argument is saying that there's more diseases outside of family? That's a
part
your
argument if the genetic offspring is not to your liking, then don't marry.
Hold on. You just made this other claim too. You said there's increased diseases when we go outside of family. There's no diseases that exist in family that we can produce and circulate within our own selves.
Like you're talking about STDs? No, your family would not be STDs. They would not be in clubs, fucking random people. They wouldn't be appealing to modern familial cultures where I'm allowed to have a boyfriend. Like, honestly, you have never made a Christian argument once. What is your argument?
I don't have to make a Christian argument to destroyers.
If I say the highest genetic offspring chances for you to have the best offspring is to have a boyfriend in high school. What is your fucking argument against having a boyfriend in high school? I'm serious.
Well, what is your argument against? That would be like an ageist argument. That wouldn't be like a familial argument. That's a whole. You're making arguments I'm not making, bro. You realize that, right?
I'm asking you if it was true that according to the statistics of modernity, if a girl has a child with her fucking first high school love, the chances that child being perfect and zero risk of any genetic mutation is 100%. So why now? What is your argument against these girls having random boyfriends in high school? I'm serious. I mean, if you're just gonna appeal to statistics, I'm serious.
So what does dating in high school have to do with dating family?
I'm showing you that your statistics can work against your Christian ethical structure. Your actual statistics can show you that your daughter is better off being fucked by randos instead of being married. That's what the statistics are going to show.
So that's what they can do. Do you think people just go around marrying randos that they don't know?
No, I'm asking you, when the statistics show that, what do you got? You have nothing else. Then you're going to appeal to Christianity?
People don't marry randos. Statistically, people don't marry randos. That doesn't exist in society. People are actually
that's what you're marriage. What are you talking about? You're arguing to marry a stranger better than your first cousin. That's your whole argument.
No, not one time did I say a stranger. Do you think people marry strangers regularly? Do you think that's normal?
Like outside the family, like somebody outside, like somebody you don't know their family, you're brand new to you. You're as far as family as possible. That's the whole argument.
So who marries? So where's this populace in America where people are just marrying strangers that they don't know?
Yeah, but I know he did accept cousin marriage. I remember.
No, I'm not accepting cousin marriage. Where's this populace of people marrying strangers that they don't know? Where does this where's that even culturally accepted?
Why is your divorce rate so high? Because you stopped getting close to your cousins and your people that are close to you, and you're marrying these random people that don't agree with you culturally. They don't align you with you religiously or traditionally. Like, why are you surprised that your divorce rates are higher than it is in the, for example, Islamic republics?
I don't even know what the fuck you just try to make right now. That's nonsensical. Can we get back to this whole prompt right now? Because right now you're just going to like people marrying strangers. I don't want to go on that topic because that doesn't exist in modern culture. You're making arguments. I'm not making.
It's better for you to marry somebody outside of your family as far away from you as possible. That's a stranger. That's somebody you never met before in your life. You just met him recently. You just found out about him recently.
There are dating sites. Do you think those people are going to stay strangers if they meet on the dating site?
That's still a stranger. If you only met their father once or twice, that's a stranger. If you only met his aunt once, that's a stranger to you. You don't know his aunt. You don't know anybody about his family.
Manar, you can be married for a whole year and still not really know the person you're with, but that doesn't mean they're a stranger.
Yeah, and I'm arguing that's why your divorce rates are so high, because you guys stopped marrying your cousins.
So this is the definition of stranger, Manar. The definition of stranger is a person whom one does not know or with whom one is not familiar with. Who marries people?
Yeah, you're not familiar with the family. A lot of people marry, they don't know the family, they barely met the grandfather, they barely met the grandmother once.
Matter of fact, we're off topic and you're getting destroyed off topic. Let's get back to the topic.
Well, I'm saying to you, isn't it better to have somebody that you know their family closely and marry them, and it's
that would make them not a stranger, right? That would make them not a stranger, right?
The prophets have done, rather than marrying some other dude from America, you just showed up in America. Like, I'm serious. Here's my question. Let's say you just came to America. You'll have your cousin next to you.
Make any sense.
But no, I'm serious. But this happens all the time. I just came to America. I only have my cousin here. She's close to me.
Knowing the person.
Should I marry a random white girl? Or should I marry my cousin who's right next to me, close to me, that I grew up with her? What do you think?
You're right now. You're making a false dichotomy, a false dialectic. Like it's only two choices.
Answer my question. Answer my question. What should I do? Should I marry my cousin who I grew up with, and I've learned, and I know her mom, and I know her brothers?
In relation to the prompt,
or should I marry this brand new white girl I met in high school?
In relation to the topic, if we're going to stay on topic, because Speakeasy is going to guide us back to the topic, in order to mitigate risk, I would marry somebody not your cousin.
Yeah, but if your prescription works, it should work with everyone. So if it's not working for me and it's forcing me to go to random people I don't know and I don't trust, and putting me in bad decisions, and we see what happens with these marriages when
you have a bad selection.
You lose all your money.
You know how to vet people. That's what that would mean. That's a different argument.
You divorce your cousin, she's not going to be asking you for all your fucking wealth and trying to fucking destroy your life. She wouldn't be able to. Her aunt would.
So family doesn't ruin your life.
They're not going to try to destroy you. Family, they would actually. They would help.
Hold on, together. Wait, hold on. We have people pop up and say my cousin touched me when I was little. We have people pop up and say my auntie robbed my inheritance. Family never tries to destroy people's lives.
You're making outlier arguments. I'm saying in general,
that's not outlier. This happens often.
Relationship.
You ever hear the saying that blood is thicker than water? That's not necessarily true, right?
What do you mean?
Because what you're saying is that
you would trust your brother more than your.
What you're saying is that family is not destructive. You're saying that it's not going to happen. If you do this, you're going to reduce that from happening. No, I would say that now that doesn't make any sense.
You think it's better to trust some random dude than your brother or your cousin? Wait, you're saying to trust a random white. Let's say you trust a random guy from high school as your best friend. Let's say he's your best friend. It's better to trust him than having a brother. Is that what you're arguing?
No, let's stay on topic because you're against your religion. Homosexuality is banned. So can we give it on topic to marriage?
You see how you only make outliers? Because when I actually present the argument, you agree with it?
I think that if you go to marriage, I'll even answer your question. If you go to America, my argument is that you're going to mitigate risk and it's going to be more socially accepted if you marry somebody that's not your cousin, because you're going to reduce risk. You're not going to have the issue that the Amish people have. You're not going to have what Prince Ferdinand had. And you're never going to have what these families had, these English royalties that ruined their bloodline by having these recessive genes. Matter of fact, their jaws were so corrupted that they couldn't even chew food. Their whole lineage was destroyed because they kept fucking cousins, nieces, and nephews. That's what ends lineages. What you're prescribing is a generational absolutist approach that's going to destroy society and have birth defects out the wazoo. That's what's going to happen. You're actually increasing risk. You've never.
Okay, if that's true, if that's true, you would also agree dangerous and should be not accepted. Would you actually concede that? Can you just concede that right now? If that's true. If the implication of your argument is true, then entailment of your argument is
so
true.
a geriatric pregnancy is when a woman turns 35 and above, the risk go up.
Do you also agree that
the risks go up, right? The older you get, right?
Yeah, listen to me. Listen, Ruelas, Martae,
Yeah,
your whole argument is the genetic increases of these risks. Your whole argument is the genetic increase of this risk, the risk increase of this genetic mutation is worthy enough to stop you and eliminate and make it illegal and socially unacceptable for cousins to marry. That's what your whole argument is. I'm just trying to expand your logic to other situations that also produce high genetical mutation risks.
In order,
why are you refusing to follow along with my question so we can logically? Let's see if your argument logically entails the correct answer.
In order for us to arrive at some sort of semblance of legality, it would have to be accepted by legislation, which means the majority of people would have to push this by law, and they would suggest this. You've never actually sold me on this.
Yeah,
I guarantee the audience has.
If you were right, I'll tell you right now.
You're gonna.
I'll tell you right now. If it's true that you are right, I'll tell you right now. Let me sell it to you. If it's true that you are right, that genetic mutations.
Reading right now.
Yes, if it's true that genetic mutations are increased with first cousin marriages, we need to completely eliminate, because the goal is not for cousin marriages, because we're not racist. The genetic mutations risks for us to be consistent. Then it would follow that we make it completely illegal, because then we would be, according to the Supreme Court, racist, or we would be prejudiced. So to be completely accurate, we would have to remove the legality of all marriages that produce a potential increase in genetic mutations in their offsprings.
Oh.
That is the entailment of your argument that you refuse to answer to.
So what you did is you conflated race with genetic defects. Like, you see what you just did right there? You basically said that people that don't want genetic defects are racist. Did I hear that correctly? So if I don't want flippers in my family, I'm racist?
I said that the government might be argued to seem to be racist if they only outlaw first cousin marriage. So what they would argue, we need to outlaw all genetic all marriages that could produce an increase in genetic mutations. So they would argue, so we don't look like we're racist. We have to do that. Do you follow?
You just made a claim. So it's racist to not bang your cousin. What's your definition of racism? It makes people racist because they don't want to bang their family? What does
Guys,
race
come on, this is crazy.
What does race have to do with this? So they're racist for
I'm saying the government. I'm saying if we cousin. Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. If it's listen to me. If it's true that your argument is accurate, that the reason first cousin marriage is bad because of the genetic mutations, the risk of increased genetic mutations attributable to that offspring of that couple,
increase and multiply. Yes.
For a modern society to accept your argument and to not look like they are racist and picking and choosing a singular group or a singular religion, they're going to outlaw and have to make an argument to outlaw all marriages that could produce an increase in genetic mutations attributable to the couple. So and the couple married.
I don't want flippers in my family. I'm anti-religion or anti-race.
The society, for them to make that legal, like you are arguing, they would have to, so they don't look like they're racist, make anything that makes you increase your mutation.
So
you refuse to deal with my conception here. I mean, this is crazy. I've never seen a dumber debater. I mean, I had to repeat this 5 times for you. This is crazy.
So if there's an inbred family in Tennessee, like the Hills Have Eyes or the Wrong Turn series or something like that, I'm racist because I don't want flippers.
If you would say we're gonna make laws to stop that family, you would be a racist. You would be selectively arguing against that family, and so you don't get these allegations thrown at you. You would have to make a broad legal term, like a broad law that condemns any activity that can produce this negative outcome that you don't want.
Would be against
so you wouldn't say only these people are not allowed to inbreed. You would say the whole society is not allowed to inbreed.
Yes.
You see?
The whole society can inbreed. Yes, I agree.
Exactly. And if it's true that first cousin marriage leads to genetic mutations in the offspring, therefore we should outlaw first cousin marriage, then according to your argument, we should also outlaw any marriage that could lead to the outcome of an increase in genetic mutation.
No.
Or do you disagree?
What I'm saying is I'm making.
Why do you disagree? Why do you disagree? Why do you disagree?
Because I'm making a mitigation argument. The same thing with the 40-year-old that you brought up. In order, I would never ban.
Banning is the best mitigation.
So what I would say is, what'd you say? What's the best?
Banning is the best mitigation. If you want to stop increased genetic mutation risks, ban it.
Yeah, I would ban incest and inbreeding. Yeah.
Why don't you ban older women getting married? It's attributable to the same risk of genetic mutation as first cousin marriage.
I would actually promote them having babies at a younger age, because then you would have to change terms like geriatric pregnancy. You would have to say that that's not a geriatric pregnancy.
I already said that's a privileged argument. I already
lingo in medical terms. Actually, you'd have to actually revamp the medical industry when it came to this.
Okay, that's already that's fine.
That argument that you made. You're making
it's not about
all night, bro.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
To have already, and you're fighting.
That's crazy. Battle, bro. That's crazy because you cannot actually make the actual. For some reason, the first cousin marriage, you're not okay with that. That's totally bad because you're not okay with incest. But it's okay. I would try to support and help and try to get her married early. Well, not every woman can get married early. What's your argument to her now? She shouldn't marry if she's over 40? I'm serious. Can you answer? Should she marry over 40 and have kids?
To say, okay, great. I know that because that's a biological thing. Just like marrying your cousin increases chances. If we know that there's education and we say, hey, what do we do to prevent defects in 40-year-olds? Don't be 40-year-old by the time you have a kid. What do you do to prevent defects in families from banging each other? Like if a brother wants to bang his sister, what would be wrong with that? How further are you willing to take this? Are you now?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying you cannot be consistent unless you're against all of them.
Are you okay?
That's what I'm saying.
His sister.
I'm saying you cannot. If you're arguing that that's the reason they are outlawed. I'm saying it's not okay because of Christian ethics. You're saying it's not okay because appeal to modernity. There's an increase of risk of genetic mutation. That's what the difference between.
Are you okay with a brother banging his sister?
But do you understand the difference? I'm not okay with it because of Christian ethics. I appeal to Christian ethics. You're not. I'm not okay with it because it says you're not allowed to be with your sister in Leviticus law, but that's not what you are arguing. You're arguing you're not okay with sisters marrying each other.
We're just going to take
because they can increase the genetic mutation risks. That's what your argument is.
No, I just want to understand your threshold for banging family members. Like so,
my threshold is the Christian ethical and Islamic threshold. The Islamic threshold doesn't allow you to marry your sister. But you don't have that.
You can bang you can bang your
all you have. Right? Yeah, but you don't have that. All you have is that appeal to modernity, right? That the statistics of sisters and brothers marrying shows an increase of genetic mutations. That's why
your uncle's daughter, right?
So that's why you keep bringing incestuity to this argument because you're appealing to that as the genetic mutation code.
The argument is promoting incest. What are you talking about? Is it okay to bang your uncle's daughter?
I'm asking you, why is it bad? Why is it bad to be with your sister? Why is it bad? Why is it bad? Without appealing to Christian ethics, why? Because the genetic mutation increases. Yeah.
Unless you brought it up, this whole debate. So
even if you never appealed to Christian ethics once. Sorry, excuse me for
genetic defects with.
All right, boys, that is gonna wrap up the back and forth portion of the debate here. Great back and forth. Okay. We're going to enter into the final phase of the debate, the closing statements. Okay, quick reminder to the live chat. We got a Q&A coming up after closing statements, and it's already up, the Q&A in the chat there. So if you got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. And remember, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these will take priority. So if they fill the full 30 minutes, the questions may not get to in the live chat. So if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of those priority options. And with that said, we're going to move into closings. Each debater gets 5 minutes to make their final case. We're going to start with, because we started with Manar, so we want to give Martae the last word. So Manar, you're going to start with closing statements. Manar, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate you so much, Speak Easy, for allowing us this debate, for this challenge to be accepted. And I accepted it as soon as possible because I really wanted to bring forwards my arguments for this. Cousin marriage should be, is, and will always be legal and socially accepted for all of eternity, even in the Star Trek ages. When you go to 30, 55 CC, you're going to treat the orphans exactly how you treat them today, with the respect they deserve. And you're also going to marry your cousin because it's going to build an amazing familial structure, devout and free from the disgusting governance of these progressive, liberal, atheistic governmental structures. Who needs that? How about we get close to each other? We marry in the same family. We get these tight-knit communities out in the suburbs, and we build these self-sufficient farms and communities and societies. There's nothing better than that as a person that is getting older and is ready to have his children. I cannot imagine something better than that, to have a tight-knit family close to one another and everyone around, and everyone knows each other, and it's just going to create an amazing homogeny, in my opinion, and it will really solidify my legacy for the future. At least that's the minimum I could do for my family. Now, moving on, our argument against us, Martae tried to say that we are being bad, we are increasing the detriment to society, we are producing harm to the society, and he produced a modern appeal to statistics to showcase that. He said that, look, when you have a first cousin marriage, and by the way, he conceded the whole second, third, fourth cousin marriage argument completely. He focused on the first cousin marriage, and he kept arguing that the increased risk attributable to these cousins being married should be mitigated and stopped immediately, or the whole society will be completely crumbled and destroyed. My argument is, what's your evidence to that? Where are these societies with these dog-looking like humans that are not able to succeed anymore? Or better yet, the Andrew Wilson argument of these low IQ individuals who cannot even open up a can of soup. What a load of BS. I don't know what movies these people are looking. If you never got educated on something, if you've never seen something before, it's impossible for you to know how it works. You have to actually explore it and learn about it. Of course, if these communities are far away, maybe there's the correlations that they never had this knowledge produced to them. Not that they are married because they were married by their cousin and that's why they're stupid. Maybe they just never had the information presented them accurately, or they had bad teachers. We see this all the time. Just because the student doesn't understand, maybe it's the actual teacher's fault. So it's the way you relay the information, it's the way they follow along with it, and it's the way that they accept it. So there's correlation does not mean causation. Even if there is an association of low IQ, many reputable people in all of history have married their first cousins and have amazing results. So like Darwin, Einstein, everybody, honestly, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So this argument that it's immoral, illegal, or socially unacceptable, it's not grounded in Christian or Islamic ethics. It's not grounded in Leviticus law. It's not found anywhere in the Christian Bible. You can find it in the certain new covenants and certain new canons, but there's no actual depiction of it from the Bible. This is completely created by the Pope's proceedings or some canon proceedings that had nothing to do, completely devoid from divine judgment. And finally, guys, his argument is based on, oh my God, the reason incest is bad is because the genetic mutations associated with him. Well, let me ask him a question. If the technological advancements were able to completely eliminate the genetic deficiencies in these sisters and brothers' offsprings, is it now acceptable to have sister and brother offsprings? I really want to know, because he only appealed to modern appeals of statistics and technological advancements in modernity. What if the modern technological advancements could eliminate any genetical defects associated with sisters marrying their brothers? Is it now moral, legal, and socially accepted to be with your sister? I don't know. According to him, he's going to have to agree to that, because he only appealed to modern appeals of modernity, modern appeals to morality, which were guided by the statistical effects and the statistical outcomes that he studied. That's it. What a failed, what an L. Give me the IFBB trophy. Give it to me. I'm the king. I'm the master.
Thank you for that closing statement, Manar. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Martae for your closing statement. And Martae, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, this was crazy. He said that I had to ground this in some Levitical law or anything like that. Matter of fact, I didn't even have to do that. As I've explained in the debate, I could destroy his whole argument, which I've done, and I can actually explain why I've destroyed his whole argument. When I initially asked him the question of like, how could you have anybody else buy onto this? It doesn't really make any sense. So there are hypothetical cringe fests that we could bring into this whole thing, like the Muslim-led campaign to commercialize cousin loving in America. So just imagine an alternate universe where a group of enterprising Muslims launch Cousin Connect Incorporated, to where it's like, you can now say we're building cultures, which is what he's appealing to as well too, by normalizing first cousins hookups in the US, by keeping it in the family. By the way, keeping it in the family like that extreme is wild, by the way. The goal, acclimate those prudish Americans to the joys of cousin banging, inspired by traditions where it's totally halal and common. They fled TikTok ads, sponsor awkward family reunions, and even lobby for tax breaks on intra-family weddings. But oh boy, the commercialization would go hilariously off the rails. Here's some politically incorrect, cringe-inducing examples, like Uncle's Delight. Sound pretty good? Remember we were having the sales pitch when I told you, hey, how do we sell this? Well, we're going to have Uncle's Delight dating apps where you can bang your uncle. Sound good? How are you going to sell this? You've never once made this appealing at all. Matter of fact, when you did try to make this appealing, all you did was just throw money at it when I offered examples of everywhere else in society, whether or not it's EBT or reparations, where this fails magnificently. But here's the thing, though. So the Uncle's Delight dating app would be bad. Tired of dating apps exclusively of randos? Well, match with your first cousins only. Swipe right on the hottie who's technically your blood relative. It could be your sister. When we did talk about this threshold, you did say no, not the sister. But the premium feature on this dating app would be DNA test integrate to confirm it's just cousins. Because if you're arguing that, well, we need to mitigate risk, well, if you're going to do this, you might as well make sure it's exclusively family by making sure it's just cousins. Oh, that's super cringy. Try to sell that too. Now, here's the thing, though. The tagline, banging your uncle's daughter. Now, that's what we call keeping the gene pool shallow and the vibes halal, according to you. So Americans would freak. There's no way that you could sell this. Like, I married my cousin at 15 in Yemen. Now you can too, infidels. Lowest legal age in some Muslim spots like Sudan is 10 for girls. So why wait? Cringe level family barbecue where everybody side-eyes each other's? Cousin cruise lines, incestuous vacation packages where we have floating family fun where you could float with your incestuous uncle and bang the shit out of him on a cruise ship. Why Americans should bang their cousins like we should? Like, I could just imagine these packets right now being sold. Cousin counseling bingo. How about that? Or a midnight halal hump, you know, where it's like your auntie could bang her nephew, or we could have a halal dance party, a brochure blurb where it says sail away with your aunt's sons, because nothing says romance like sharing 30% of your DNA with somebody that you're going to cream pie. Like, to me, this Americans, book this now for early bird special for Manar Report specials. So that way it's basically like a built-in prenup. That's basically what your whole argument was, like, oh, it's a prenup because we're going to get along together, as if cousins and family don't have fallouts all the damn time. So here's the thing, though. What's the difference between a cousin and a spouse, according to you? In America, about $50K in therapy bills, because that's what you're going to have when you keep it in the family like this, because families break up all the time. Just imagine if you're banging your cousin and you're sharing the mushroom tip with them, the breakups are going to increase substantially. We can even have the family pack edition sold in bright green packaging with Quran versions. So protect your progeny while keeping it kosher or halal. My bad. bad. So maybe your marketing pitch could be like for those steamy nights with your first cousin or your uncle's daughter. It comes with a free, hey, is this haram quiz app? So in Saudi Arabia, there's no legal age, but we're not going to dive into that. So banging your uncle's daughter means holidays are now foreplay sessions. That's what we're going to do. Maybe we could sell your banging your uncle as a foreplay session while she stares my grandma's eyes while you're in bed. Oh, you know what? This is so sexy with my cousin. Hey, you share my sister's lips. How hot does this sound? You getting warmed up now already? Now you're in my bed. Thanks, Cousin Connect, for hooking us up on this Cousin Connect dating app. So it's like the cousin registry at Walmart would be crazy. Intra-family nuptials. I can just see this now. Oh, shit. Hard sell already. So we're saying this. It's like Muslims to America. Time to acclimate. Your Thanksgiving turkey ain't the only thing getting stuffed by relatives. At the table, this is going to be horrendous. So it's like banging your cousin and your uncle together, and then there's like a niece and an auntie sharing. Like, this is just gross. Like, I could just see the Hills Have Eyes happening right now in American Values. You've not once bought this, and this is a horrible argument on your end.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement, Martae. And that concludes the closing statement. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on the Swords of Reason. Like I said, we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social issues, philosophy, internet beefs, literally anything that a conversation worth clashing over, we can put it in the arena, okay? And don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well, all right? Their links are in the description. Show them some support for stepping into the arena, giving you guys entertainment, and sharpening their arguments tonight. And before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each debater myself based on things I've heard or an argument I want clarified or maybe something I think was missed that should have got.
Can I run to the bathroom and you ask Martae?
Yeah, I gotta go pee real quick.
Oh, you both gotta go run to the washroom. Okay, run to the washroom quick, and then I'll ask you
really
guys a
quick.
question. All right, go.
He's got to go bang his cousin real quick, or tell his cousin
Go,
he'll be back
go with
online
the
pretty
weak
soon. But anyways,
bladders
be right
you
back.
guys have. All right.
Yeah, well, I bang. Well, I in my future.
Go empty it.
It's not my cousin, but anyways.
Go,
All right, let's go.
And I'll let everybody in the chat know while we're waiting here. We have a lot of debates coming up, just so you guys know. All right. Couple switches happened, and you're going to see some new debaters coming on in the next couple weeks. Like, for instance, we're going to have on the 27th, it's Cool Vic and First Amender are going to be debating each other. That should be a nice and interesting one. Then we're going to have Counterpoints and Vigilante. That should be a really good one. They're not new to the arena over here, but that just should be a really good one. Then we also got coming up Alec is going to be going up against
And wash my hands. So
which
man,
one?
This guy's cousin should just let him go so he can be online already.
We have Alex going to be coming. He's going to be a new face here as well. Sorry, what'd you say there, Martae?
Oh, his cousin must have freed him up. Okay, he's back. All right.
This guy. All right, so let's get into my questions before we start the chat Q&A here. So for my questions, I'm gonna start on the affirmative side. So so this one's for you, Manar. If cousin marriage is morally permissible within the Abrahamic ethics, and what moral boundary, like if any, should limit other forms of kin marriage, and on what principle is that boundary drawn?
So kin marriage is in close relational marriage, like
yeah.
So yeah, so just like I said earlier, Leviticus law outlines for the Christians exactly who they are to me allowed to be naked with and who they're not allowed to be naked with, and this is in the context of a marital relationship. Obviously, the Christian Bible would never condone adultery. Well, maybe, I don't know. But at least in this context, in the Leviticus law, it was trying to argue on what is exactly the correct aspects on who to marry. And Leviticus law outlines exactly. And Martae keeps making this argument, oh, let the uncle marry the cousin or whatever. Actually, an uncle, and like I said, the uncle is not allowed to be with his nephew. You're not allowed to be with your father's brother. There are actual, I'm appealing to the Leviticus law, Christian ethics, or you are also found, they're found also in Islam. And I can bring you the Quranic scripture, but if you want me to like to tell you exactly what I'm looking for, I was looking at Leviticus law, which told me not to be with my sister. It told me not to be with my brother. It told me not to be with my aunt, but it did not say anything about me marrying my cousin. And then I go and look at Abraham and I see that he allowed this to happen with his children. And then I see Jacob having that same tradition that follows. And then I see that my prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, also an attribution with cousin marriage and allowed it to happen and consummated it. So I cannot disagree with it anymore based on these random appeals to statistical findings. Sure, I mean, the genetical advancements and medical advancements are allowing for an artificial womb to be created. Does that mean I'm ever going to allow my wife to use it? No. So just because the medical advancements and statistics show the safety of something, it's not necessarily an argument for me to use it or I go against it. That's not enough for me. I needed to line up with in this case Christian, but in general Islamic morality.
All right. Did you have anything for that, Martae?
No, I don't really have anything for this because, I mean, I don't know if he really thoroughly answered your question, but he's been doing that all night, so we can continue.
I mean, you're asking me what's my reference that guided me to believe that cousin marriage is good, but not other marriages, right? That was
yeah. You answered.
Leviticus.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll give you the.
That was okay. Anyways, yeah, I'll go ahead.
It's because Martae, I'm appealing to the Bible. You're not. That's the difference, I know you're pissed off, Martae. By the way, tell me if your sister and brother, if medical advancements have technologically advanced so much that the sister and brother genetic defects are removed, why is it immoral to be with your sister again?
Yeah, but in this hypothetical, you're saying that
why is it illegal to be with your sister?
All right,
but your whole argument is the genetic risks. What if there's no genetic risks? Now is it okay to be with your first cousin?
All right, I guess I can't answer questions. Do you actually want to answer, or do you just want to overtalk me?
The medical advancements are removing are making genetic editing and mutations as we speak. We're seeing this happening. Are you going to still be able to appeal to these modern appeals of morality? What are you going to do?
Can I actually answer a question without you interrupting me? Okay. So the reason why you're going to have a problem with this is because socially, nobody's going to accept like a niece banging their uncle at a dinner table. Like, to me, these are football. It's grotesque by most of the world, actually. And to me, you haven't really sold me in this idea.
It's socially acceptable to murder your children. You're so weird.
Because people make the same arguments about things like CRISPR and all these other things. So it's like people having certain genetic advantages. Like, let's say in modernity, we could develop stronger, faster people. Well, you're just talking about supremacy. I'm talking about like arguments like mitigating defects, things like that, which you've already said in the hypothetical. I think that proposing this whole thing would warp society to a degree where it's like socially, I don't see any semblances of where Americans or anybody in most modern culture, except for defunct third world nations where Islam is prevalent and where lowest IQs are prominent as well too, where it's like people actually accept sleeping in bed with their
but you're not answering to the question. Yeah, you're just assuming that. What if they like it? What if the
I'm not
genetical, what if the
assuming this.
technological advancements are so profound that they make better babies?
No,
Now, what do you have to say? Now, what can you argue for?
Modern
Now, you would have to argue for a sister's marriage.
even if modern medicine rectified this, like you'd still have to overcome these social taboos that are grotesque to people. Like there's even movies like I've mentioned, The Hills Have Eyes.
Yeah, but you're
and these other
assuming
things that
there
are
is a social
bizarre
taboo.
exaggerations of what we
You're
talked
just
about.
presuming
If
it.
you eliminated this, you still have stigma that you can't remove from society, because right now it's like hillbillies and all rednecks already have this stigma that's bad. Like there's a reason why these stigmas exist, because even historically it's bad. Even if you eliminated it in modern day and we eliminated all these defects and everything like that, it makes awkward dinner time and it makes people hiding incestuous, forbidden abuse relationships.
One last thing.
Harder to
I'm going to say one last thing. Speak
It's
easy.
just the can of worms that's even bad, even worse.
Speak easy. At least you and the viewers can see the inconsistencies in this argument.
Can you
It's
tell me the
only
inconsistency
bad.
I made in my argument?
It's bad. It's bad because it's
Okay.
it's creating genetic mutations. But after it doesn't create any more genetic mutations, it's also bad because it's socially unacceptable. Even though we've made the socially unacceptable acceptable, for example, aborting your baby. So your argument is actually falling
I'm
on
waiting for the inconsistency, Manar. Where's the
the inconsistency is that you're actually making an argument out of bullshit. You're not actually your argument is
What the
trash.
inconsistency is? Can I ask you where the inconsistency is in my argument?
Yeah, your argument is trash. You're saying that just because that baby
trash,
is
it's not telling me that
because it's not socially
Where's the
accepted to do
inconsistency?
something doesn't mean it's never going to be socially accepted. You're just presuming it. It's
pretty
trash.
consistent.
All right, let's.
I'm still waiting for the
let me
inconsistency.
get to my. Let
So,
me
you,
get to
so,
my
so
next
if it's okay,
question
if
here.
it's good to have a child from your sister, you're arguing the only thing that will stop us from doing that is the social acceptance. Go away.
So you can't.
All right,
and
let-
am I
let's,
supposed to believe you? I'm
let's
supposed to
get
believe
my-
you?
let
As
me-
if social
hold up,
acceptance
hold up,
stopped
Manar,
the drug
Manar,
addicts.
one second,
As if
one
social
second.
acceptance stopped criminals.
All right, all
As
right,
if
all
social
right,
acceptance
all right.
stopped any of these
Manar.
people.
Manar, hold up a second. So let's get to my next question. So my next question for you, Manar, is so like even if we just like even if we were just to concede, like if everyone conceded that cousin marriage is not morally wrong, do you believe that like the state or society in general has any obligation to discourage it in a population where it's repeated and like it shows like an increased genetic risk? Like so
No.
okay, go ahead.
No,
If you
not
have-
at all. Actually, NIH already did a study on this. It's called the consanguineous marriage study. If you go to the NIH right now and write consanguineous marriage, it will give you consanguineous marriage. Just look it up. It will show you the actual study, and it showcases here a study on Middle East, West Asia, North Africa, and multiple countries in there. And what they did was they looked at these groups that were low and high income, that was associated with the high rates of consanguineous marriage, and they wanted to come up with the conclusions on what best to deal with these societies. And look what they say. In both high and low income, this is their conclusion. In both high and low income countries, there is a capacity to provide health education for consanguinity at individual, family, and community levels delivered by primary healthcare personnel with preconception and premarital genetic counseling and diagnosis, rather than discouraging consanguineous marriages in populations with long held such tradition. Ensuring access to preconception and premarital counseling services is the logical way to proceed, and more likely both to receive community acceptance and be successful in maintaining and improving health. Increasing public literacy on consanguinity could be achieved by providing proper education and training to primary health care workers on all health and social issues related to consanguinity. So they're even arguing that it's the negative effects of consanguinity are easily removed or mitigated with just a little bit extra education and introduction of new pre-counseling procedures. They don't actually argue that we have to end this horrendous practice that is destroying our human species, like Mr. Martae is strawmanning. What they're arguing is, if you just introduce a little bit of public literacy programs and just a little bit more information, you will have an amazing reduction in the risk factors associated with that and the genetic mutations. That's all and I don't even have to make up this claim. This was all studied by the NIH.
I'm gonna
Look it up.
respond to this. This is all debunked, actually, and this comes straight from his citation that he makes. The guy's name is Alan H. Biddles. His extensive research on consanguinity, right, including a meta-analysis, suggests that there's and I would say upon closer examination, it highlights genetic potential downsides. And here's the reveal of the critical flaw that effectively debunked Alan H. Biddles' findings, actually paving the way to view cousin marriage as safe, according to him, justifiable personal choice rather than his hazardous taboo. First, Biddles' conclusions heavily rely on data himself he prescribes as exceedingly poor, drawn from incomplete, biased, or outdated studies across global populations. And this is from eurekalert.org. I have this. The study actually debunks everything that he says. Many of the data sets come from regions with high rates of repeated inbreeding over generations, not isolated first cousin unions, which inflates apparent risk and fails to isolate effects of cousin marriage. So this is the problem too. For instance, in communities like British Pakistanis, where cousin marriages are common, elevated rates of conditions like metabolic disorders, which he omits from all this, are tied to poverty, potential prenatal care, cultural barriers, and inbreeding itself. All of this is from PubMed, NIH.org as well too. Also, it reveals that Biddles' numbers are artifacts of broader health disparities rather than inherent dangers. So actually, all of this debunks that, and that's from a separate NCBI.NIH.org site too. So I have 3 citations that debunk all of this. Like, you literally revealed all this weeks before the debate, and I saw you write your opening statement and you copy and paste everything from this faulty researcher, which is crazy.
All right. So my next questions are for your side, Martae.
Yeah.
So like if increased risk of genetic disorders or the lower average IQ is what makes like cousin marriage wrong or unacceptable, should the same reasoning apply to like other high risk reproductive pairings like Down syndrome people or things of this nature?
Yeah, I agree with that too, because here's the thing though, is like, so why do we have testing for like Down syndrome and all this other stuff? Because people just want to say, hey, I don't want that in my family. They'll actually do testing. So he could have like made a different argument. People will sometimes get together and say, hey, I'm with somebody. Is there a genetic risk of this in my family? And they'll do a lot of research, right? So this would be appealing to his side. But the problem with this is that even people that are outside of family do this already. So that's already ingrained in the system. They want to prevent this. So that's why people do early pregnancy screenings, all this other stuff. And we tell people in modernity, like, or even in old times, we even knew that the older you get, the riskier pregnancies are. If you're with somebody that's Down syndrome, like let's say that somebody wants to impregnate somebody or be married and then have a baby with somebody that's Down syndrome. You already obviously know that there's a chance of Down syndrome that's going to be more highly likely if you're with somebody that doesn't have that trait in their family or is Down syndrome themselves. So my thing is like mitigation. My whole argument is like, if you don't want Down syndrome in your family, don't date somebody that is Down syndrome. If you don't want anybody with defects, don't bang your sister, don't bang your cousin. Like, to me, these are obvious things, and societally, like it gives a revulsion factor when you bring that up. Like, we have movies like Wrong Turn, all this for a reason, because we have exaggeration that's pronounced in education, entertainment, and everything like that. So I think there's a human revulsion, a natural proclivity not to bang your sister, and I think that's for a reason, because we want to.
You're just assuming it. You're just assuming it. You're just assuming.
No, I'm not making an assumption.
It's not.
If I ask Americans right now, would you bang your sister? They'd be grossed out.
I mean,
and I just want to be clear at the starting there. You said, Martae, that you would, you like, if it was up to you, you would say no, we shouldn't allow like Down syndrome people to have children and stuff.
No, I'm not saying you shouldn't allow that, but I'm saying if you're going to do that, you know that the risks are going to be increased. That's my whole statement, is like, if you know that you're entering into an agreement,
so it
you know
should,
there's a high
okay, so it
prevalence
should
of Down
be
syndrome
legal.
that's going to
Okay.
happen.
So it shouldn't be illegal.
I think that inbreeding should be illegal. That's my argument. But I'm saying that when people enter into these agreements, they know that they're accepting.
Oh no, I think he's asking what I asked. Should the Down syndrome people, should that be illegal for them to not have children?
I think that they should be able to have kids. It's fine. I don't care. But just understand that if they do that, they're accepting a higher risk. They're not mitigating it, actually. They're increasing the
inconsistency. There's inconsistency. So the first cousin marriage, they're not allowed. They're not allowed because they're incestuous. But the Down syndrome, they're cool, even though they're increasing. So is it the genetic risk? Is it the incestuous part? Is it the social acceptance? Nobody knows.
No, the consistency.
Martae will use any argument as long as he gets away from it.
The consistency is mitigation. So in both circumstances, and let me go ahead.
If it's mitigation, you would also be consistent and say the Down syndrome people should be illegal for them to marry as well.
So in communities, you're going to have people that are deaf that are going to want to mate with people that are also deaf, because in the communities, it's more likely for people to hook up who are deaf, right? Well, that's because there's like limitations that prevent like communication, and there's like cultural barriers and stuff like that are like almost damn near absolutes. My mom was deaf, right? So my mom was deaf. So it's like her closest knit community were people that are also deaf. It's harder to bridge this gap of communication, but with modernity, we have more than that. But obviously, even deaf people know that banging your sister's wrong and banging your brother's wrong and all this.
Yeah, you would think people in America would think that killing your own children is wrong, but that's not true. And hey, Wicked Wally, you're next, buddy. You're next. You're not getting away from this. You're next. Keep talking.
Like, I don't even know what that means.
You got another challenge up here. I like it.
Give me all of this.
Yeah, Manar, that's a big ass L in this anyway.
This one is an atheist. I can't believe he's arguing out of atheism. That's crazy.
Manar, I've never seen you win an argument before. I've done a lot of research on you. You got destroyed by Rob Noor. We can go on.
Look at the mirror.
Just all
right. So my next question then is kind of like, it kind of piggybacks a little bit off of that one. Is at what level of statistical risk does the state become justified in restricting who consenting adults can marry? And like, who decides where that threshold is?
I think that we already have thresholds decided, like, the states where it says like incest is wrong. Like I would say in Arizona, other states like that, I think Texas, we already have thresholds established. Like, let's say, and I'll even give you like a parameter, like let's say first cousins, things like that. We would say, or your brothers or sisters, things like this. We already have like thresholds already in place, or we say, well, incest is wrong in these states. Like, we can go look into like the websites on the state.org and then find out what that is. And I would use that threshold and say that would be the standard. And I'm fine with that. If they have a standard.
Oh, so like incest is the threshold, like other than
it's all incest. If you're with your first cousin, it's incest.
Yeah, so like that's what I'm asking. So like besides incest, you don't think this state should like tell people who they can marry?
No, they shouldn't tell people who they could marry, because if you're deaf, it doesn't mean you shouldn't marry another deaf person. Like, I think that's wrong, but I think incest is wrong. Yeah, for sure.
What if it increases the risk of genetic offspring mutation?
Yeah, I don't care. But at least I'm consistent. I could say family. No.
How are you consistent? It's either you're consistent because it's incestuous to be with your first cousins. That way you're consistent.
It's hard to that's the thing though, is like there's this whole trope about like my uncle touched me when I was a kid and all that. We already have.
Who cares? This is an outlier
all the time. So,
but that's an outlier.
Abuse, it's like there's no way that you can prevent the hiding or this abuse or any of that stuff that happens within family, interfamilial relationships. Like,
you're just a hater. You're a hater of cousins marrying each other. That's it. You have no other arguments.
That's your argument.
All your other arguments, you concede them. The argument of genetic mutations, you conceded that. The social acceptance argument, you have to concede that. Look, they're aborting babies. Anything can be socially accepted these days. Are you kidding me? They're cutting their penises off. This argument of social acceptance, as if you really don't believe they will accept a witch. They're accepting witches everywhere. Your arguments are trash. Your arguments, I cannot believe how low IQ these arguments are. And you're
telling me,
and Speakeasy's being nice. He's trying to give you an exit, and you just keep falling in it. It's crazy.
Manar, telling me they're trash doesn't demonstrate that they are indeed trash. Because
when you say I am saying it's bad because the genetic increases, and then when we point out another couple having more genetic increases in their mutation of their offspring. And you say, oh, well, that's okay That shows you that you're inconsistent with your genetic mutation argument.
No, the reason why it's consistent on my end is because at least deaf people, they automatically know, okay, just deaf. They acknowledge the risk and everything else. But with your
But you're okay with them having more deaf kids.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. So when you have when you map on bad genetic default, I would say genetic, you would say this is like manufactured engineering with other people. You don't know, like a box of chocolates, like Forrest Gump says, you don't know what's going to happen. But at least deaf people know, hey, you know what? At least I only know that the deaf gene is going to be promoted. With your diorama of like family, you don't know what's going to be responsible. You could have flippers, you could have like ears that are inverted.
Should I finish him, boys? I'm not going to finish him. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this instead of fatality.
Oh, you got me that time, yo.
All right.
This is fucking stupid.
He's just gonna fall on his head.
All right, so let's get into the chats. Super chats here are gonna be first, and then if we have time to get to the Q&A as well.
I'm interested in the super chats. I'm interested. Please bring the Q&A. I need to
start the timer up. First one, How Long Nate for $5 just says, "Are you trying to hurt me?"
Yes.
Thank you, How Long Nate.
Yeah, you have one of those faces.
You have one of those faces. All right. Fisher, the Breeze Builder, says, Manar dominating this debate. Easy W.
Just another day in my life. It's okay. Just another day.
Thank you for that, Fisher. How Long Nate with another $5 says, Manar, if I scream, it makes me sound more believable.
Look, man, I was a little bit agitated. Martae pissed me off a little bit because he never once provided Christian ethical arguments. I couldn't believe that he keeps touting as a Christian. Nobody knows he's Christian. Does anybody know he's Christian? Does he look Christian to you? Did he make a Christian argument today? I'll leave it to you.
I don't have to do an exegesis on scripture.
I was a little bit upset. That's all. I was a little bit upset.
So I don't need to do an exegesis on scripture or represent the church without their permission to destroy your argument.
I'm in disbelief. I mean, you keep touting that you're Christian and you're no better than an atheist. Today, you're no better than an atheist.
How Long Nate for $5 says, is Manar confused by Martae's arguments, or are you really so I think he meant to say insecure? You need to be in chat begging the crowd.
Look, just because I said Wally's next doesn't mean I'm scared, okay?
Another $5 from How Long Nate. Manar, drop your gain down 2 clicks, please. You're peaking.
Is this one of your boys?
Audio.
Martae, this guy hates me.
Fisher, the Breeze Builder, for $5 says, appreciate you, speak easy. Great moderator, and thank you for letting Manar speak way better than Sarah the Rotten Tomatoes. Yes, this is true. Far superior to the aging potato over there. That is true.
I agree. I agree. You look cuter too.
My wife would agree with you, though. That's true. Manar, what does the New Testament, the book that sets the Christians from Muslims and Jewish, say about intra-family marriage?
I don't know what the New Testament is, and I don't know why this idea that there's a huge distinction between the New Testament and the Old Testament. The Bible I'm quoting from the Bible. You don't agree with my quotes? Go and deal with the Bible. Don't come and attack me. I'm bringing you the information from the Bible. You want to tell me about the New Covenant, the Old Covenant, the canon law? I don't care. I brought it from the Bible. You want to attack it from the Bible. Leave me alone.
You know, it's funny. It's funny. Manar says, I don't want to deal with the Bible, but then brings up Leviticus and tries to bring up the law and correct me on scripture, but then says, I don't want to deal with the Bible. You see how he double speaks and then contradicts himself? He just did it.
I'm just saying, don't attack me.
He just did this right in 4K in front of all you, and he's been doing this throughout the debate. Matter of fact, if you could put up the poll, speak easy, the crowd is going to determine whether or not they want to bang their cousins or not. And I mean,
okay.
Basically,
we're going to put the poll up right after the Q&A.
All I'm saying is this guy is basically belittling my Leviticus law, and he's attacking his own Bible. And what he's doing is he's appealing to the New Testament. So he's attacking the Old Testament, appealing to the New Testament. But we all know that Leviticus law has to be followed. You're not just throwing away Leviticus law. I don't know how you're a Christian. You throw away Leviticus law.
All that was pre-Mosaic law.
How can you be a Christian and throw away Leviticus law? Then you're not a Christian. I don't know what you're following then.
So
what are you following?
Obviously, you don't know anything about Christianity first and foremost.
Sure.
And then not to mention that, but real quick, you said that omitting something means there's allowance, which was crazy to me. That was the
if
craziest
the
thing
verse's
too.
context about what to forbid, then omitting what to forbid is allowing it. Yes.
Yeah, the
Yes.
fact that you're dying on this sword right now is insane. But
The whole verse is about who you're allowed to be naked next to, and if it doesn't say your cousin, then that means by omission you're allowed to be naked next to your cousin. Are you kidding me?
No,
You're not just gonna make up laws. You're not gonna just assume and add your cousin. You're not gonna add words into the Bible. I know you guys love to do these concoctions. John 3:16.
Okay, go with your backward zealot self on your,
John
on your
3:16.
false doctrine and fall on that sword, but don't fall on the righteous doctrine of Christ. So
Yeah,
anyways,
just
let's
concoct
move
new
forward.
words. Yeah, just make up new words.
We got $5 from
Not
How
me,
Long
no.
Nate again says Manar, stop screaming. $5.
Can you blame me? Can you blame me? I mean, I'm serious.
$5 comes in from Trench Deacon says, guess which culture has the most cleft palates?
Islam.
Guess
Islam
which
has
culture
more power.
aborts 1 million babies a year? Yeah, you tell me.
Yeah,
Christian
you're
culture.
producing 1 million more.
Russia and America, the two largest producers of abortion in all of the in all of the world, to be honest.
That actually doesn't reconcile what he just asked. Your religion produces more cleft palates than ours ever will. Yeah,
It's okay. You're killing
a
all the
fact.
babies that would have had them anyways.
no,
So that's why you're
Christians
making that
aren't killing their babies. That's incorrect.
Trench Deacon.
Russia is one of the biggest aborters of babies, a Christian country.
Orthodox,
Russia, one of the biggest
Christians are
aborters
doing
of
that
babies.
wrong. So
Deacon sends in $5 and says, fun fact, the Amish community doesn't suffer from a host of genetic diseases and disorders. No Down syndrome or cleft palate. Do you know why?
the Amish community does suffer. That disease that I brought up in the beginning of the debate, that's something that happens a lot, and incest does happen more often than not in the Amish community. So
cousin marriage or incest?
Incest. It's the same thing. Cousin marriage is incest.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. No, they're not. You can't claim cousin marrying a cousin is incest. That's crazy. So
No,
is it incest or cousin marriage?
Oh, I have the definition right here. AI says marrying your first cousin is considered incest. It literally says this. Go Google this. It says it carries a higher genetic risk of offspring that has ancestry that's closely tied.
Oh,
as
but marrying your second cousin is not incest, right?
That's
Marrying your
incest.
second cousin is cool.
Definitionally, it's incest. Yeah.
So, but you only said first cousin. You didn't say second cousin or third cousin.
What is the title of this debate? It says first cousin on the original.
Well, but every time.
Yeah.
No, it says cousin, but every time you appeal to
Yeah,
first
the
cousin,
original
only.
prompt was
And
first
all your
cousin.
arguments are to the first cousin, and so I'm hard to understand. Is
incest.
it?
It's
So
incest.
We
sec-
got
So fourth cousin marriage is incest. Just to remember.
$5 comes in from Real Range.
How he
says,
stays quiet. Good boy. I like
I
you.
own
Good boy.
$5
I like you, Martae.
from Real
At least you
Range
know when you
comes-
lost.
Hold up, and
You guys lost in the
$5 comes
Crusades,
in
but go
from
ahead.
Real Range says, I only have one argument, Martae. Please show Manar the Whitaker family.
Hey, let me guess. They're Christian.
We've
No, I'm
covered
kidding, I'm
the
kidding.
Whitaker family over here a couple times. They're a crazy bunch.
No, that
Then
was
we
actual
got-
incest, though. That's actual incest, right? That
I'm
was
pretty
brother
sure
and sister.
the parents were brother and sister, and then
Yeah.
like
Oh,
the
that's
brothers and sisters
crazy.
continued having kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It began with identical twin brothers, Henry and John, whose descendants married each other. And yeah, this is grotesque. But anyway,
Hey,
this is
speak
on
easy.
the nutshell.
Hey, speak easy. Can I ask him one question?
That's
Let's
Islam
say
in
the
a
Whitaker
nutshell. Thank
family.
you.
Let's
The Whitaker family is the Islam in
let's
a
say
nutshell.
according. Yeah, Martae, let's say according to technological advancements of medicine, we were able to genetically remove and edit the mutations in the Whitaker family. Is it good for sisters and brothers to be with each other now?
First of all, like I said, you would have to have society buy on to banging your uncle. And
Let's say they
pretty
accept it.
gross.
They accept it because the kids are okay. The kids are good.
So you're making an argument for a girl to bang her uncle because they eliminated defects?
Yeah, there's no genetic defects anymore. Zero risk of genetic mutations
So-
because of the technological advancement. We can edit the genetic traits out.
The fact
The
that I just
defect.
said this, I want the audience to listen to this. This guy's making an argument to eliminate defects so a niece can bang her uncle. How
And you have no argument why that's bad if that's true. If we can remove the defect and there's no genetic mutation risks, why is it bad for the niece to be with her? Why is it bad for the brother to marry his sister? Again,
This is pretty gross.
social acceptance. Social acceptance.
Really
That's
gross,
it.
bro.
Yeah, he has nothing.
Okay,
He has
horrible, bro.
nothing. Look at what appealing to modernity did. Now he has to accept that modernity created the solutions to the outcomes he was arguing against.
I'll give you a very
He was saying the outcome that he wanted to remove was the genetic mutation risks. Society and technological advancement of medicine gave him that. So now he has to accept the sister and brother to be with each other because he never appealed to Christian ethics. He only appealed to modernity.
Very nuanced answer for you. So the problem with this is, and actually
Keep going.
brings new insight to this. So here's the insight that I'm going to give you. If you start banging people outside of the family and not the same family, you're going to introduce new ideas, probably the same culture, but new people in an extension of a family, and you're not going to have an isolated family. So I think that whenever you have like a family and you're isolated, you don't learn anything new. And to me, that's also an appeal to like growth. I think that if we're going to grow, we need to go out and venture the world and experience new things that are good, that don't morally compromise our values or anything like that. But I think that if you do marry into another family, our family grows and it becomes better and tighter. But what you're talking about is living in an echo chamber, an isolated island where nobody ventures outside. I think people would be mad. They would drive people mad to be like, man, you got my uncle's eyes and I'm laying in bed with you and I just banged you. Like, that's just horrific, by the way, too. It's just not only that, but I think that you should expose yourself to like new genes, even if you have like new different features in the family, things like this. And even if you did eliminate these discrepancies from your gene pool, I think it's good to grow your family, but you're not growing your family if you're isolated into just banging cousins and uncles, because you're going to run out of people. Like, to be honest with you. Like that's also a bad thing.
Good argument. Good argument. Why, when it's genetically okay and there's no risks, why it's bad to be marry your sister? Good argument. Keep appealing to modernity and look how it's reducing you.
No, that's not modernity. This can happen in 1500 BC. Like, let's say if this was 1500 BC, how's that modernity? The same thing would happen then too.
What?
All right. So next,
it would be acceptable to be with your sister, huh?
Next one comes in from Trench Deacon for $10. Says, "What a dirty liar! History actually shows the Christians ended the practice of cousin and sister marriage." What is this dude talking about?
Oh, well, the only evidence I have of the Christian Bible actually ending this cousin marriage or sister marriage is found in Leviticus. But according to you guys, you're not following Leviticus. So from the Christian Bible, what are you appealing to say that you actually got rid of this? You're not appealing from the Christian Bible. You're appealing from your canon law or new covenant, whatever the hell you're appealing to. But you're not appealing. This is not coming from the Bible. So this idea that cousin marriage has been illegalized and immoralized in the Bible doesn't exist.
So no, Trench.
Look at all the prophets.
Hold on.
Trench is. If you believe Trench, that means all the prophets are immoral. Basically,
no. Hold on.
All the prophets are immoral.
Trench is actually right about this. Christian institutions, particularly the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, starting around 8500, the church broadened list forbidden relatives for marriage beyond immediate family to include cousins, more distant kids, a concept less relative to earlier societies, promoting nuclear families. Bullshit. They also had cultural shifts, and all this happened. So that's the problem with this whole thing. Like you're totally wrong by all this account. I just looked this up, and Trench Deacon's right about this. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter. You never made a Christian ethics appeal, so it doesn't really matter.
I don't have to make a Christian ethics appeal to destroy your argument.
Yeah, okay.
So, and then Old Testament law, the Leviticus already contained prohibitions against certain incestuous relationships. To me, this is already saying that too.
Yeah, it ended sister, but they never ended cousin. Leviticus law never ended cousin. Does he have any other evidence from the Bible anywhere else?
Well, you're talking about
doesn't have it.
The Jews. Are Jews Christians?
Next one comes in from Hall Long Nate for $5. Says, "Why don't you read the New Testament, Manar?"
Inform me. What should I read? Where is it saying that it's immoral for you to be with your first and second and third cousin in the New Testament? What the fuck are they talking about? They all talk about how you don't know anything about the New Covenant, but not a single one is bringing the evidence forwards from the New Covenant. What are they talking about? No one knows. It's just their subjective appeal. Hey, read the New Testament. Okay, where in the New Testament should I read? You want me to read the whole Testament? Is that your evidence now? Good job. What a loser.
So in the New Testament,
they all are telling me I'm wrong, but not single evidence.
So in the New Testament, the Apostle Paul addresses a church where a man was living with his father's wife, a stepmother, stating that this is sexual immorality, not even tolerated amongst pagans. That demands the community mourn or remove the person and call them to repentance. Leviticus 18 through 20. These chapters list specific prohibitions against sexual relations with close relatives, including mother, father's wives, sisters, half-sisters, grandmothers, aunts. It actually goes down this. So it's not just sisters. It actually has a, wow, this is crazy.
Yeah, and it never says cousin. Can you believe it? This is the first time you've read Leviticus.
So who is your uncle's daughter?
Is this the first time you've read Leviticus?
Right? That's your uncle's daughter is your cousin, right?
Where's your uncle's daughter? Which
Leviticus 18 and 20. And then it says Genesis 19.
It says neighbor's wife for 1820.
No, what?
It doesn't say your uncle's daughter. It doesn't say your uncle's daughter.
But this is gonna.
Are you lying? Are you lying on the Leviticus law?
No, it's. I literally
Where
have
does
this.
it, where
you
does
want me
it
to send this
say
to you in the private chat?
Yeah, where does it say your uncle's daughter?
So it says father's brother's daughter, half sister, sister, aunt, even your aunt.
Yeah, your aunt. You're not allowed your aunt. Yeah. Yeah, but according to you, you don't know that. I know that because I'm appealing to Leviticus law. Well, according to you, the New Testament destroyed all of this anyways, right?
Right. Now you're going to throw out Leviticus?
That's my argument.
According to you,
Easy, that's my argument. That's my whole argument. Is you guys are throwing Leviticus for the New Testament? That's crazy. Hold on.
Now you.
Thank you for agreeing with me. Yo, I'm conceding this. I'm done with this.
Now you want to throw it out? That's crazy.
This guys, you've never read Leviticus. You've never read Leviticus. That's crazy.
All right, so
insane.
Next one here is just how long Nate for $5 saying answer the hypothetical Manar. I think this was during the debate. Shane for $2 says Manar won this debate hands down.
I don't know who Shane is, but he sounds like a smart guy. One of your boys, hot speakeasy. One a smart guy.
How long Nate for $5 says Manar can't say anything any Islamic sect does is wrong.
Bro, your own dude never argued for Christianity. Why should I argue for Islam? That doesn't make sense. He never presented the Christian argument, but I have to argue for Islam. What a doozy here.
Real Rain for $5 says, easy, can you please state the prompt isn't about religion, it's about legal and social.
Exactly. Why should I argue for Islam? Exactly.
You were arguing for religion. He's right about that. I was trying to go away from arguing with religion.
I am not strictly arguing for a certain religion. I'm arguing in biblical
on Christianity the whole debate. What are you talking about?
I'm saying according to the scriptures of God's law, which are the Bible and the Quran. They both agree that the incestuous relationships do not attach with the cousin.
You're proving,
and that was what I was appealing to.
You're appealing to religion and Quran and all this other shit. When I'm not trying to bring up the Bible this whole debate, you kept trying to appeal to religion when that's not a part of the prompt. But
I don't have to answer for everything about the religion. I just have to answer about this part of the religion, and I answered it. I presented my evidences from the Christian Bible. I didn't even present them from the Quran, so it's easy for you. I presented them from the Christian Bible, so it's easy for you.
Does the prompt include religion in the title?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I have to argue for the whole religion. I just have to argue for this specific part that I brought forward.
Have religion in the title anywhere?
No, nothing.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I have to ground my own ethics on something.
This is horrible, bro. This is crazy.
yeah. It's horrible that I grounded my ethics in actual religion. Good job.
In the non-prompt.
You're so used to Christian
$5. For $5, Trench Deacon says, of course the family's super close. Everyone is related.
I know. Joke's on you, bro.
Is that like bad?
So gross.
Is that bad? Like, I don't get it.
For $5, also Trench Deacon says it's totally grounded in Christian ethics since the 1st century, jackass.
That's why what New Testament what verse in the New Testament allows you to tells you to not marry your cousin? I still haven't figured that one out. Because they keep mentioning the New Covenant and the New Testament, but I don't see it anywhere in the Bible.
I'm not about to get into a meta-ethics debate on.
Can you just present one piece of evidence from the New Testament to prove I'm wrong?
Remember how I said that the top prompt didn't have religion in it, but you keep going back to religion when it's just social and legal?
But he keeps saying it's grounded in Christian ethics. When I presented the arguments from Christian ethics, it didn't show cousin marriage at all being forbidden.
But you can't even tell him how he's wrong. You know, you're at the behest of the same question.
He says,
right?
figure it out, R warder. Well, why don't you give me a verse? Or maybe you don't have a verse because you're a loser.
Bro. Trust me, bro.
Martae, stop talking, man. I wouldn't talk anymore if I was you. Anyways,
next one that comes in.
Your career is over.
Hold up. Next one that comes in.
That's
Real Rain for $10 says, just end, man. This debate is a draw. They're not arguing the prompt, and they're going into a meta debate.
Yeah, that's
thank you for the $10.
It's my fault.
So Rain Man, I keep trying to go back to the debate, but he wants to bring it to religion. All I want to talk about is social status, social norms, shifts, and legality. But this guy kept going to religion the whole debate. It's actually the inverse. I kept trying to go back to the prompt, and he kept going away from the prompt. So
I wasn't trying to bring it to religion. I was trying to showcase to you that when you argue out of genetic mutations, you're putting yourself in a really deep hole because you cannot get out of it, because then you would have to argue for all genetic mutations being bad, and you failed to do that. I was trying to help you. That's why I kept asking you, why are you making this appeal to modernity when you don't need to? No, you can go and get guided by Christian ethics. That's all I was asking you
again. You said I'm not making a debate of religion while bringing up Leviticus law, the whole debate in Christianity. Yeah, that's an L, bro. That's crazy.
That's not what I said. I didn't say I didn't appeal to religion. I said you should have appealed to religion. Why didn't you
bring up religion, which wasn't a part of the prompt? It's legal and social. Those are the
Why didn't you? I thought this was Christianity against Islam. Remember?
I didn't say that was part of the prompt. You
the $5 comes in from Trench Deacon. Says the Council of Rome in 385 under Pope Syracuse outright forbade first cousin marriages, citing Leviticus and natural law.
Yeah, and in 2018, the Pope also made it legal for Christians to be homosexual and marry each other. Should we accept what the Pope declared as canon law?
All right, so next one from Trench Deacon as well for $5 says, Manar, if she ain't family, she is a stranger. Martae, let him cook.
Yeah, that was a crazy take, bro.
I mean, he's arguing it's better to go out of your family because of the genetic mutation risks. What I'm telling him, how do you know it's better for you? What if you're going and marrying a random whore from the street? What if you're renting the school's bicycle? What if you're marrying the neighborhood bicycle? At least if she's your cousin, you know about her. You've known her dad. You know everything about her. This random girl that you met in high school. This random girl you met in high school, how do you know she has the best for you? You've only met her dad twice. What the fuck are you talking? She's definitely a stranger.
You're making up these false suppositions that don't make any sense. You're saying that, you're only mating a woman once or twice. What are you talking about?
Her dad, before you married
after the second time has a commonality in America. Where's this
before marrying? Whatever, man. I gotta explain this to you. If the father is in another state, how many times have you seen him before you marry his daughter? If the father is in another state,
people are together for a minute sometimes before they get married. More often than not, people aren't marrying after the first night. They're not going to do this. Marital rates are
that's disgusting. That's against Christian ethics. That's against Christian ethics. Why are they dating? Why are they boyfriends and girlfriends? You should be against that.
No, I'm for courting. People can court and get to know each other. There has to be a vetting process, which means they're not strangers. Thank you.
They should be dating each other and having sex with one another outside of marriage and have a court scene?
Can you date and not have sex?
Well, not in this culture. This culture of dating is sex. That's synonymous.
Manar, you're doing the thing again. Can you date and not have sex?
If you're in an Islamic culture, you can go and be a fiance, and that's considered dating, and you're not having sex. But in this culture, dating means having sex.
In my religion, in Orthodox Christianity, can you date and not have sex?
Your religion, okay, but in America, dating means you can have sex. So I don't care what your religion says. You're in America.
Even an atheist, can an atheist date and still not have sex?
If you are
do this,
rare. It's extremely rare. It's like actually
I'm not arguing. Can
it's
they do this?
counterintuitive to dating. Dating is so
possible
you
that
know
they
if
can
you
do
want to
this?
have sex with this person. That's
Is it-
literally what you're dating them for.
Is it possible that they can do this? We're getting sidetracked in the weeds, by the
It's
way.
counterintuitive to the goal and the outcome of dating. You're fucking dating, so you fuck them. That's literally the goal of you dating them. It's not to marry them; it's to fuck them. That's the goal of dating them.
Based on
That's
what?
literally the goal
Where
of
are you
dating.
getting this information from? That it's
The goal of fiance and being a fiance is marriage. The goal of dating is not marriage, because I'll show it to you. Many girls enter relationships and they never ever get married from
according
them.
to
ever.
who? What's more optimal for society? People to date and not have sex? That's more optimal, right?
Why would you want anyone to date your daughter unless he's her fiance?
No. Now you're starting this. Is it more optimal?
How am I
for people to date and
skirting?
not have sex and get to know each other?
No, it's impossible. That's
It's
crazy.
not.
Why would
It's
I
impossible
even
for them
date
to
you if
do
I'm
this.
not gonna have sex with you?
It's impossible for people to be abstinent and date.
It's illegal. It's condoning
illegal. You can be
adultery. It's
abstinent and date.
condoning adultery. It's immoral for a Christian to say he advocates for people to go on dates with one another. It's
It's
actually
immoral
immoral.
to date and not have
You're
sex.
advocating adultery. If the
It's a-
goal of dating is to fuck
Wait, hold on.
each other, and
It's
that's
adultery
the whole.
just to date
What is the
somebody
goal
and
of
have
Tinder?
sex?
What is the goal of Tinder? What's the goal of Tinder?
To court
What's the goal of
people
Tinder?
or whatever. I don't care what the goal is, but contend with the argument I'm making right now. It's immoral to date somebody and not have sex. You literally just
All right,
said this.
Yes. Why are you touching them and he's not your fiance? Why are you close with him in
There's
an
no sex.
an
Who's
empty
touching
room?
who?
Doesn't matter. You shouldn't be close to them. You should. This is my daughter. She shouldn't be alone with somebody random that's trying. And by the way, my daughter is the
You
most
should
gorgeous
date
woman on
without
earth.
being alone with somebody.
Is there a human being that doesn't want to be with my daughter? I actually do not believe that. That's
Stupid.
great. You're insane.
You should
You're
date somebody
insane.
but not be alone with them.
You're insane. Why would you date? I don't condone dating at all.
Right now.
I don't condone dating at all. You're disgusting atheist. You're a disgusting idiot. Do you want your daughter to be dating random people? Martae, do you want your daughter to date random?
Well, first of all, if I have a daughter and she's dating, she's being vetted out because I'm a present parent at the time,
So
right?
you're okay with your daughter dating randoms?
Well,
That's
they would
literally
be
random.
First, right? Tradition and
But they're literally randos. She brought them up forward. You never met them before. They're literally randos.
Well, first of all, no. Why would it be? Where would it be random? You're making an empty assertion.
Okay,
Where did you meet them before?
let's get to the
These are really
next
bad
one
arguments,
here. Real Rain.
You're a hell. You're a hell.
Hold up.
Sure,
Real
bud.
Rain sends in $2 for the goal. Thank you, Real Rain. Then we got $5 comes in from Premonition based grandma. Thank you. With respect, where is this guy from? What country is he in now? Marrying your cousin.
No,
I
it's
actually
better.
just watched something with you and Premonition on the same panel recently, Manar. I literally just watched this.
I don't remember this. I don't
You
know.
don't
what this is.
see? That's funny. I don't think she remembers either. You were both on the same panel.
Oh, I remember.
And you
It
were
was
saying
cute.
how much you liked her. Yes.
Yeah, it was cute, and I was roasting her because she kept making these arguments about blaming the victim. It was hilarious. It was hilarious.
But anyways, sorry. Did you want to answer her? Where you from?
Yeah, I
and
mean,
what
thank you so much,
country you're in
Premonition.
now?
I love your glasses. I hope your hair is looking good today, like it was earlier. And this guy next to me is, I guess, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, what's wrong with marrying your cousin? I guess it's better to go date a random girl from high school. I don't. What the fuck? I don't.
You see
even-
how he just?
No, I think she's asking. I think she's asking like where you're from, like in like what country.
Oh,
you're
I'm
in now.
Syrian, and you will never ever meet a black Syrian. You will meet. There's a reason why we actually like people want to keep it in their culture and their cousins, because this is what they've been raised upon their whole history. So I'm Syrian. This is a tradition. The Syrians, we keep it close. We don't go far, and we don't even like to bring it to other Arabs. We keep it in Syria.
Okay.
Except me, I'm with Mexicans now, but I'll come back.
All
to
right.
Syria soon.
Fisher the Breeze Builder for $2 asks, Martae, would you debate Dr. Alpha?
I mean, I'll debate anybody if they're okay and they accept the debate. I don't really care.
All right.
No, you should not debate Dr. Alpha. He will destroy you. You're not ready for that.
$10 from Relentless. Manar, the example you gave of Abraham and Sarah, was that before or after the Mosaic Law was written? Also, when trying to use Levitical law, you were making an appeal to silence fallacy.
Yeah, so the reason I made the appeal to silence fallacy is because that actual scripture was telling you what is forbidden. And if it's omitting something that is forbidden, it's omitting from the forbidden verses what is forbidden. That means it's not forbidden. So it's not an appeal to silence because that certain case was a special case about Leviticus law. We know that Leviticus verses are supposed to be Mosaic law. And if there's no law there found about a cousin, you would not create one out of thin air. That is going against that's a fallacy. That's just making up assumptions with zero evidence, and that's you presuming actually. So me saying that it's not there, therefore it's not forbidding, is not a fucking appeal to silence, you stupid bitch. And then let me give you one question. This idea that it's before or after Mosaic law, you think your prophets are immoral enough to need to be waiting? There's a reason they were chosen. They are the best of their own people. God's chosen them and protected them. And look at Abraham, before he was given the message, he was protected from fire. So this idea that they're just going to be left alone to do whatever they want and then figure out what is morality, that's bullshit. It doesn't matter if it's before or after. If they did it, it's moral. That's it.
Okay. Excuse me. Next one comes in from Wicked Wally for $2. Says Manar's argument failed in its delivery.
That's such a crazy reference. It's true. Bro,
I'm a gangster. I'm a gangster. I have energy. I have theatricity. I have good debates. I follow logic. And man, I embarrassed you today.
There's a reference from that can go to your culture. Squeal like a pig. Because I know how much you like bacon. That's a deliverance code.
The $10 comes in from Trench. Says, how can Manar lie about the Christian ethic, interpretation, history, culture, laws, canon, and Leviticus with a straight face?
Is this Emmett? It says here, how can Manar lie about the Christian ethic, interpretation, history? I don't know. I didn't lie about it. I read from Leviticus law. If you disagree with Leviticus law, go.
No, I called you out on one of the lie. You said that omission is acceptance or allowance, which is false. That's completely false.
When the verse context is what to forbid, Leviticus law is telling you what is law, and you do not put a law against something, that means you're not making it forbidden.
No.
So if it's not in the place where it's supposed to be,
right? If it doesn't yes, it's not.
If the law is not in, if the law is not in the Bill of Rights, then it's not law. Okay, it's not that I'm omitting. It's not like a fallacy of omission.
You said it's not a law. So that means that if it's not a law, it's not a yes either.
Yes, if the cousin is not written to say it's forbidden to be with your cousin, just like it is with your aunt, then it could have easily said your aunt and her daughter,
because
your aunt and your sister. Right? It didn't say that, so I'm not gonna just assume it upon the verse. I'm not gonna make up new context of the verse. Are you guys Christian? You guys are showcasing Christianity really bad. You're saying you make up new words in the verses.
Never.
We got a couple more here to get
That's
to.
Crazy.
I'm telling you, you're not allowed to add new words, and it's been omitted from the forbidden, so you can't just force it upon it. You're saying, because you said it's omitted, you made it a fallacy. I'm saying you cannot add it there.
One was this,
it's not there.
So first one, $5 from Wicked Wally says, Manar, the top 3 countries with the most abortions are India, China, and Pakistan. About 35 million combined.
Let's look it up.
Crazy.
Let's actually look it up.
There you go with your Arab money. Check it out, bro.
Bullshit.
You know that song Arab Money? I was thinking about that as you came up on the panel. Pakistani money.
Okay, Eastern Europe, China, and India generally having high regional rates, while countries like China.
Crazy.
Well, none of these are. Which one of these is a? Which one of these is a Christian or which one of these is an Islamic country? China or India? Which one of them? Or Vietnam or Eastern Europe?
Religion isn't even in the prompt.
I know. So why is this a dunk on me?
He didn't even. Why is this a dunk on me? What are you talking about?
Hey, by the way, Russia is one of the most abortion-ridden states in Eastern Europe. One of the most ridden, one of the biggest states. Look at it right now. When I look it up,
Full story.
when I look it up, it says highest total number of abortions annually. Russia, Japan, Vietnam, USA also rank high in total procedures.
All right. And the next one comes in from Wrath of Reason for $5. At least we know Manar never does reverse cowgirl because you
How do
never
you know that?
turn your back on your family.
How do you know that, baby? You wouldn't know that.
And last one here, member for 30 months. Thank you, Shazzy Bear Legend over here. For 30 months. I woke up thinking I'd love bacon.
How can somebody so gorgeous love to eat a hideous animal like that? So disgusting.
Well, you're porking your cousin, but you don't like pork. That's crazy,
bro. I'm not like you, where I date my cousin. I marry them. Okay.
Disgusting. All right. So that wraps up our Q&A. That wraps up our Q&A for tonight. First up, thank you to everyone in the live chat for all your questions, the engagement,
flex,
the support. Seriously, I can't stress how much your support is. What? One sec, Manar. Mute yourself for a second if you have to. Your support is what allows me to keep bringing you the Swords of Reason experience. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena and sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. Before we move on real quick, let me check, are both of you or either of you, planning to hang out for the open panel?
Speakeasy, can I say something to the audience? It's really respectful. To Speakeasy's audience out here on Swords of Reason, it's been scientifically proven that if you super chat, your testosterone will go up an extra 10%. I don't know where I got this information, but it's pretty based. So make sure you super chat so your test levels will increase and you'll get these gains, bro. Just super chat. That's going to happen. Said from somebody somewhere who I don't even know. So, yeah.
So, but yeah, are either of you planning to stay for the open panel?
Oh, I'm staying for this crusade afterwards.
How long do you want me to stay? How long is the open panel?
As long as you want. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll stay a little bit, yeah.
Okay, awesome. So what we're going to do next here is we're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It'll run for about like 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During the outro, I'll drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the panel and test your ideas, continue the conversation. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready to think, question, debate. And if you are going to come up and try and troll or yell over everyone or bring some personal dramas, you're just going to get muted and most likely booted. So while you're ahead with that idea, just quit. Okay. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe to the Speakeasy channel as well so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Okay, chat, that was crazy. My brain hurts. It really does. This guy was saying that because the Bible says don't do it, or it doesn't say anything about this and it's omitted from scripture, it means go do it. Like, literally, this doesn't make any sense biblically when he talks about this. He said that an omission from scripture means allowance. That was crazy. Like, I don't even have to be a religious scholar to debunk this and show that this is asinine and believe. This guy's crazy. He wants to bang his uncle's daughter and to say that that should be okay. This is just insane. I don't understand why America would adopt these policies or make this overwhelmingly a commercialized success, which he hasn't proven that it's a commercial. It could be a viable commercial success. He hasn't proven how it mitigates genetic disease throughout the whole debate. The more you bang within your family, you're increasing risk. But then he says that I'm appealing to modernity, which he doesn't like,
while using modernity and saying that what if we had science wipe everything out, these defects, like he says, you keep appealing to modernity, but then he appeals to modernity by creating an argument. What if we wiped out these defects? Would it be okay? You see what he just did? You're appealing to modernity while I appeal to modernity, but I'm going to judge you for doing the same thing. Look, this is just gross. It's extremely gross to be banging your uncle's daughter, for you to lay in bed with your auntie and say, hey, you have the same eyes as my dad. Like, this is just gross. Like, I told him, do the sales pitch thing and try to sell it to me. We're going to get back to the open panel. This was brutal because I had to deal with his ranting and Muslim raving and all this other shit. I knew that he was going to spurg. I thought it would actually be more volatile, but somehow it wasn't as volatile as I thought it was going to be. I don't know. He's just crazy. This is just stupid. Really stupid. And then he said that anybody that you date outside your family is going to be a complete stranger. That's crazy. That's insanely crazy. I don't understand that. You know, and then he said that there's more diseases outside your family. What? Hold on, if you're getting genetic deficiencies, that's also something that can be spread throughout your family. Like, there's a higher chance of this happening, let alone like STDs. But it's like you're increasing that, you're not making that. Just so stupid. And then he said, like, what did he say? He said, it's morally bad to date without having sex. What? Then he said it's morally bad to be in the same, be alone with somebody that you're dating without even if you're not having sex, it's morally bad. What? Like, these are the points that Manar made the whole time. I don't understand this. Like, that's the crazy part. He's saying it's moral to date somebody, basically. Like, it's moral to court people. Like, this is just so stupid. Where is he getting these rhetoric? Like, he tried to make this whole argument a religious debate when the title doesn't even have religion in it. I don't need to go to like the Bible and do an exegesis to destroy the fact that banging your uncle's daughter is just bad societally, and nobody's going to buy into this or accept that. I don't get it. I'm trying to process this. It's just insane. The fact that Manar wants to do this. Okay, he says my mic is acting up a bit. Let me see if this is correct right here. Okay, hopefully it's working right now, but this guy wants to normalize banging your cousin. J rants and reactions. That's what this whole debate was crazy. Anyways, let's bring it back to this debate.
The fucking atheists these days. This is crazy.
And we're back. Oh, what happened there? What did I just do? Oh.
Man, why does Trench Deacon look exactly like I thought he would look like? Holy shit! Just a random homeless guy.
It's not even an argument.
That's crazy. No.
Wow.
You look like Martae. You look like Martae.
With your little dick, you get the little dick.
You look like Martae if he hasn't showered in a couple of months. Holy shit! The fuck?
Are you serious right now? You look like
I swear to God, you look like brothers.
Who's the one in the dark room right now?
Does that turn you on that they look like brothers?
Yeah,
but
fuck up.
Does it turn you on that they look like brothers? Is it turning you on, brother?
How do you know the interpretation of the verse?
All right.
I don't know. How do you know the interpretation, you fucking idiot?
Berg fast here.
Emma, are you sad about how Martae did so bad? Be honest.
I'm so glad that he beat your ass. You have no idea.
Be honest. Didn't he
every single time?
Manar,
aren't you mad he never appealed to Christian morality or Christian ethics? Are you not sad that this guy embarrassed you? He acted like an atheist. You know he loves to debate atheists. He acted like another atheist today.
Do you still feel like a little bit aroused because they look like brothers? Is this what's going on here? You're unable to think because you're feeling a little bit aroused, Manar?
Are you
At least in
projecting?
the slightest.
Projecting? I didn't say they look like brothers. I mean, I can
You
see
think
them. They don't look
anyone on
anything alike.
Earth-
You're the only one here is like, oh my
I'm
god.
honest. I'm
Look
honest.
at them.
You
They're
think
like
anyone
brothers.
on Earth can be
My cousin.
attracted to trench? I mean,
Is
it's
this-
very
is this-
hard.
This reminds me of my daddy and my mommy because they're brother and sister. That explains your IQ, by the way.
He wishes he had a
Obviously.
man beard like this. What
No,
is this shit
trench.
on your face?
You can have a beard and trim it. You can have a beard and trim it, man. You don't have to do
beard,
that.
You fucking woman.
Look at Speakeasy. He has a nice beard. It's trimmed. It looks clean. Looks nice, man. Doesn't
Stop
have to
licking
go.
balls.
You don't have to do the George of the Jungle look.
This ball
Oh,
leaker.
this- oh man, you wish you had this.
You don't have to go
problem.
all Tarazan on us.
You
Like, God.
Straight look at it.
You don't have to do the Castaway screening.
You're
Like, holy shit.
better in every single category.
Emmett, this is how you're gonna look like in
My
2 years.
woman is hotter than yours. I make more.
Are you finally
money
going to
than
give
you.
me
Who the
a
fuck are
justification
you?
for how can you interpret the Bible or not?
Emmett, Martae
No?
allows you, even though Martae allows you to date, even though
Allows
Martae
you?
allows you to date, you're still a virgin. Why?
Allows you? What do you mean allows me?
Yeah,
Does
he
he
says
allow him?
dating is cool for Christians, so why are you still a virgin?
Dating school for Christians? Is that, is
Martae,
that what he
Martae,
said?
when you make the
Virgin
dating
comes a
argument, you
Christian.
reminded me of Pierce Morgan. I swear to God, Pierce Morgan did the argument to Nick Fuentes. He's like, "Hey, look at you, you're a virgin." And
Well, if we go to preferences,
what
I
are
would
you
prefer to
talking
date than
about?
to fuck my cousin. But that's just me, you know?
you prefer to
I was
commit
gonna say, is it
adultery
possible?
than marrying
Adultery?
your cousin.
Adultery? Like meeting a woman and going out on a date and just getting to know them? You think that is better? I
Getting
think
to
that's
know?
better than fucking your cousin, yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to
Oh,
fuck
way
your
better.
Am I
cousin?
the
Yeah,
only
I know
one
the
that
answer
never
to
went
that.
on a date to get
I know
to
the
know?
answer to that.
Am I the
real
only one?
quick, let me
You pick her up the street or what you did? Like, oh my god, the mother for sale in the market?
Hey, I'm
Was your
just gonna
wife for
say,
sale in the
the
market? Is
dates-
that what you're telling me?
The dates I would go on, I don't think they would be the same as yours. Okay, maybe your dates are all about getting. to know.
Manar. Hold up.
Damn, Manar.
There's a whole panel here. So like, are we actually debating the morality of cousin marriage itself, or are we debating whether society has the right to regulate relationships based on predicted outcomes rather than direct harm?
Easy, if I may, I'm only here because I heard for an hour this dude throw down all kinds of accusations and assumptions
Yeah.
that Christianity endorses cousin marriage. It's like since the first century, this hasn't been a part of Christian. Why do you think in modernity we as people of the West are so against marrying your cousin? Seriously, think about that for a second, and then include the fact that all of the secular fucking goobers, all of their morality and virtue is built upon Christian ethics. You fucking mook.
He's right about that. Culture
So
is
is it
from theology, and he's correct about that.
if that's true, if I'm supposed to look at America to see what Christian ethics look like, then why are you guys have 1 million abortions a year?
Because the devil's real, bro. Why do you guys have
Yeah.
inbred?
No,
babies
because
Okay,
American
okay,
culture is not
fuck up.
Christian ethics.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm scared. Please don't hurt me.
You should
Come
be.
at me, by the way. Come at me. I dare you. Come at me. I will film that shit. I will
You
film
know
it.
how I got that?
I will
think
film
you
it.
got
I will
that?
film that shit. Bro. No, please,
All right,
hands up,
write it
hands
in,
up.
write it in. Get to your point. You were making.
I'm sorry. I'm excited.
No, it's okay.
Trench has
It's
real
all
muscles.
good.
Because we
Go
look like
ahead.
brothers, you're still excited about that? That's crazy.
I'm so excited, dude. I
Here
want to
now.
get somebody.
Sounds
Wondering why
pretty
is
homo to
Manar-
me.
I won the debate. I'm so happy. I can't be brought down, man. Nobody
Because
can
you
scare
said
me.
so. Is that the
I
only
feel like
reason
wait.
why?
I feel like my question
Mo-
wasn't answered
Hey.
though, and everyone can like give their like just like a quick
Yeah, go
what
ahead,
they-
speak
what
easy.
they think. But like, I'm asking, are we debating like the morality of cousin marriage itself, or are we debating whether
Yeah.
society has like
I
has to
will.
regulate relationships based on a predicted outcome?
I will do it on the. I will debate the moral virtue of not banging your cousin on the Christian, whether it's Protestant, whether it's Catholic, or whether it's Orthodox. We've been against this shit for 2,000 years. because people who bang their cousins are filthy pagans.
Oh, so
Yeah,
Isaac,
very disgusting.
Prophet Isaac, is he disgusting and a filthy pagan?
I think Muhammad is disgusting and a child
Very
rapist.
much.
I'm asking you
Oh,
about
yeah.
Isaac. Isaac, is he disgusting? He married
God
Leah.
makes this whole
He
fallacy
married
lie.
Rachel and Leah, their first cousins.
Oh.
Gross.
He makes this whole fallacy on the Old Testament Jewish practices.
I'm asking you, are the biblical prophets disgusting and immoral? I'm just asking you.
Circumcised.
So what is Christian about you?
Everything.
How would you know?
You don't respect the old prophets. You don't respect their teachings. You don't follow any of their teachings. You're not circumcised like any of the Jewish prophets. Like, how are you Christian then? What are you Christian about? You're Christian because you can eat pork.
For an hour, saying
you're Christian because your daughter can go dating. Is that why you're Christian?
In Leviticus, in black and white, it clearly says anything that makes your father feel shamed sexually is a fucking sin.
Speak easy. Did you
Hey, my guys are saying you look like Randy Savage.
Put
man.
the poll now, Martae. I just put the poll now.
Hey, Martae, you're gonna lose. I don't know why you need that poll. Hey, Martae, you don't need the poll to tell you lost that one. I'm telling you, bro. You don't need to look at a poll for that one. That's crazy, man. Look at Martae and his team. Look at the viewers that Martae attracts. It's Trench and the other guy.
Just so I'm clear.
Trench and the other guy.
Trench, you're saying that what you're
What's
arguing.
It's the other two
What
guys.
you're saying, you're arguing is Trench is the morality of cousin marriage. Just to see where everyone else is, I just want to know, like, is it the morality of cousin marriage itself, or are we debating whether society has the right to regulate a relationship based on a predicted outcome of said relationship? Because like that's the two things I'm hearing, right? I'm hearing there's the moral argument that comes up, but also I'm hearing because of the like genetic defects that it can have, we should also
I go on the genetic defect end, but also societally, nobody would accept this because it's really grotesque. There's movies about this in fiction and everywhere else, and it's like if I'm in.
Well, what if I made like I have a question? This was one of the questions I had for you, Martae, but I had to decide between three because I usually only do two.
Okay.
One of the questions I was gonna have is like, why do we see like a rise in like stepsister, stepbrother, this like familial porn that has been going through the roof?
Pornhub.
If this is like such
Okay,
a
I can-
non-socially accepted
So the
thing.
reason why,
Unfortunately, easy, I can answer to that.
because I think
It's
society's moving in a
unfortunate.
more grotesque avenue to where it's like we want to do the most debaucherous things, and it's like, so have you ever? And I'm gonna say I was a porn watcher at one point in time where you see the ends of the earth in corn, and it's like, okay, we're gonna go into horses. You're gonna exhaust all your resources as far as what you could see, to where it's like that doesn't do it for me anymore. Let me go to uncle's. So that's what
I
happens.
definitely never watched a horse.
You just gotta ask yourself.
Yeah, but hey, Martae.
Sorry, go ahead. You can
Not
finish.
shut up when I'm talking.
The West is moving towards a culture that's degenerate to the point to where things are desensitizing us in mass, to where it's now all of a sudden now what's more taboo than uncles banging people? Now we're going to move to animals and stuff. So it's really regressive when it comes to this. In corn, it's like it desensitizes you to the point to where now we're considering things that are taboo and what's more riskier and off. So now there's same-sex people and all this, and it's just bad, man. It's just regressive.
See, Marty's just too scared to.
I mean, he
Marty's
likes
just too
fucking
scared to
toads.
say that a rabbi owns Cornhub.
Can I ask a follow-up for that then? Like, because
That's like a weapon. Corn is a weapon.
A
Yeah.
follow-up for that, and I did assume that would be the answer most people would say, is like because it's a forbidden thing. It's like people want to
Not
like
my
do
answer.
it, but then
rabbi
like
owns
by
Cornhub.
that logic, right? Wouldn't that mean making it not forbidden would lower it? If making it forbidden makes it go up?
Well, it wouldn't promote, like, that would be bad, because the thing that's forbidden is the reason why it's just desensitization. So it's like with the same thing that gets you off is like, that isn't my wife that I'm jerking off to, that I'm watching on the screen. It's like, well, what's the next thing that's more taboo? And it's just a reductionist viewpoint of this, is looking at corn. We're just desensitizing ourselves even more. But I'm against populations desensitizing themselves from violence, from pornography,
doing
and all
it,
these other
Marty.
things. It's just bad. It's just poison, bro.
We're not the ones that are
Suspension
doing
of
it.
disbelief.
Yeah, we're not the ones that are promoting this actually too either. Yeah, we're against this.
The ones promoting the nonsense. Like if you look at the history of pornography, you look at the actors who instill it, and even if you do some weird stuff, like look at the books that the schmatzis were burning.
So
and then you start to understand the greater picture.
So I don't want to derail everything that we're conversation we're having here, but easy. I do have a request. When we have time, I sent you a message on Discord. I was listening to the debate and I was inspired, and I decided to put together a little song, and I'd like to get the panel's reaction to it potentially, and maybe the chat.
Wait, you what? You sent me a song?
Yeah, I sent you a song. Yeah, I think it's a banger. It's not nothing bad, I promise. Nothing TOS or anything.
It's a little song I wrote.
Yeah, it's a Discord.
Yeah, we can. We'll play it. Just remind me after, because I don't want to just like interrupt the.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. But yeah, continue on.
But Manar, why do you think that cousin marriage is a good thing? Like, why should one?
Bro,
why ought one?
Can you change your picture? You literally sound like the picture of a leprechaun.
Okay,
like,
no,
you
answer the question.
Like
I thought,
like if I was to imagine how does a leprechaun sound, it sounds
why
like
can't you not defend your faith, Habibi?
Okay, Habibi, just change your picture. Just change your picture. It looks like you're an actual
Can you answer question? Can you answer question?
Yes, my leprechaun. Hey, do you have gold? Do you have any more of gold at the end of the rainbow?
Yeah, so why ought one marry their cousin?
Wait.
Why is it an advantage?
Because Muhammad, peace be upon him, said it's okay.
Let me answer.
Yes.
So, Manar, right? I'll give you two women, right? One is your cousin, the other is not your cousin. Why would you say marry the cousin? Like, what's the advantage?
I would argue that it's better to marry the cousin because it's a closer familial relationships. The kids grow up in a tight-knit community-based structure where multiple of everyone that they know is close to them and wants their best outcomes for them.
What is your definition of familiar?
Instead of having a teacher and a tutor and random people, the teacher would be your grandmother, the tutor would be your aunt, the educator for physical activity would be your father, the uncle would be the presenter of new knowledge and business opportunities. So how can that be a worse outcome? And how can you get that outcome if you're marrying into a random family that you know nothing about their familial structure, you know nobody about in their family? It would be 100 million times better to stay in the same.
No. One second. You asked me a question.
Let me finish.
Why would it be better? You said what? You asked me a question. Why would it be better, right, to not marry your cousin? Because when you don't marry your cousin, and like what the Romans enforced, even back in pagan times, they thought that shit was disgusting. It leads to the Western society. So let's one sec, Habibi.
You're a liar.
Let's compare Western society.
No one believes teriyaki. Nobody believes teriyaki.
Yeah, broken clock is right 2 times a day. That's not true, Terry.
Yeah, you're a liar.
It is true.
You're a liar. It's actually been 80% of all marriages have been to cousin marriages. 80% of all historical marriages and all history.
Until what?
Feminism? Until
to
feminism?
The Romans. The Christian.
No, even the Christians
because the Romans. Yeah, because the Romans, Christianity took over Rome. That's why you claim that shit.
Even the Romans and even the Greeks at some point believe that there were.
So can I ask the Christian? Can I ask the Christian why is it immoral based on your Christian Bible to marry your cousin? Where in the Bible does it say it's forbidden to marry your cousin?
I told you that before. It's because the church interpreted it and told us.
I know. So it's not in the Bible. So it's not in the Bible.
Do you remember that, Manar? Now, if you wait a fucking second, Manar. If you have a question about interpretation, can you please tell me what is your interpretation and where did you get it from?
Yeah. So if I am to destroy Leviticus law and believe that it's not attributable
that was not the question. Could you please answer my question? Can you please tell me your epistemic justification for you to be able to read the Bible correctly?
He's never
just to,
read Leviticus, dude. He's
just a
never read
basic
Leviticus.
commentary. A
You were
basic
saying
commentary.
earlier,
Basic
Hold on, let him
commentary.
answer, Trench. Let him answer, Trench. Let him answer.
A basic commentary from any biblical scholars on that verse can give you all the
Okay,
context
so
you need.
so you're going to authority, right? So we're going to authority. I'm going to the correct authority because it's the church. You're going to whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
Good
but if
job,
you go-
dude. Good job, retard. Well done, you stupid fuck.
Okay. If
Well
the
done, you
church-
stupid
Just
fuck.
go to anybody, Manar, for interpretation. That's crazy.
Hey, Manar, Flex, show us your pythons.
He doesn't have.
Am I
any
allowed? Am I
pythons.
allowed to respond?
He got wet
No,
noodles.
you
That's
shouldn't.
No.
No,
Well,
shut up.
guys,
You did.
remember, you guys, like, there's like 6 of you, 1 of him. You got to let him respond. All right?
Serious. I mean, this is
Fair
crazy. So I'm sorry. Where in the Bible, besides this Christian? Sorry,
Manar,
you're appealing to
let's
this
go back
random.
1
You're
second.
appealing to
Let's
this
go back 1
random
second.
church.
Emmett,
Yeah,
he
fucking
was
shut the
talking
fuck
for
up.
He's
Emmett.
asking me. He's asking me where in the
Shut the
Bible. I'm
fuck
gonna
up.
ask him. How does he know what the
Let me
Bible
finish
says?
my question. Let me finish.
How do
my
you know what the
question.
Bible says?
Oh
Can you please
my
tell me? How
God.
do you know?
Oh no, I can only know from the church. Is that what you're
How
arguing?
do
I can
you know?
only know
Did
from
I
the
ask?
church.
I ask you that. How do you know?
Hey,
How do you know?
okay, so I know because I looked and read the commentary of biblical scholars about the,
Okay.
the verse.
Bullshit.
Don't give a fuck about
Yes,
the biblical
I already
scholar
gave the
because
names of them.
the authority in the
You're
church, the
mad
authority
at
is the
me.
church. It's not the biblical scholars, Manar.
Yeah, well,
there you
hey,
go.
So sorry.
Fuck off.
So are you saying the church is the only authority, and anything that disagrees with the church is actually
Yes.
disagreeing with
Good
Christianity?
job, Manar. You got it.
So
Well done.
let me finish. Okay, we got it. So that's your point. So now, can you tell me what did the church use to guarantee that they are correct? What evidence did they prove and use so you
Apostolic
can believe them?
succession.
Oh, no,
Okay.
you don't get to run away. You don't get to run away. You don't get to run away. Let me finish my question.
We have a holistic, Manar, we have a holistic view. We have a holistic
Okay,
view.
show me the verse, or what did you use to
We have a
actually come up with
holistic view.
You have
of
no
the
idea. You have no idea why you disagree
Manar, are you
and your church left Leviticus law. You have no idea.
Yeah, let me answer. We have a holistic view, okay?
What is
we
a
have
holistic view? What do you mean by that?
It's all of it, okay? So,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
So
exactly.
why are you disagreeing? Why are you disagreeing with Leviticus law
Nobody's
then?
hearing each other because you guys are talking in the middle
Okay.
of each other's sentences, man.
Yeah, but
We have
speak easy.
holistic-
They're speaking
Like,
out
I
of
know
both
you
sides of their
assume-
mouth.
I know you're assuming you know the question and you want to start answering it before it's finished, but just let people finish a question, let people finish an answer, or are you just going nowhere?
we have we have holistic view. It's all of it. We have apostolic succession. We have the church. We have the Holy Ghost. We have
Okay,
the
again,
scripture.
that's not
we
my
have
question.
all of it.
That's not my
all
question.
of it, including the way that we interpret the Bible, which is
That's not my question.
which is a specific type of document.
What is he
tied
answering?
to the church. So the
What are you
question was.
answering?
The question was, how do I know that, right? The question was
How
about
do you
where does
know
it say it? And then
what
I'm trying
evidence?
to explain to you that
Oh
it's
my
not a
God,
document.
Shut the fuck up!
I'm trying to explain
I'm
to
gonna
you.
come over there and slap the dick out of
Shut
your mouth.
the
if you
fuck!
fucking-
Hey, you
No.
homeless bitch! Hey, you homeless bitch!
So I
Hey,
see.
dog.
I
Dog,
think
sit
I
down,
see what's
dog.
going on. Both of
Sit
you,
down,
all of you.
dog. I step
He
on your
just
head.
wants to be like, it's in the Bible.
I
Where is
step
this in
on
the
your
Bible?
head, dog. Hey, you look
Everyone,
like a dog too.
shut up for a minute. Everyone, shut up for a minute. So
You
what's
look like a
happening
dog.
Here is Emmett is answering you, but maybe you just don't know what of some of the things are. So, like Emmett, explain to him what apostolic succession is.
No. He needs to give me the verse that the church used to come up with this.
There you go. You see, he
conclusion.
doesn't get it.
He has nothing. So
Like,
I'm supposed to believe that
document.
Okay, so
Speak
yeah,
easy,
he's
let me
asking-
make an
he's
argument.
asking for the verse that is interpreted to.
He said it's a holistic religion.
Cousin.
Yeah, it's all of it. It's
He says
all,
it's
including the
holistic, but
tradition.
his analysis
The
is a
tradition-
lie. He's a liar. He doesn't know why
A
Leviticus
lie?
law shouldn't be accepted anymore.
How would I be a lie? The fact that you don't understand it doesn't mean that I lied. It just means that you're too stupid to
present your
understand it, right?
evidence. Present your
It's
evidence
too
why the
dumb.
church.
Probably
present your
because your
evidence why
dad
the
and your
church
mom are
agrees.
related. I mean,
Present your
brother and
evidence.
sister.
Emmett, you're
Present
missing
your
the point.
evidence why it's good for
church
it's bad. It's
literally
bad.
uses. Shut the fuck up. The church.
Present your
literally
evidence why the
uses-
church
Shut the
decided
fuck
it's
up!
bad to marry your cousin.
The church literally uses Leviticus as its source for.
That's not what Emmett is saying. That's
You
not what Emmett is
fucking
saying.
idiot.
No.
Doesn't matter if Emmett said
Manor.
it or not. I'm saying
Manor,
it,
you're-
bitch, boy.
Manor,
That's
your
the real
your
reason.
question.
by papal bull.
All right,
using
Trench,
Leviticus.
chill for a second. Hold on.
3rd
Manar,
century, moron.
Trench, hold on, buddy.
No, you
Manar,
guys are being calm with
Manar,
this guy.
you're.
That's what he wants.
I
He
get
wants
it.
to
I
take
get it.
advantage
I
of
get
your
it, man.
Christian virtue
Can
of
you
being
just
fucking
chill for a second?
and mean.
I get
We're
it.
on your side, Trench.
Manar, your question you're posing is you're basically asking for justifications from a Christian standpoint, but what you're failing to realize is when we think Christianity, we think of the church not being separate from scripture. Okay, that's what you're. So what you're asking is a non sequitur. Essentially,
What he's asking is done by the Bible. The church.
You keep
sources
claiming that your
Leviticus,
religion
you
is
fucking
holistic.
Idiot. The
The-
church.
the claim-
You keep
Okay,
claiming.
Manar.
For the reason why cousin marriage is round.
hold on, Trench.
Literally.
Manar, does that make sense to you? Does that make sense? that
No, it doesn't make sense. It's contradictory.
How is it contradictory? Because you're asking, it's like asking, like, hey, tell us. Well, hold on. It's like asking American
it's holistic.
Manar. Hold on, forget that for a second. I'm just trying to give you an analogy so it makes sense, right? It's like asking an American, explain where your constitutional rights come from, but you can't use the Constitution, right? Like it's like a non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense to us because for us, the church and scripture are interlinked very closely, and the church is the one that produced the scripture and even interpreted in the first place to give you the book that you're reading to even look at the scripture.
So according to you, all the Christians actually believe in homosexuality now. According to you, because
how did you get that from? How did you draw that from?
Because okay, let me give you the example. Let me give you the example. Because one church made the epistemological. The Pope came up and made the epistemological argument saying that it's okay now to accept it because God is loving.
Do Orthodox Christians follow the Pope?
So now, according to you now, because you accept the church and you don't accept only the teachings of the Bible, now you have to accept that the Christianity is also involved homosexuality. Go ahead.
The Vatican.
Because you refuse to just follow the the biblical law. You're allowing the church to create these inductions.
We're not.
So now, what is your argument against the Catholic Church?
We don't
Manar,
follow the
we're not
Bible,
talking.
bro. That's not.
We're not talking about the Vatican.
Manar,
So what Christianity are we debating? What Christianity are we debating? You sons of dogs!
Manar, calm
You
down.
sons of dogs! What Christianity are we debating? Catholic Church just made it illegal to fuck your dick.
Manar,
Hey, the Catholics allow homosexual marriage, you dogs! Isn't that Christianity? Isn't that Christianity?
No,
Dogs!
it doesn't.
Hey, dogs! How?
Prove it.
I'll give you the name of the Pope.
We're not defending the Catholic Church.
Oh, so who are you? What Christianity are we debating?
Guys, relax.
What Christianity are we debating?
Nobody hears anything. You guys are all just yelling.
That's disgusting. So that's not Christianity? Well, that's what I'll...
Shut up! Everyone just shut the up!
Well, unfortunately for Mo, I'm arguing for that, so he's gonna have to debate that. You can't debate any point you want. You're gonna have to debate the Catholic religion. Let's go. Debate that, Mo. Hey, Mo, you're so smart.
Everyone.
Well, I can explain.
Trash debater.
Hey,
I can explain.
Hey,
explain. As a Catholic, why is it okay to?
All right, let me do something right now, real quick, guys. The way this fucking works is when I say shut up, you all shut the fuck up, or I hit end stream. All right, I don't even just kick you off. I just end this whole fucking thing. All right, that's how it works. All right, just don't take advantage of the fact that I don't mute everybody. All right, don't do that. It's disrespectful to me, the platform, everything. All right, let's get back to it. All right, act like men up here because I see all men. All right.
All right, back to it. Catholicism allows homosexuality based on the church, declines the biblical teachings, and allows homosexuality. Why is that not right?
So
why is that the distinction between that and Orthodoxy?
Okay, I'll give you an answer.
Explain.
So from Orthodoxy, we view the Catholic Church as having lots of heresies. Like Vatican II actually comes into play here. If you read Vatican II, it says that Muslims and Christians worship the same God. That's a heresy. Orthodoxy does not believe that. So we're arguing from an Orthodoxy standpoint, not a Catholic standpoint. So you're putting up a straw man that we're not even trying to defend.
Oh, so when I say Christianity, I have to only argue from Orthodox Christianity. I can't argue from any other Christianity. Is that what you're appealing to? Is that what you're arguing?
Yeah. Well, you're talking to us, aren't you? You're talking to us. So
Oh, hey, dog. Hey, dog, more rebuttal, dog. Did he tell me where Christianity he was?
are you going to defend every? Are you going to defend every form of Islam?
Dog, I will tell you what form of Islam I am. He never mentioned his form. So, hey, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. And by the way, in the Orthodox,
Trench, Mo was having an exchange here, and you started yelling over it every time.
Shut the fuck up.
Calm it down a little bit, man.
Trench, shut the fuck up, Trench. Leave me with Mo for a minute. Let me embarrass this dog. Let me embarrass this dog. This fucking
the only one you're embarrassing is yourself.
Listen, Trench, you have a debate with
I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you.
And you can lay all of that down. Relax
okay, more
a little bit.
As an Orthodox,
as
an Orthodox, why is it okay for the Catholics to change Leviticus law and allow to eat pork, but you as an Orthodox are also allowed to do that as well? What distinction did you make between that and the Catholics this time? Let me hear the distinction.
The distinction is I'm not answering for the Catholic Church, and now actually technically I'm not really answering for Orthodoxy. I'm just speaking in general terms here.
So no one knows what
the difference.
So you're just a liar. You're a dog, like I assumed you are. I was not wrong. Christianity does advocate for these disgusting things with zero evidences and zero proofs.
No, you threw up a straw man of the Catholic Church, and I refuted that we're not actually defending that. So I don't understand. You want to focus on different
you,
ones.
Dog, more rebuttal. You're the one debating me. I'm not debating you. Okay, dog, listen to me.
You can say that. It sounds like you're getting frustrated. It sounds like you're trying to get a debate.
Yeah,
with
listen to me, you fucking bitch. Listen to me. You're the one
angry.
Listen to me. I was debating that dog.
Is it this easy? Is it always this easy to get you riled up?
Dog over there.
It is.
And that dog.
This is fascinating.
No argument.
That dog is not Orthodox. That dog is not Orthodox. Okay.
What?
Under what standard are you saying that?
More rebuttal. I'm not debating you. I'm debating the dog, and I was arguing from his Christian perspective, and he's not Orthodox.
How can you argue from his Christian perspective if you don't even know what it is? You keep talking about Levitical law, and then you have no idea that Christians have the New Testament. You know nothing about that, which is like a cornerstone of Christianity.
What does that mean? The Christians have.
You don't even know.
Does that mean you release all old law? Does that mean you forget about Leviticus law?
A new covenant.
What part of the New Testament tells you to forget about Leviticus law? Give me.
Remember when Jesus was at the table at supper?
You see how he's a dog? He cannot present any evidence from the New Testament to provide to show that you should forget about Leviticus law. Show me.
Your mic.
The Last Supper.
Can I say something?
More the bitch. You're more the bitch. You are more the bitch. Keep mentioning the New Testament with zero evidence. Keep saying that, you dog bitch.
Yeah. The New Testament doesn't throw out the Old
You're a
Testament.
fucking bitch.
It's a part of it. Part of Christianity.
You're a bitch. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. You just say New Testament. You have zero evidence.
Let's do
so
a little
speak easy. I'm done with this. I'm done with every time I debate a Christian, they tell me, no, we don't believe in the Old Testament. Okay, present the evidence from the New Testament, you fucking dog.
Just play the fucking clip.
You dog. Present the evidence from the New Testament, you dog. Present it.
I will on the 20th. I'll do all of it on the 20th.
I would fucking wreck you, you fucking bitch, Mo. You're a bitch like your mother.
Everyone.
Your bloody bastard. Your mother's a whore, Mo.
Calm the fuck down.
Your mother's a whore! His mother's a whore! He's a liar! Where's the New Testament?
Easy.
You dog! You fucking wretch! You fucking dog! Where's the New Testament? Did you bring the new law? No, I'm not stopping. I'm tired of the Catholic, disgusting Christians telling me New Testament.
Disgusting fucker, dude.
Let me give you a little reset. Chill.
Wow.
Chill a sec now.
Speak easy.
Just take a breather, Manar. All right.
It only took me 3 minutes.
Fucking bitch!
Wait, relax. All right, he didn't get enough of a relax. Just relax. I'm gonna bring you back, Manar, but just relax a second.
Can I say something? I'll only be up for just a second because
go ahead.
Permission. How are you?
Gentlemen, all the gentlemen and the screamer. This speakeasy goes back to last week.
Fuck your mother, you fucking.
Bro, that's crazy.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I had to get him cranked out, dude.
Sorry, I thought he wasn't saying anything, so I thought he was going to be good.
No, but I
He's
have
just
a
mad he
point.
lost.
I have one point to make. This is proof and exactly why we have to be separate. These guys will never become cohesive. And you were Speakeasy, the term you were using last week, not separatism, tribalism.
Tribalism.
We must. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry this sounds off. We have to separate. We have to separate because this will never be a cohesive situation, and we have to separate.
Baby, nobody wants to be with you. We're separate
of origin, or it's never, or we're gonna kill everybody. You guys are all gonna kill each other, and I'm me too. If I get you in my sights, I'm not gonna miss. So right along with all the rest of you guys. So it has to go back. Everybody needs to go back to where they started. That guy who's screaming, I'm sure fits in perfectly well with those whom with he lives. That's what they do. They scream over there. And the rest of us,
They fire guns in the air too, a lot.
but that is so that's all I'm gonna say.
To be fair, Americans fire
know
guns in
about
the air a lot.
I don't fire them out in the air.
I don't know about that. I see a lot of people celebrating that way, but
it is.
Oh, dude, Wyoming's an awesome state.
Separatism
I just want to
is
say.
the only thing that's going to stop this. That's it.
No, hey guys, it's okay.
I just want to say.
The New Testament presented the new laws according to the New Testament. It's okay to be with your sister. And I don't have to present evidence. I don't have to present evidence. I can just say the New Testament says it.
Yeah, don't worry.
I don't have to provide you the verse.
I think we can all agree.
Because hey, I got the same intellect and integrity as those dogs in their fucking
Let's go, Beans Manar. Let's go. Right. So I think we can all agree, right? Finally, we can all come together on the right and agree that Manar is the reason why Israel should exist. I think Israel has a point in these gentlemen, and Manar has proved it.
That's crazy.
I mean, if there was no Israel, we probably wouldn't have.
I'm not even offended. I mean, did you see how disgusting looking this guy looks like? He literally looks like a trash bag. Go fuck yourself. Fucking. You literally look like you have AIDS. You literally look diseased. You fucking sick bitch.
Well, a big reason Israel exists is because they're surrounded by a bunch of retards with sub 80 IQ. So.
Yeah, maybe in their costume.
And that's what Martae tried to argue. He just failed. Fucking stupid.
I never brought up IQ. Stupid Zionists pay fucking hundreds of billions of dollars every year to keep Israel.
Hey, Martae, you fucking got. Hey, be honest, panel. Be honest, panel. Didn't I fucking step on Martae's head intellectually? Be honest.
Nope.
No. Mo, you don't have a genuine soul, bone in your fucking body, you fucking dog. You don't have a single
that was the
genuine
most desperate thing I've ever seen in my
You're
life.
such a
Like, guys,
bitch,
please
Mo.
tell me. Please
You're
tell
such
me
a
I
bitch.
beat Martae.
Hey, Mo, can you tell me what verse in the New Testament allows you to be
Did
with
you seriously
homosexuals?
just do that, Manar? Did you just like lean back in the chair with your cigarette and say, "Tell me I beat Martae, guys"?
According to the Pope, he makes it cool to be with homosexuals. Can you tell me what verse did he say to make it cool?
No, I don't agree with the Pope or anything he says.
Catholic Church is gay marriage.
Wait a minute, you don't agree with the Catholic Church? Are you a blasphemist?
I told you this like 3 times. You're just not
Also,
listening.
you are a blasphemist.
It doesn't get it.
Catholic
No.
Church is
Well, he's choosing not to get it.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Every Christian disagrees with the other Christian, and I'm supposed to respect Christianity. You keep arguing.
The Sunnis and the Cheetahs and the Shiites disagree with each other all the
Keep shitting on
time.
your own religion. Hey, Shimo, keep saying you don't trust your own religion. Come
The
argue.
Sunnis and the Shiites disagree with each other.
If you were debating Catholics, you would have a point right now, but you're not.
The first to step
No,
away.
he wouldn't.
I don't see a difference. Both of you appeal to the New Testament. You're appealing to the same testament they're appealing to. What's different from you? The only difference is they have a pope, you don't.
Well, he would have a point of contention to go after the Pope, is what I'm trying to
If you
say.
kick out Trench, the whole debate becomes good. If you kick out Trench.
Fucking
Bro,
homosexuality
I can't wait
is an
for Manar and
abomination.
Trench as 1v1.
Well,
I would
never
explain
say
heresy to
homo
you,
guy.
Manar, but it's
since
impossible.
we're talking about kicking out, just so everyone in the chat knows, if you send in 50, you can kick off anyone except the main debaters. Okay, Martae and Manar are off limits. But if you want to kick off somebody, $50, you get somebody off the panel.
Hey,
all right.
Speak easy for real. I gotta go. I gotta go soon.
Very base background, by the way. I like you a lot, man.
Hey, I gotta go soon. Speak easy, please. Allow me. Give me your toughest arguments. Come on, bring them forward. I gotta go.
You didn't have an argument all night, but go ahead, man.
Manar, real quick, Manar, right? Should we bow to man or should we bow to Allah?
I don't talk to leprechauns.
See, they won't engage with me, boys. They won't engage with me. But all they do is talk about the Bible.
Real quick.
After what you said about Israel, I'm not
One
talking to you.
One second. Listen to me, guys. Listen to me. Trench and Manar have a Christianity versus Islam debate coming up.
This is the guy?
These topics that you are talking about would be perfect for that after panel. Can we stick to the cousin marriage thing right now?
Yeah, I want to know, according to the New Testament, more rebuttal.
Give Manar your best on the
according to the New Testament, more rebuttal. Why is in orthodoxy it's immoral to be with your cousin? Go ahead.
It was deemed heresy.
Where in the New Testament? Where in the New Testament? You said you said according to the New Testament. Where?
No, I never. I didn't say that. If you weren't listening to me,
so you're not following the New Testament. You're not following the New Testament.
I said that Christianity includes the New Testament. You were asking what we were.
Are you following the New Testament or not?
Yeah, we follow the New Testament. Yeah.
Okay, so why are you not presenting evidences from the New Testament to provide proof? Why can't you do that?
I already gave you the proof. I consider the church and the scripture very interlinked.
Then don't appeal to the New Testament. There's zero evidence from the New Testament.
I didn't appeal to the New Testament.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You appealed to the New Testament.
I was giving you context for how you're wrong.
When I appeal to the Bible, you appeal to the New Testament. You dog, as if there's a difference, as if there's something new in the New Testament. And now you can't present the new information.
There is, that's why they call it the New Testament.
That means there was nothing in the New Testament. Okay, well, hey, speak easy. You got. I'm leaving. Speak easy. Unless you kick.
You need to see.
Easy. Unless you kick everyone out.
You got to see my song before you leave. You got to see my song before you leave.
Unless you kick everyone out before except Mo, I'm leaving. Speak easy. Allow me to get Mo for a second.
Well, listen. You can have your back and forth. You can have your back and forth with Mo.
No. I'm gonna leave. Trench is talking too much. I'm leaving.
Well, if you want to leave, that's up to you, right?
All right, hey, more rebuttal. Your mother is a whore. You're a fucking dog. You have zero evidence. You have zero evidence from the New Testament.
Hey, I'm trying to.
He lied. No, but he lied. He lied to everyone in the channel. He said that he has evidence from the New Testament.
Right now.
He said according to the New Testament, the orthodoxy changed. Okay, present your evidence, you fucking liar. Okay, well, why was I wrong? Why was I wrong then when I presented Leviticus law?
I was giving the context of how the question you were asking was non sequitur. It's like asking you're asking an Orthodox person to separate scripture from church, and it's just it's not.
Well, according to you, you did that. According to you, you did that. You have zero evidence from the New Testament, but still acknowledge this Orthodoxy church and their rulings with zero evidence from the New Testament. That literally was what you did. You fucking dog.
He doesn't have to do that. Do you understand that, right?
Martae, what the fuck are you talking about? You cannot say
you keep running.
I believe in the New Testament and then provide zero evidence from the New Testament. You can't say that.
He doesn't have to. Your argument is circular, Manar.
Then why didn't you present the New Testament?
Once again, I said that the Christianity includes the New Testament, but you keep quoting Old Testament.
My scholars. You should say I believe in my scholars. You shouldn't say I believe in my New Testament. You dog.
Yeah, I believe in the church. Yes.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. You don't have single evidence from the fucking Bible. You dog.
Oh, we got all the evidence, but you
okay. What from in the New Testament? Where does it stop you from marrying your cousin? In the New Testament, where does it stop you from marrying your cousin?
If you're asking a Christian this viewpoint and it tells you that,
where does it stop you from marrying your cousin?
Okay, hold up. Let me try to.
You can't present the New Testament to destroy my Old Testament. Where is the New Testament?
Manar, I'm trying to help you out here, Manar. The question Manar is just simply asking, and I think you guys can give it a really easy answer to it. Is he's saying is what exactly are you using to say that it's immoral to be with your cousin? That's what he's asking. Right?
Once again, the church is deemed a heresy.
Just the church.
So that's what we go on.
Yeah. Just the church. Yes, and what does the church use? What does the church use to justify that?
I can give you some writings from the church fathers.
That's what I'm asking for, you fucking dog!
No, you kept asking for new script from New
You
Testament
don't.
scripture.
Isn't it from the New Testament? Isn't that where the justification come from?
Well, that's
where is
what
it
you
coming
were
from?
asking. So are you asking for
Where is
where
their
I'm actually
justification
getting it
come
from, or are you asking for a scripture?
Where
Those two
does
different
the
questions.
church get their justification from?
I can pull it up for you and send it to you.
Yes, present it. No, present it
Okay.
right now.
I just said that.
So, no, you said you're gonna send it to me.
Yeah,
present it to me.
I can give it to you. Yeah, there's
no,
a back
no,
channel,
present
right?
it. Present it. Present it.
Yeah, I'll go find
Act
something.
smart. Act smart. Act like you're not a dog. I don't know why you're laughing. Your teeth look fucking disgusting.
Because you're too stupid, dude. That's why I'm laughing.
This is hilarious.
I'm exposing you guys for being dogs. Like all of you lie. This guy's in the New Testament.
Man, you won't even debate me. You won't debate
Shut
me.
the fuck up, you
Yeah,
leprechaun.
won't
Keep
debate
talking
me.
about Israel.
Yeah.
Keep saying you're racist shit, and now I'm gonna debate.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to debate you.
Bringing this shit
I'm
in.
supposed
Stay
to
on
debate
topic,
you.
bro.
It's
Stay
like
on
it's
topic.
like me getting mad at me for not talking to premonition. What am I
Stay
supposed to say?
on
That girl's
topic,
fucking
baby.
racist.
Stay on topic.
Yeah, okay, dog. Okay, more rebuttal is still looking, by the way. He has zero justification from the church to why he believes that it's okay to be, it's immoral.
I'm
to
still
marry.
waiting for you to tell me what's your epistemic justification
Manar,
for
it's a
reading the
very
Bible and getting the
simple
correct
I said
interpretation.
Leviticus.
We can
I said
just
Leviticus
look
law.
at society. Yeah, we can
Leviticus-
look at society and see what the standard
How do you-
practice is.
Leviticus law and all
How
the
do
practice
you
of
know
all
you have the correct
prophets.
interpretation? How do you know you
How
have
do
the
you know
correct
you have the
interpretation?
correct interpretation? How do
Yeah,
you know
how-
you have the correct
Okay.
interpretation? How do you know you have the correct interpretation?
Because it's the holistic of the church give us the correct
Because it
interpretation,
is the
right?
holistic
Because
of
we
the
have
church.
because Jesus Christ give us the
You're
power
so
to
fucking
give the
loser.
power to the church to be able to
Jesus
interpret it.
Christ gave the power to the church.
Yeah, to interpret
Yeah,
it.
there's a link in the
You're a
back. Manar.
dog.
Yeah, Manar, I put that.
Are you gonna no wait now I give you
You're a
mine now
dog.
give me how do you get the
This
interpretation?
is embarrassing. This
How
is
do
fucking
you
embarrassing.
get your interpretation?
Because
Can you
Jesus
give me
Christ
some-
give me the power to the church.
Can you tell me how do you
Because
get your interpretation?
Jesus Christ give the power to the Old Testament. That's how I
Okay,
know.
can you explain that?
Because Jesus Christ, he said
Yeah, I agree with
something in
that.
the Old
I
Testament
agree that
and,
I agree that
that's
he
it.
gave the scriptures, especially including the Old Testament. But how do you know you can interpret them correctly? How do
Yes,
you?
I do know I can interpret them correctly.
How?
Because
How?
I agree with the scholars of the biblical scripture.
Okay, so
I am following
and,
the biblical
what is the? How do they get enough? How do you get authority to interpret it?
Oh, a lot of them work at the church. A lot of them have authority from the church.
Which church?
Whichever church they want to.
Whatever. Oh, okay.
That's
Sorry,
crazy.
I'm sorry. How is this different than your church authority?
It's fucking crazy. These
I'm
dudes.
sorry. How is that different than what you
The
are?
LDS called themselves Christian.
Oh, there's a
Would you consider
huge
them
difference.
Christians?
Emma,
I
do
mean,
you not
you're
realize, Emma,
dogs.
that
You're
Nala Ray
dogs.
and Andrew Wilson are the same Christian? Do you not
Yes.
realize that, Emma?
Yeah,
That's like
my
when you say
bad,
Christian,
my bad,
everyone-
Mr. Leprechaun. I'm sorry. I just think all the Sandys are the same, including the Jews. So whenever they like, oh, my racism, I just think they're just unliking each other.
Emma, you're not handsome.
They
you're
just
not
don't
funny.
like each other.
You're not funny. You're not handsome. You're not cute. You're not
Where's
a
your
good
kippah?
debater.
Where's your
Wha-
kippah,
you,
Manar?
you can't even show your.
Where's
you
your
can't even show
kippah,
your
Manar?
picture. Why are you talking shit?
Haba, Nagila, Haba, Nagila, Haba. Where's your fucking kippah, Manar?
Hey!
I love that Jared, who looks exactly like Emmett with a small mustache, is also following along with this.
Well, I am part Mexican.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man.
Well,
You're,
Manar, part of the reason why I'm
you're
up here
definitely
is
fully
I am
retard, that's for sure.
This is funny. It's the very
I
first
mean,
time
you would know, right? Because
Yeah, man. Yeah.
your mom and your
hey,
dad are
welcome,
related.
Welcome.
Because your mom and your dad are related.
It's nice for you to meet me. How you finally met a
Do you-
real man.
Normally, when you ask
Manar,
about your
Manar,
aunt, is to
he's
say,
trying
"Hey,
to
how's my
engage
aunt?"
with you. Emmett, chill out for a second. Let Jared speak. Go ahead, Jared.
So, Manar, I am Catholic. So, what did you say that the Pope said?
Yeah, so the Pope acknowledged that homosexuality is now a good thing in the church. Is that a good thing? Should we follow the Pope or should we disagree with him and follow old Leviticus law and old Testament law?
What exactly?
What do you mean
do
good
think
thing?
you said?
What do you mean by good thing?
Hold on, Terry. What exactly do you think you said?
That it's Jesus would want us to appreciate and accept the gays because that's what he would. That's what he does. He accepts people. That was what.
Yeah, he said
Sounds like
accept them as God's
Unitarians.
children, but he didn't say that homosexuality was still not a sin. He also said that you could you do blessings, quote unquote, under certain conditions. However, that is still not blessing an actual church marriage, and they still cannot be.
Yeah, well, it says here Pope Francis. Yeah, you're a liar. It's okay, you're a liar. It says here Pope Francis stated that being homosexual is not a crime or a sin, and called laws criminalizing it unjust, urging bishops to welcome LGBTQ people while acknowledging Catholic teachings, which might still view homosexuality as sinful. But he also permitted priests to offer non-wedding blessings for same-sex couples, signaling
the last part is
pastoral
exactly what I
shift.
just said. What are you reading off of?
Oh, so what is this signaling? A pastoral shift towards inclusion through doctrine on marriage remains, though the doctrine on marriage remains unchanged. The pastoral shift towards inclusion has been started.
So nothing. You got nothing.
What does it mean that Pope Francis says being homosexual is not a crime? What does that mean? How is that?
What does it mean by
It's not a crime except for in Islamic countries?
That's what I'm saying. How is that not completely disagreeing with Leviticus and Old Testament law?
Manar, the
You
problem
realize
is
that
the Pope
Leviticus
doesn't
and Old
have-
Testament law was for the Jews, not for the Christians, right?
Well, I'm asking you. Well, that's why I'm asking. So, from the New Testament, what justifies this new teaching? Because you keep arguing the Old Testament is for the old people. From the New Testament, what justifies this new teaching?
Yeah, when Jesus on the Mount says that he's not here to abolish your law, but to fulfill it.
That's fine. Give me the verse, and I'll read it out loud. From the New Testament, please.
Matthew 5, 17, 18.
It has to be from the New Testament. Make sure.
Yes, Matthew is New Testament,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
It's one of the 4 New Testament books from the
Yeah.
Apostles.
Okay, it says here, I did not come to abolish the law or the prophets, but to fulfill them. So why are you guys abolishing the Old Testament law?
Are we abolishing the Old Testament law? So, for example,
When-
it says,
when-
do not
when
have
every-
same-sex relations with a man,
when
with a
every
man
time-
as one does with a woman. That is detestable. That's Leviticus
When
18:22.
every time,
Leviticus 20:13. If a man has sexual relations with a man
I'm leaving.
as
I'm
one does
leaving.
with a
I'm
woman,
leaving.
both
I'm
of them
leaving.
have
I'm
done
leaving.
what
You're
is
just gonna keep
detestable.
talking. I'm leaving.
I'm giving you quotes.
Allow me to respond.
I'm giving you quotes.
Allow me to respond, dog. You
Matter. It's in
fucking
the
dog.
in the back
You
is
fucking shut the
writings
fuck
from the
up.
church
Shut the
fathers.
fuck. Shut the fuck
Go
up.
ahead.
Shut the fuck up, dogs.
I thought you wanted
fucking
answers. I
dog.
sent you to you in the back chat.
Shut the fuck up. Jesus
Oh, you don't
says,
want answers?
Jesus, look how I'm debating 7 of you, and I'm putting you all in your places
Just me,
like
baby.
the dogs that you are. So Jesus declares he did not come to abolish the law. So why did Jared just say this is the Old Testament and that we do not follow that law? How does that actually prove that Jesus did not abolish
Because
the
what
law?
Jesus is saying there is like when he's giving the Sermon on the Mount, like people were accusing him of doing quote unquote new teachings, but he's saying no, these are not new teachings. This is the correct interpretation because the Pharisees and all that stuff have the wrong interpretation of God's word.
So excuse me. So
Correct.
how is this not?
Correct.
How is this not?
Alhamdulillah, brother.
That also wasn't.
Alhamdulillah.
Am I allowed to respond to you, dog?
You also asked me why it was a. Why
I've never met a human being who
celebrates.
celebrates after saying one sentence like a dog that he is.
Yeah,
I
I
just can't
mean,
control that.
I mean, what?
Have
Hey,
you ever hurt
sorry.
yourself?
What's your ethnicity? Because this is an expose on all your people. Where are you from? Teriyaki.
Me?
Teriyaki.
I'm Irish. Yeah, I'm
You're
Irish.
Irish. All the Irish people are the most disgusting, most filthy people on all of Earth.
Yep.
You are the best
Mhm.
representation.
Heard
of
it all
the Irish.
before. Heard it
You
all
are
before from
such a
British.
disgusting,
Yep.
filthy.
Mhm.
You're such a disgusting
Potato
and filthy
pickers.
bitch.
Is there an argument in there somewhere? Or
Well, if he would allow me to
obviously.
actually
Oh, no.
speak, if he would allow me
He
to
can't
actually
count the
speak,
arguments.
look,
I
he just
gave
won't.
you
He
the
won't allow me to
answer.
speak.
He's just being
You're-
racist.
No, I'm not being
That's
racist.
all he's
I'm
doing.
I'm telling him
Hey,
that he
motherfucker,
showed.
let's be racist together, you fucking sandy man.
I'm showing him that he showed that his people are the most disgusting people on earth because he is a disgusting character. Just like Jared is showing
Because
how
I
his
counted
people
your
are the
arguments.
most disgusting.
Because I
when
counted
you
your
Just like
say,
you,
when you
you're
say,
fucking most
according,
disgusting for being from
when
Iran.
you say, according to
Is that why?
Matthew 5:17, that Jesus
Mhm.
declares he did not come to abolish the law, and then
Yes.
Jared tells me that we don't follow
Yes.
the Old
I
Testament, we
explained
only
that.
follow the New Testament.
I'll explain it again.
That means you guys have abolished the law, Teriyaki.
No.
When you say you do not
No, it's
follow
not.
the Old
No,
Testament.
it's not. I'll
Okay.
explain again.
Okay,
What it's
explain
showing. Let me
again,
answer.
explain
Let me
it.
answer. Let me
hey,
answer.
Hear my fucking
Let me answer.
question. Hear my question, you dog. When Jesus says, I did not come to abolish the old law, and Jared says we do not follow the Old Testament, how is that not abolishing the old law? Answer.
I'll explain.
You dog.
I'll explain. Can I explain? Can I explain?
Answer.
Yes. So what Jesus is saying on the Sermon on the Mount is, I'm not here to abolish the law. The individual law itself is not wrong. It's the interpretation that's wrong. That's why he's saying that the Pharisees are doing it wrong. It's the interpretation, not the actual law.
Just left. I don't know what to
He might have
say.
just raged.
But that's what they do. When you have the answer, they just run away. That's why he'll never engage with me, because I'm not a quote unquote Christian.
Yeah, I guess he didn't see my list
It
of the
wasn't even
back chat
context of
either.
what I said. I was answering his question. He asked me specifically why it was a crime to be homosexual, and I said that's not a crime. It was only a crime because that was Leviticus law for the Jews at the time until Christ.
He often throws out words he doesn't know the meaning to. So
I do want to offer some input real quick, because I've been quiet the whole time listening. Just notice that before the debate, he wanted to change the prompt, and then in lieu of the debate, he wanted to change the prompt to religion and morality when the prompt was like legality and social stigmas and stuff. And notice how he also didn't prove that, that there was a solution to mitigating this and keeping the family together, while also invoking the fact that we want to perpetuate these diseases which are inherent through genetic deformalities throughout the family. Never did this, or never offered a societal prescription to eliminate harm. So never combated any of these things in the whole debate. But
he's back.
Our best friend.
Welcome back, Manar.
Hey, Manar,
So
did
again-
you
so
read
again,
the back
to tie
chat?
this in just real quick, just to
Did you
tie it
wanna
in
hear
from
what
where we're at.
Teriak had to
So
say?
it's basically what Jesus pointed out. It's like, I'm not abolishing the law. I'm saying that the interpretation is wrong to the law. And this is why it's so important to go to apostolic succession, because then it goes from Jesus to the apostles, the Orthodox Church, and the Orthodox Church is the one that can prove the whole lineage.
Well,
Not what the church
you're a
can.
liar, because when I looked into the research on Matthew 17, and if you continue reading it, it doesn't talk at all about the interpretation. You're an actual liar. It's talking about stating that not the smallest detail will pass away until all is accomplished.
Yes,
So
that
it's
all
not
the
about
words are correct.
interpretation.
That all the words are correct.
You're a
All the
dog.
words that are
Hey,
written
let
are
me
correct,
finish.
but the
Let me finish,
interpretation's wrong.
please. If you're going to keep interrupting, I'm just going to leave, because I'm not allowed to speak. I'm not allowed to speak. So you're a dog, you're a liar. You said that's a misinterpretation. Nothing in the verse actually makes that emphasis. Instead, it's talking about the law of the prophets and the law in the books, and how they're not to be abolished, and instead to be continued and to be fulfilled. And what you guys have done is you've completely abolished them. I don't care what you have to argue. You're going to say you misinterpreted. You don't have evidence of that. It's not in 5:17:18. Show me the evidence of the misinterpretation. It's not in the actual verse. You're a liar, but I'm not, I'm not
okay.
shocked you're an Irish dog.
Yeah, so again, like he's saying, not a dot of an I or a cross of a T, right? So it's like literally every single word is going to be the exact same, but it's the interpretation that's wrong. That's why because otherwise, how would you explain? How would you explain that there's a difference between what Jesus is saying and what the Pharisees are saying?
Then how
Unless
I would
it's interpretation.
Explain, how I would explain is only one of them is accurate, the other one is not.
Easy, real quick.
Yeah, so Jesus is saying they have the wrong interpretation. They have the same words, but they have the wrong interpretation.
Okay, real quick. I gotta go. Thank you so much for having me
That's
on.
bullshit. You're a liar.
Big W to
You're a fucking
Martae,
liar.
and you all rock, except for obviously
Nothing
for the
in
fucking
the
dog in the panel.
commentary.
You fucking
Nothing.
cussing
Hey,
fucker.
Emmett, no one's gonna miss you.
Bye bye, Sandy man. Bye bye, Sandy man. Go build some sandcastles to your fucking sandy land.
Go fuck yourself.
Sandy's waiting for you.
You're a fat bitch.
All right. Come on.
Good seeing you.
You're a fat,
Have a good one.
ugly bitch.
I mean, that's pretty weak, though. Calling him a Sandman, that's
No, but I'm serious. So Teriyaki, your actual argument, 5:17:18, you're actually presupposing what the actual words of Jesus meant. You actually have no knowledge. You don't have authority from the commentary. You just made that up, and I'm not surprised you're a liar. You're actually a liar. Based on this video, no more testimony will be accepted of you in court. I could just make this an argument showcasing how you're a liar here in this video.
Oh, okay, yeah. You think Sharia courts are coming?
Just like Mo's a liar.
How's
He
Iran
talks
looking?
about that. Remember Mo's evidence, which disappeared, never showed up ever again. He just shut the fuck up.
I put it in the back chat.
Remember how
I put it in
fast
the
I
back
made
chat.
Mo
Can you
quiet,
read
guys?
with your sub 80 IQ? Look at the back
Remember
chat.
how I made Mo so quiet? What chat?
He
What
left
are you
and
talking
came
about?
back, so he might not see it there. You might have
What
to
chat?
post it again.
There's
What chat?
I know technology is
All I
hard for
see
you
is your
guys,
is your
but you go studio chat on the right, click it, and you can see Council in 692 AD.
Manar,
Canon 54.
Where? I don't see anything.
It's under the people section, and then you go to group chats above where it says everyone who's a part of the call.
Yeah, you see Manure should be in there somewhere.
Well, there's a moment.
No, send it again. I don't have it. Send it again.
I can't
It's not
send
there.
it to the same thing twice. It's right there. Just click
It's not. I don't
studio
have it.
chat. Studio
I don't see
chat.
it. I don't see it,
Top
dog.
right says studio chat.
I know it's empty. Fucking bitch.
Yeah, because he left and came back, so you'd have to just
Oh, okay. Let me copy and
Jared
paste it
just
in there again.
resent something, so you can check that out as well too.
Yeah, Jared is proving my my argument that Pope Francis allows blessings for same-sex couples. Holy shit!
No, he doesn't.
Holy shit! That's
He
literally
literally read that he doesn't, Manar.
Oh
That's
my
so
God.
bad faith.
And if you look at it, it says it allows Roman Catholic.
It says
priests
a
to administer
landmark
blessings.
ruling approved by the Vatican says priests can bless same-sex couples under some circumstances. That's what it says.
Yeah, and if you look at it,
what
it
are the
says, as long as they are
circumstances?
not part of regular
You
church
fucking
rituals
dog!
or
What
liturgies.
circumstances do you need to remember to act like you're fulfilling the old law? You fucking dog! You Irish bitch!
long
I know
as
you
they
don't
are
have
not
any.
part of regular
I know you do not have any allegiance to anything
That's an Irish bitch.
except your mother,
Irish
dog,
unions or
bitch.
weddings.
Yep.
You're a dog, Teriyaki. You're the biggest liar, and you look like you're AIDS. You look like you're diseased. You're a lying dog. Hey, Trench, I'm gonna get you later. Shut the fuck up. Don't let me get on you. Shut the fuck up, you fucking dog. Look, I swear to God, you look like Martae if Martae was 5 years
I'll
older.
pop my dick out, all right?
I swear, that's crazy. Martae, be honest. Is that your brother?
Your insults are bad, man. You don't
Be
know how to
honest,
insult
Martae. Is that your
people, man.
brother? That's crazy. That you guys look way too alike. I'm not being racist.
I have a real
Zero
question.
arguments, only insults.
I have a,
Jared, bring us more proof why the Pope allows same-sex couples and blesses their marriage. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me
You
hear
fucking
proof.
bitch. And then argue that argue that the Catholics are actually following old
I got you.
law. And
I got
Matthew
you.
7:15.
One sec. Manar, why does Ayatollah Khomeini, why did he put out a fatwa blessing transsexual surgeries? The fatwa in Iran that bless same sex, the fatwa they put out saying that he permits, and that's why Iran is the top 3 for trans surgeries.
Yeah. So
Are you
what
telling
does
me
he
that?
permit?
Are you
What does he
telling me? Are you telling me that
Why are you lying?
Muslims are pro-trans? That you're all trannies?
What is the actual fatwa? Go ahead.
Is that what it is? Because like it does make sense. Because like
What is the
as soon as
fatwa?
like you start showing up, we start talking about trans and all that kind of shit in our politics. So,
what fatwa? Go ahead.
The fatwa that Khomeini put out.
Okay, what fatwa?
Blessing transsexual surgeries.
Okay,
saying that this is a good thing.
So you're
so you guys are pro-trans. You guys are pro-trans, bro.
What's the name of the fatwa?
So why do you have an issue with the Pope with same sex when you're pro-trans?
What's the name of the fatwa? Because when I look at Islamic fatwas, it shows that they're complete prohibition on transition for cisgenders.
I mean, that's you got to understand the news
That's
source
the
you're
key
getting
word.
it from.
I'm sorry. So he
it
proves
was in
that
the
he's
mid.
not.
It was in.
So he proves he's not a liar. When he proves he's not a liar, he has to present the evidence now. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, so Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini issued a fatwa in the mid-1980s that permits sex reassignment surgery for individuals diagnosed with gender dysphoria in Iran. Mid-1980s.
I called you out on this too, though, Teriak, and we are in disagreement. You believe too much propaganda nonsense, dude.
This is not propaganda. This is literally a fatwa put out by Khomeini in Iran. Iran is top 3 surgeries worldwide for trans.
Consider your source. How many are they doing a year?
Bro, it doesn't matter. It's what is a
doesn't
fatwa?
matter?
What is a fatwa? To the point that I'm getting at to Manar. What is a fatwa?
Is that like Shrek, the fatwa, Lord Fatwa?
It's a directive.
It's a religious fucking edict.
It's a directive. You have to do it.
Yes.
A fatwa is something you have to do.
I'm upset for a reason, though. I mean,
May I
this
ask
is the type
a
of stuff
question?
that gets people yoked up.
I won't talk very much, but Manar, I have a question for you, and an honest question. You're calling everybody dogs, and I'm wondering.
Yeah, because they're liars.
No, be quiet.
Because it's an insult in his country.
Quiet.
It's a big insult,
Because
actually. Like when I do this, he knows what that means. What's that mean, Manar? Tell him.
I can't see any evidence of transsexuality being legalized. I can't find any evidence.
One sec. Just let Premonition ask the question.
I don't know if you know this, but the Western civilization love our dogs. They're family members. They're not, and you're calling everybody dogs in the most heinous way. And I am wondering, dear sir, do you? I don't know if I can even ask this question. Do you harm dogs? Do you? Because if you do, you will never fit in with the Western civilization.
What if I harm guys and I call them dogs? What if is that okay?
I'm just asking.
To be fair, we shot a whole lot of dogs in Iraq.
Wait. What if I punch guys? Hey, premonition. What if I punch guys in the face and then I call them dogs? Is that okay?
I don't care what you do. I'm wondering.
That's okay for you?
Do you hurt dogs?
Premonition.
You hurt dogs?
Premonition.
But we have
premonition.
Dogs too.
Premonition. I'm disgusted by dogs. I'm not like you. I don't like them touching me. I don't like them being around me. You're a disgusting creature. You like the dog to lick you. You like him to jump on you, like that dog next to more
then you will never
dogs
fit in.
They lick their own buttholes.
Disgusting. You're disgusting if you let them touch you.
You cannot fit in.
I let my dog kiss me on the face too, though.
It's disgusting if you fuck goats, dude.
Why can't you have a cat?
Yeah, I got a video of 2 Iraqi dudes, actually 3 of them. 2 of them are fucking holding the donkey, and the other one goes up and fucking.
Just saying, dude.
This is with the J-Lens system. This is with the actual J-Lens system. Like, they straight up rape the fucking donkey.
Because they you know.
No, you know what I'm talking about. It's like Mexicans do that too, like northern Mexico.
Yeah.
They'll rape a donkey.
But
of course.
Manar,
third world fucking country.
You'll go to prison in the United States for harming
it's
dogs.
called barnyard. It's because we're Christian. It's called barnyard sodomy. We don't fucking bang our cousins, and we don't fucking bang animals.
I know they have intercourse with.
It's 2,000 years of this culture because sexually transmitted diseases came probably from somebody banging a pig.
But what he's doing in essence, the bigger picture, guys.
This is why circumcision was a thing.
Chlamydia came from llamas because of the Peruvians went and had sex with llamas.
He cannot conform. They will. Every American, 99.9% of Americans love dogs.
Pig, and now we all can get herpes.
Love them.
It's crazy.
And this guy will kill them, and he will end up in jail. We're different. We think differently, and that is
someone will kill you if
it's
they try to kill their dog.
Too, big time wise,
I'm one of them.
It's less than 6,000 years old.
Really well where he comes from, but he cannot assimilate over. He can't. He's too deep.
Well, that's not their plan, premonition. They're not trying to assimilate. They're trying to take over.
No, yeah, exactly. They want Sharia law in America.
And they are.
America could probably use a little bit of Sharia law though to be fucking 100.
The breeding is happening, but you guys need to recognize when he's calling
of course.
dogs.
The UK needs Jesus too.
And we would. I mean, we would run literally through fire to save our dogs. And this guy.
When are you done so I can argue, so I can respond to?
But you're dealing with the paradigm, though. We all have different paradigms. Even us ortho bros have slightly different paradigms from the other, right? And in his paradigm, you don't want to be a fucking dog. Like,
no, probably not.
Just like in his paradigm.
Like you. Yeah, like premonition.
This is something you might as well not.
I'm just confused why we're kind of so hung up on this.
Did
Jesus not call people dogs?
So speakeasy. Can I get an outro?
Call me a dog.
Last
no,
one.
but did Jesus not call?
Wait, Martae, before you go, could I actually question one of your points about cousin marriage?
Yeah, for sure, man.
I disagree with you saying that it's all like health issues. Like when it comes to like good congenital traits, keeping a light amount of incest is the best way to keep those within a family. And if there is any, it's about 1 in 4 chance that you'll get good offspring. In the other 75%, you can just abort the babies if they're going to come out as Down syndrome or completely genetically flawed.
So your argument is the solution is abortion?
like microcephalic. They'll come out microcephalic, or they'll come out.
That's a great argument. If you're arguing from a modernity worldview, I mean, he's right.
So
What's your
we're
argument
actually
against them?
going to some degrade. We're actually choosing something that's a worse outcome to just say, you know what, if thing bad, just get rid of it, delete the baby.
But it's socially
is an option.
acceptable. It's widespread right now.
Like,
I mean,
1 in 4 chance is pretty good, where you just get it first chance.
And then-
Abortion isn't necessary.
And then, not to mention that, but we have the compounding interest too. Are the chances of compounding interest of this happening a greater proclivity of this increasing for defects the more you keep it in your family, or lessened?
It goes. It depends.
I have a question about
it's
the
not
interest.
depends. It's almost absolute. Actually, the data depicts this and shows this. It's not a depends.
I don't think this argument of interest is real. Do you actually have proof that if a person?
Yes, Biddles. I can put it in the back chat. All of Biddles' accounts that you've actually presented, where actually you showed your whole hand 2 weeks before a debate and showed what your arguments are. The guy's been debunked, and I can show all the 3 pages of scientific articles where they debunk all his research.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it doesn't seem like that's actually a problem where
that his research is debunked and actually cherry picked.
Not that part. That you're actually
admit that it is cherry picked and all that's debunked.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Good, I
I'm just
appreciate
saying that if it's actually true that there's a risk at having this congenital disease, and you can just abort this risk, why is it bad? Why is it immoral?
Abortion is immoral. You're taking a human life away from a person that hasn't even got a chance.
Why?
That's a human life that you're deleting.
But
But
why?
if they are going to go and suffer from like a disease like
You realize that prevention is worth more than medicine when we come to this. If you can prevent having a defective baby by abstaining from sleeping with your relatives, you'll never have to have the outcome of abortion, right?
What's prevention than aborting your
you
baby?
can get geniuses by going and selectively breeding in a way. Like if you look at like the Ptolemy dynasty in Egypt, if you looked at like the best members of the dynasty, like the only ones where they turned out bad was the ones that weren't inbred.
That's
that is a more
completely
severe
false.
case.
That the Ferdinand dynasty actually had a lineage decimation that happened, and also I can name 15 other, well, actually not 15, but 9 other dynasties. I'll put it in the back chat where their lineage actually ended because of interbreeding. You want me to present that in the back chat?
No, I believe you, but I say that's more an issue of fertility because that's something I will grant. Like even when you see that with animals, with selectively breeding, it can lower the fertility.
And I'm glad you brought that up because there's a reduction of fertility rates too. So it not only increases birth defects, but also increases fertility risk as well too. I'm glad you acknowledge that. That's good.
That's why I say cousins is like a good compromise as opposed to just son daughter or
right. You're choosing the lesser of 2 evils, yet there's still 2 evils. Gotcha.
Like I would say like 4th generation, like there's no, or 4th out cousins is not bad. 3rd is okay. I can understand where it's a taboo in Western cultures, but if you look at Spain and Italy, like the clans that they have, or even Scotland, like first cousin marriage had a lot of benefits, and it was only because bishops that weren't of like the Scots tried to break up that power base so that the English could have more direct control.
Yeah, but that's more like a survivalist mentality to have this if you want to have an intact, I would say like a lineage of succession, things like that. But that's different. And that actually fails as well too, lineage-wise. But your argument is like, you know what, cyanide's worse than drinking coolant because at least you'll live drinking coolant. There's a greater chance of doing that. It's really what it reduces down to. So, I mean, they're both evils regardless. So.
Hey, by the way, more
justify that.
By the way, more rebuttal. I went and I looked at this authority that you're arguing for. Orthodox Christianity, like historical Western Christianity, largely prohibits first cousin marriage, not primarily for genetics, but as a canonical.
So I do want to leave.
Okay, that's fine.
Last words real quick. I just want to have some last words real quick. Manar, I appreciate the spirited back and forth. No hard feelings, even though you called me a dog, which is crazy. And I never actually attacked you personally, which actually you attacked me by saying that I look like this other black guy somehow that turned you on, which is really weird. Em pointed that out. Back to this. during the whole debate with Manar, it was very fascinating how he denied reality. But if you guys noticed that he tried to change the prompt, but get back to this, I also caught a bunch of other things too. 10 seconds before I leave, that he said that I was trying to appeal to modernity, and then in the next sentence he said, "What if we use modernity to wipe out genetic diseases?" What? And then he used the hypothetical. It's like he wants to appeal to things when it only applies to him, but says that I'm bad for appealing to modernity, which I never appealed to, which could apply to the 1500 BC, and this would still be something that would be appalling then, which I never did. And then he tried to make this a religious argument, which I try to stay on topic and on the prompt, and then he kept trying to go away from this and go to scripture and Bible and all this other stuff, which isn't in the prompt. This was crazy. He wasn't even debating the prompt the whole evening. But anyways, you know what? Good spirited back debate. Mo, I like to see you again. Premonition, good to see you, man. Good to see you, woman. I'd like to hear more from you if you could speak. Teriak, man, we go back. I'd like to have another debate with you. Even I appreciate the pushback a little bit. I just make it a little bit tougher. Trench, good to see another brother. Jared, another Christian, good to see you too. And Daniel, you're my boy. Speakeasy too. I appreciate you letting me up on your platform. And that's
thanks for coming, man. Thanks for coming. Have a great night.
Appreciate it. You guys be easy, man.
Bye, dear.
Take it easy, Martae.
All right, guys. Man, that was crazy, wasn't it? Oh my God, I had to leave. This was crazy. I don't understand what's going on. Like it's you know what? I'll even allow people to come. Should I allow people to come up? Let me go ahead and just get like 20 minutes. Maybe I can like decompress with my own chat. Once again, I appreciate the mods for moderating and keeping things kind of kosher and kind of basing the chat. It was pretty good, man. I looked at the stats. I won the debate. This was crazy, man. I don't like it. For all you guys wondering, how do you keep your patience? It takes a lot to get me pissed, man. It takes a lot to get me angry, riled up, you know, all these things. I don't get pissed, man. I honestly don't get riled up or pissed. I just think it's crazy that Manar would tell me that I'm mad when I'm not even mad. I just don't understand his arguments, man. So anyways, I pinned the link in the chat if anybody wants to come up and talk about the debate or even how irrational that was. I don't know, man. That was really wild. I don't even know how to even process all that. The fact that he was denying reality. The guy did try to change the prompt like several times and bring it to Leviticus, you know, all this stuff. And I'm just like, I wasn't appealing to scripture or any of that stuff. I'm just talking about genetic defects or, you know, is this even something that society could buy into? Can you sell this to me? You know, none of this made any sense. What's up, independent thinker? Good to see you, man. Got any words for me? I think you're not muted or anything, but I'm going to add this to the stage so everybody knows.
There's no winning with that dude. Sorry.
What's up?
There's no winning with that guy, man. Manure. There's no winning with that.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. I don't understand this because he says that remember throughout the debate and even at the end of the debate, he said you lost. And remember how I never said that he lost? I may have said that he took an L here and there, which is like some contradictory statements that he made and whatnot. But I never will tell somebody I won. I'll never tell somebody I win because guess what happens? I'm going to present these receipts of what the audience thought about it afterwards. That's who's going to determine. I would lean to them to determine who won, not myself. I'm not the arbiter of who wins or not, because that would make me the moderator and the debater, right? Or the audience all rolled up in one. I can't make that decision. But according to Speakeasy, he put this poll out, 55 votes, says who gave the best arguments. Manure, I'm surprised that he scored as high as he did, 35%. I'm impressed he made it that far. Me, 45% dominated. They both lose at 20%. I don't know who voted for the 20%, but this is a W. I'll just count this as a W. Let me take this away from the screen. I'll be posting this on my YouTube channel or as a post. But anyways, that was painful to see and actually go through, to be honest with you. Can't even lie.
I was getting frustrated for you, bro.
What was the frustrating part about the debate for you?
The redirecting, man. You know, like you'll fucking say something and he would just redirect it to something else. And like you were saying, you're trying to stick to the prompt and he would just throw religion in there, you know, like, whoa, hold on now. Let's talk about the real fucking facts. Well, not that religions isn't real facts, but
right.
Let's just talk about the facts for a moment, the science.
Let's talk about the prompt. Let's talk about what the prompt is referencing. So yeah, and that's the thing though, is like I kept talking about I wanted to go to society, and then notice how the prompt said, should incest be legally and socially accepted? It doesn't say religion or moral. How can you base this on morality or ground this on a scriptural basis? It didn't say any of that. But Manure wanted to go to like scripture, the Quran, and attack Christianity the whole time. The whole argument, he just wanted to attack Christianity, not the prompt.
That's his whole argument, is just to shit on Christianity. That's all he does. That's his only argument.
Well, to be fair for him, I was actually shitting on Muhammad and calling him a rapist at the beginning with Aisha and stuff. So it's like, I suppose maybe that's a tit for tat. But when it came down to it, his only argument was just religion that I didn't want to get into. That's all he wanted to do. That's problematic.
The Muhammad thing, it's kind of factual based. I mean, you didn't say nothing that's not in the Quran. You know what I mean?
7 years old, and then a guy, like, you mean to tell me that she's consenting? But then when I brought it up the argument, notice how you didn't answer it. I said, in Iran, 9-year-olds, you can legally marry them. So do you think that we can cream pie? Like, I just kept, I knew that was going to be the most grotesque thing.
Yeah.
But when I asked him this, notice how he couldn't answer this because it put him in an uncomfortable position. I was like,
oh yeah, he started rubbing his head and everything, dude. He didn't know how to defend that one, dude, and then he had to redirect it.
And then I kept going back to cream pieing them and calling them fleshlights and stuff. And he's like, this is what your religion and then he said, and this was the bad part about this. He said, no, it's only a minority that does this. I said, it's socially accepted all over Iran. This is a universal law. So when you say that it's a minority of acceptance, this is universally accepted, which means anybody can do this through allowance, which was crazy. And I'm just like, but then Speakeasy came over and he was like, hey, we're not talking. And then I said, no, let's say that they're cousin 9-year-olds and we can do this. And then of course, that made everybody uncomfortable because he couldn't answer that, didn't want to answer that or touch that. So we had to move back to the United States. So crazy.
The truth makes people uncomfortable. The Quran makes me uncomfortable.
He made it even worse because he said in Tennessee or whatever, he said it's 13 years old. So hold on, is that any better? Like this was a really bad take and a really bad argument from his end. I don't understand how he could defend this. So
he tried.
It wasn't a valiant effort because when I did bring up the genetic abnormalities, remember when Evan Lord at the end said, well, hold on. If we have babies with birth defects, we could just delete them in the womb in utero. So that's your solution. We're just going to start deleting babies by Planned Parenthood. If it doesn't work out, we could delete them. We could just go to work. Like, that's crazy.
Geno's always the plan.
I didn't think Evan would have taken that position of like, we're just going to delete babies and then that's going to be okay. That's your solution.
Yeah. Yeah, that's wild.
So my moderator, Relentless, says Manar couldn't justify his interpretation of scripture outside of appealing to himself. Yeah, so Relentless is absolutely correct about this. However, I also didn't want to get into scripture because if I would have got into scripture and doing some exegesis or any of that stuff, first of all, I need permission from the church to do this. Second of all, that would have been so off topic. And it's like Manar was getting his ass kicked when it came to the birth defects and passing that around in the mitigation argument I was making, which he never could find a solution for. Because remember at the beginning of the debate, I boxed him in and I said, well, in order to weed out genetic defects, what would we need to do to eliminate that? And I wanted him to get to say, well, we could go outside their family and bring new genetics in here. And that would have been the debate.
Oh,
but he didn't want to do that.
He did not want to touch that, dude.
No, that would have folded his whole argument instantaneously. Debate would have been over.
It was anything but.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, so if you have uncles raping minors in your family, how do we ward off protecting them from them saying that, well, no, it's just family love, when really there's like the whole trope about the dirty, nasty uncle that touches you growing up. And it's like, how do you prevent this harm? He couldn't even, he didn't even understand the question. I had to like rephrase that twice for him. And I'm just like, wow, you don't even get what I'm asking.
I think he gets it. I think he's just legit disingenuous about it, you know. Maybe he doesn't.
Well, there's that too. I think that he was avoiding like obvious answers. I'm like, and when I asked him, I said, so if you realize that there's birth defects in your family, do you reduce this by going outside your family or keeping it in your family? He didn't answer that. Like, because that would have been obvious, like, oh, debate over. But nope. Anything that was, he's smart enough not to walk into that and to change the subject, redirect, obfuscate. He does this all the time. But then he'll contradict himself. What he did in this debate, he said, no, you're appealing to modernity when you're making an argument. And then the next sentence, he appeals to modernity by saying, what if science weeds out these defects with uncles and same-sex couples or whatever that is? Would you still do this? Hold on. That's appealing to modernity, which you said I keep appealing to. So that's like something that he's like, well, it's rules for me, but not for the end of this debate. You're appealing to modernity, which I wasn't, because if you're realizing that these defects are happening, wouldn't this have happened in 1500 BC or any other time, just like banging your sister would have happened today?
Right. And
that's not even modern. This is like any timeline this would happen. So it's crazy.
And the whole screening thing with him talking about we would screen the family and families would get together.
That's
and
crazy.
What the hell?
He's like, well, I mean, if you have a dirty uncle that's touching you and you're a little girl and you just turn like, 18 or 17, whatever legal age, and your uncle's been touching you, like, how do you tell people like, oh, well, no, that's unwarranted. Well, hold on. No, incest is okay. How do you know if it's not or is or isn't? Incest doesn't mean anything anymore because now uncles can touch you. So where's the harm?
Right.
What's your threshold? And it's like, that's also a nasty argument as well, too. He didn't want to get into any of this stuff. So it's just weird defending banging your cousin. And
I think the only reason why you didn't get a more of a percentage on the W is because of that. He just would keep talking over you, or he would redirect it, and you couldn't really get, like you were saying, you couldn't get a debate in, dude. You weren't answering anything. So
he wasn't. I literally asked him 4 questions at the beginning of the debate, and he didn't answer. Like, I had to ask him, answer the question. Remember, I was asking him, answer the effing question or whatever, and he still wouldn't answer. He just kept asking me a question to my question that I asked, like, and I'm just like, damn, this is gonna be a frustrating debate. Like,
and the gaslight, dude, the gaslighting, bro, is unbelievable.
Yeah, that was crazy too. Yeah, the gaslighting and telling me what my argument was when I wasn't making that argument. He was saying you're appealing to this morality or whatever when I never brought up the word morality or Christian ethics or any of that stuff throughout the whole debate, and was telling me I was doing that. Like, I was like, what argument are you saying I'm making that I'm not making? Crazy.
That he's a walking contradiction, dude. Well, I mean, the whole Quran is a walking contradiction, if you fucking ask me. Excuse my language.
It's just crazy. I just don't understand this. And I mean, Relentless says, let's not forget Manar's appeal to silence fallacy and his explanation of it. Yeah. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He was saying, according to your Christianity, you guys like being babies and same-sex couples. When he automatically says this, like, I was like, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
No. And then the abortion
I was like,
things.
bro.
I don't know any true Christians that are about abortions. What world are you living in?
Yeah, or same-sex marriages and approve any of this stuff. And he kept saying, you Christians approve of that. And I'm just like, well, hold on. What about your different sects of Muslim or Islam? And I'm just like, I could do the same thing with you, but that's very disingenuous. And
then he kept going with the Catholic thing too. Like, nobody there said that they were Catholic other than Jared eventually said that he was, but nobody said that they were Catholic. Do you not know that there are different denominations of Christianity, bro? Just like in in his culture, you know, they're always fighting, bro. What are you talking about? Freaking, I don't know where I'm going with that, but
and then the crazy part is he was saying it's morally wrong to date somebody and be alone with them. Like I was like, what? And then he said, you mean to tell me he said that I'm creating a sin or something like that by courting somebody, even if I'm not having sex with them. I'm like, what?
No, I guess you're just well, if you knew your cousin for the rest, you know, all your life, I guess
that and then here's the other thing that puts the cherry on the top of like this stupidity of him. He was saying that if you marry anybody else outside your family, they're going to be a stranger. And he said he was pointing to people that were getting married after meeting the first time. And I was like, where are they doing this at in America? They're meeting people and marrying after the second date. Do you know anybody in society that marries people after the first or second date? Where's this populace of people? And I asked him that. He didn't answer that.
Oh, Tinder. I heard something with Tinder or something like that. How disingenuous.
He was like, so you want to meet strangers in Tinder? And I was like, we were all strangers before we married the person that we're with. What are you talking about? But guess what happens? We got to know them before we married them, so we're not marrying strangers, right?
Oh my gosh,
just
man!
A low IQ. This guy was so low IQ, it was crazy. I was like, what? I don't know. So I guess everybody in society is just marrying strangers that they don't know.
Well, like he said, what better than what your cousin that you knew for all your life?
But here's the other fallacy that he also said. He said that when you marry family, you're not going to fight and you're not going to have any breakups or anything. What? Family fights the hardest out of anybody else that I know sometimes. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what?
He's not living in this world, bro.
Do you know where the saying bad blood comes from? Like,
right.
Like, bro, this is crazy.
Right.
I don't understand this. This is like, I don't know.
It was bringing.
I know for everybody asking me how I can have the patience, I just don't get pissed. I don't get mad.
See, I couldn't do it. It brings out a primal fear or a primal like anger in me, dude, where I want to, you know, break a window. Like, dude, I couldn't do it.
I think it's because I go to the gym and I like lift and I just get all that out and vent and stuff. And I try to funnel this into some like productive behavioral mechanism or something like that. My coping mechanisms everybody's got a coping mechanism. My coping mechanism is like decompressing with you and talking after post debate or something, but it's not going to be like me calling people dogs on panels and like he was doing. And it's like, what the hell? Does Manar have a thing against dogs? I know Muslim culture,
obviously
it's bad.
Base grandma was onto something there, dude.
Yeah.
You know?
yeah. Like, do you have a thing against dogs? Are you abusing dog? Like, you're calling us dogs. Like, what would you do to a dog? Like, and she was like, oh, I don't know if I want to hear your answer, but I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to hear it.
Yeah, dude, he hit straight Hassan, bro.
Yeah, it's just bad, man. I don't understand it. This was I don't know. But my next debate that I'm gonna have is one of them is probably going to be with Dusty if he can figure out his act and then figure out what the prompt is going to be, because I did talk to James from Modern Day Debate, and James said that the prompt that Dusty had presented wasn't interesting, or it was stupid. So I was like, yeah, I thought it was stupid too.
That's like Dusty though. That's pretty typical.
He wanted to debate, does drama move debate or debate move social culture more than drama? And the reason why it's stupid, it's a stupid prompt saying that which moves culture more, debate or drama. I'm like, well, the two can coexist together.
Right.
Like, you can have drama and debate. You can have them differently, but how is debate also not drama sometimes? Like, that's why it's stupid. It's an asinine prompt, actually. I don't know.
Well, he was on Emmett's debating on how he wasn't objectively a douchebag, and then says, well, I am a douchebag.
Gosh, dude, this guy's bad. I've destroyed Dusty in a debate before on Grid's channel, but he also got me. I don't know. It was one of those things where somehow he was able to, which actually says a lot about him because I guess he says he was an ex-drug dealer. He was debating whether or not drugs should be legal, and I'm against drugs, all drugs being legal. It was like an all thing being illegal or something like that. I'm against all drugs being legal. Like not crocodile, the thing that makes your skin rot and you have leprosy, basically. I'm against that because there's no benefit to that drug. I'm against devil's breath, the thing that you could blow in Nicaraguan women's faces or tourists, where it's like they'll do everything you tell them to. Like there was a guy that says, well, I don't know why I woke up and all my life savings were empty and I moved all the furniture from my place. I don't know what happened. And the security guard says, yeah, you agreed to everything these women were saying and you helped actually move all your furniture out and you walked up to the ATM machine and withdrew your life savings. You actually said that this was okay. So what it does with devil's breath is you're under the suggested will of somebody else and you do everything they say and then you forget what you did.
Holy shit.
Look up devil's breath. Do you think that this should be legal? Right.
Well, I'm like you. I'm against drugs. I'm even against marijuana being legal, dude. I think that it's not good for society. I think it dumbs down. It's not just marijuana in general, drugs.
Yeah.
It's not good for society. I had a debate with a quote libertarian before with that shit, dude, because you know they all want to be everything should be legal, drugs should be legal. If you want to do hair, you know, the H, you can do the H, you know, and go ahead.
I'm against like non-benefit drugs, like devil's breath. Matter of fact, I remember I brought it up on Speakeasy's channel, and I guess it's supposed to. It also helped prevent motion sickness, but I think the complicit a part of this where it's like really like the harm part is so bad that it like overrules like any good that you can ever get from this. Crocodile, complete bad. Crocodiles, Jenkum, which is like sniffing your own poop and you're sniffing like the gases that come from it. Jenkum is like inhaling the gases and you get high off of that.
So you're
like,
just getting high
no
off
benefit
of
from
gas or something?
Yeah, look up Jenkum. Jenkum, you could look this up, and it's a drug that people can huff their own poop, something like that. Their fecal matter. Yeah.
I feel like I'm living under a rock now, bro. And I mean, I'm not stupid on drugs, but I ain't never heard none of these. What the hell?
Jenkum is crazy. It's And matter of fact, I'll even share it on screen with you right now. Jenkum is a crazy, it's just feces, really, to be honest with you. And people are inhaling this fecal matter. And when they do this, they get high from this. So hold on real quick. Here goes Jenkum right here. Jenkum is purported inhalant and hallucinogen made from fermented fumes of human waste, feces, and urine. It has been primarily reported as a substance used by impoverished street children in Zambia in the 1990s as a cheap substitute for other inhalants like glue or petrol.
What the hell?
Yeah. So if we're talking about that, that is a net negative drug. There's no benefit from inhaling fecal fumes.
Oh my gosh, dude.
But I was also working for somebody so Linda, our district director, worked for the DEA, but I didn't work for the DEA. I worked for DHS, Homeland Security. So we worked around narcotics, drugs, and all this other stuff in lieu of doing our whatever was protocol we did that I don't want to get into, but it's like with the familiarity and training on drugs was like extensive because I mean, you're going to catch people who are not citizens here and they're going to be carrying shit. You're either a mule or you're, all this other stuff. So in the process of doing this, you're going to learn about Jenkum and all this other shit that you would have never thought about. Crocodile was another drug and it's just bad, man. All this is bad. But drugs is such a broad thing that we have to actually figure out what the definition is, because at one point the FDA wanted to ban vitamin C or classify vitamin C as a drug because of the healing properties. So it's like, so when we talk about drugs in a debate, like I'd say, well, definitionally, what do you classify as a drug? you know, things like this. And that's why semantics are extremely important
Mm-hmm.
because they'd be like, well, vitamin C was almost a drug. You're going to ban that. So it's like, obviously I'd say, no, it's water soluble. You're not going to, it's hard to overdose. Like, I don't even think you can overdose vitamin C because your body's just going to piss it out. But it's like, they make things drugs or try to attempt to make things drugs that shouldn't be drugs. Like vitamin C is crazy to make a drug. Like, but at one point they try to do that.
I didn't even know that. I maybe like if a drug has better benefits than it does negative effects, you know what I mean, then maybe, I guess, I don't know.
What's up, Jay? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but
what in the world is absolute foolishness that you were sitting through earlier? What is going on? Like, what did she say on aliens? Did IQs just drop sharply while I was away? Like,
yeah,
Martae, what kind of idiotic, moronic, dunderheaded goofball were you? That wasn't even a debate. Like you might as well have been speaking Mandarin to this guy. Like to even defend a position that's so ridiculous, and then this person kept jumping between, like, does the Christian ethic back it up, to is it good for society, to should you do it? Like, you can't keep jumping around like that in a debate. And every time you tried to kind of shore up his argument, and even like you were even trying to help him kind of like dial it in, and he was just not letting you talk, interrupting you. And I just don't understand how you can argue
banging your close relatives and cousins.
Close relatives. Because here's the thing, right? Like, you can imagine why people did it back in the day, like small communities and villages. People didn't go far. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at the Amish, right? Like, you know, I don't know if you guys know this, but from 2002 on, the Amish have been working with the CDC and NIH to establish communications with other Amish communities in Canada, Mexico, different parts of the United States, to exchange people so they can broaden up their gene pool because they were having genetic diseases. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you don't leave a certain area, you're going to start seeing like it makes sense that you'd have this person marry this person, marry this person. You look at Appalachia, you look at central Pennsylvania, you look at Iceland. I was in Iceland. They have a dating app where you can match your phones and see how related you are, and they call it bump it before you hump it, right? I'm dead ass because in like 1100 AD, whatever, all but 22,000 Icelandic people were wiped out by a volcano. So my tour guide, he met an Icelandic girl. He met a girl in Germany when he was living there. Her son was half Icelandic, and it turns out this lady he'd never met, son, was related to him, was like his sixth cousin. Because so many people in Iceland are so closely related that they've had to implement ways so that you're not banging your super close relative that you don't know about. And I would even say this, because we talk about Gloctavias and Keishas in the hood. You know that 54% of Black men are single, childless, 30% are married. That means 16% of these bastard kids that are 70% of our children are from 16% of dudes. So you're in the hood. None of these kids know who their fathers are. So there's a reason why you see so many slow babies in the hood. It's because there's all incest. There's a reason why nug is
you
violent.
hear stories like that all the time.
So I was making an argument that there's like, because I literally asked him something that was very easy. And if he would have answered it, it would debate over, it would have been a done thing. Like I literally asked him, Jay, I said, so, okay, since we know that genetic deformities can happen within a child, like if I have a recessive gene and then my sister does, guess what happens? That increases the chances of doing this. What is a way that I can weed out recessive genes from my family? And would I go outside of my family to weed this out, or would I keep it in the family?
Exactly.
He didn't answer this.
Do you guys know
His-
avoided all
his
my
answer,
questions tonight that were
his
really
answer
gonna
was Gino.
Yeah, there's two things that that you can compare this to. Is you guys know there's a lot of chemical factories in India, right? And a lot of them produce antibiotics, and they dump the waste into the rivers, and then people downstream drink the water, and they're getting super sick because it's killing all the good bacteria, and now only the antibiotic resistant bacteria that the good bacteria keeps the bad bacteria down. Do you understand? So
Yeah.
if you have bacteria A that's antibiotic susceptible, usually kills the really bad bacteria that's antibacteria resistant. Did you get it? If you get rid of the good bacteria, the bad bacteria grows. It's the same with genes, right? Or the very first successful HIV medication. There's two different forms of HIV. There's the really, really harmful kind and the more harmful kind. But the regular kind keeps the more harmful kind
Yeah.
in check.
Yeah, you're right
So
about that. I got a buddy,
yes.
my best friend that has HIV, and
Yeah,
you're right about that.
They give you drugs where it deletes the good kind for a little bit and lets the stronger kind take over, and that allows while those viruses are fighting it out, you get more white blood cells. Then you take medicine to let the good kind come back. So it's the same with genes. If you don't have a good a genetic pool, those recessive genes keep coming out and it compounds over time. What this dunderhead wasn't understanding is, yes, you might be able to breed with your first, second cousin once and maybe roll the dice and it's fine. But if you do that over 200, 300, 400 years, well, then you have still a Somalia, Pakistan, you know what I'm saying, and all these places.
I would say after 2 generations, not even 200-300 years. I'd say after 2 generations, you're done.
It just doesn't make any sense. Look at this. Some of the Native American tribes, some of the smaller island nations where there's not a lot of people, you know, and some of them have even implemented really, really good documentation. Say, look, you have to date someone from over this part of the island, or go find someone in another part of the island chain, because you cannot be banging your cousins or your sisters or whatever. It just, that's how homeboy that you are arguing with. He's a Muslim guy, right?
Oh,
yeah, he's Muslim.
Yeah. That's how twisted their thinking is. It's like they just can't concede. Like, here's the thing about Christians. Christians can say, look, there are times where our religion or maybe the church did this bad thing, but we've moved past it, or whatever, because the ecclesiastical authority said, hey, look, our bad. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe this wasn't wise or whatever, but then you can at least admit. He couldn't even admit that maybe this practice was wrong at all. It just doesn't make any sense. Like I don't. How are you having an argument in 2026 about if incest should be allowed and accepted? It makes no sense. And there's one thing that you touched on too. Yes, the Christendom did allow this until like what, 600-700 AD, whatever. But then the church authority said this is not going to happen anymore. Okay.
Yeah, well, I also brought up like socially. Do you think? Because I asked him, I said, "Can you be a salesman and sell this for me?" Because if I woke up and, like, let's say a little girl wakes up and she's banging her uncle, and then she says to her uncle on this commercial, we're trying to sell this, and she says, "You have the same eyes my mom does." Like, do you think that could sell to a wide margin of Americans through like some commercial? And then, not to mention this, Jay, I also brought up this. I said, so if you're producing inbred people, you're now going to produce a new dating market of inbred people that other people have to date. Do you think this is also appealing to society, that we have inbred dating markets? So now we have to have inbred dating apps, and like it just went down the rabbit hole of all this. And he like normalized all this. He said, no, it's fine, perfectly fine, because the family will stay together. I'm like, that's your only argument?
Martae,
that was crazy.
There's a BBC thing, and in Canada too, where they have to have public health announcements telling people about the dangers of inbreeding, because their socialized medicine has to take care of these people who have these diseases. So is it fair that taxpayers have to pay for their kids that they produce? It's not fair. You know what I'm saying? These migrants and these illegals from Pakistan and stuff, they come here in all these numbers, and they're a net drain on the system anyways, but they're having kids that are never going to be productive to society.
Mm-hmm.
So they're an even bigger burden that's on the system. So it's not like this happens in a vacuum. Maybe this is a village in Lebanon where, fine, you know.
Well, here's the other thing, though, that because he tried to bring up legality, and I shut this down. I said, well, even before something becomes legally acceptable, we would have to make it socially acceptable, meaning like an overwhelming majority would have to vote this in or push this through some legislative mandate. So I said, even before we get to legality, we would have to say, hey, this is what the people vote for and they want.
Yeah.
So before we even get to something that's legalized, you would have to make this socially accepted. So banging your uncle would have to be like, it's just bad. Like,
when you were a kid, you didn't know right or wrong. You didn't know if it was legal or illegal to bang your own cousin. You just knew that was freaking gross. It was like a moral compass built inside you that's freaking nasty to do.
Well, not even that, but I brought up movies and I said, well, how would society's fare if we have like The Wrong Turn? If you ever seen that movie, or The Hills Have Eyes, those communities kept a tight-knit family, but do you think that produced a good overall production for society? Guess what? They killed people, they cannibalized. It just ended up bad because of reduction of IQ, because their genetic process has limited their IQ. And you would say that that's even the tightest family you've probably ever seen. But guess what happened? Bad results for society and social society as well too. Yeah,
it just doesn't make any sense that we've known this for hundreds of years. I mean, even look at the West, right? The royal families practice inbreeding like long past
and you can see it to this day
when the
in
church.
their
Yeah. Look at like how many of the royals had what is it called where your blood doesn't clot?
Well, we have the Habsburg job that happened in families. So not only that, but there's like 9 royal families whose lineage and bloodline ended because of so much incest.
And that's why they have messed up teeth going on, dude. You can see
all that
deformities
They
in their
just
face.
look weak. They just look weak. You know what I mean? Like they don't look like they're strong people. And there was a thing that I saw. Khabib and all those Dagestani fighters in the UFC, they're from Dagestan. They do a lot of inbreeding also because they're Muslims. Did you know that schizophrenia is like 35 to 45 times more prevalent in that area? There was a study done.
That's crazy.
Called the commonality of schizophrenia in Dagestan, and that was done in like 2008. And kids have these mental problems. Look at Game of Thrones with Joffrey. Like Joffrey was he was a sadist and a crazy person because his parents were twin brother and sister. You know what I'm saying? But people have known this for a long time, and this doesn't happen in a vacuum. That's just the thing. The rest of society has to deal with this, has to pay for these medical bills, has to deal with these crazy people running around. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like it's just limited to their communities. I mean, look at the hood, right? We had talked about Nug, shooting up the club and having 20 bastard kids. Well, look at in a lot of these hoods how violent and crazy they are. So I just don't see how this person, of course, ad hominems, trying to shame you, all this other stuff because you didn't have a leg to stand on. And then it's time to be like, well, I totally owned Martae. I owned him. He was stupid. Do
He
you
gives
hear
himself
you,
a
bro?
W, bro. He gave himself a W. The chat saying no, that was a shit argument, and he gave himself a W, bro.
But here's the thing about like arguing something. Okay, I have back when I used to do debates back in the back in the day. Martae has probably done independent things, and we've all chosen a bad position just to argue it, right? Just to say, look, I don't actually believe in X, but I'll argue it.
Yeah, right.
If you're going to argue that incest should be legal and socially accepted, you need to be able to argue and debate really, really well. You know what I mean? Like, even if you don't agree, people can still grade your argument, right?
Yes.
This guy had a crap position and he can't debate.
Yeah,
it's like, you're cooked.
Martae goes, I just don't F my cousin. Oh no, you Christians, you just unalive babies. Like, what?
But here's the thing. Why he kept bringing in Christianity. And it says incest should be legal and socially accepted. Where is religion in that? Where?
Yeah. Hey, I'm glad you brought that up because I never once brought up religion. Actually, he wanted to go into the weeds of religion and morals. And I was like, no, I don't want to bring up religion and morals because that's not in the prompt. It doesn't say that. It says incest should be legal and socially accepted. Can we talk about legality and social acceptance? He didn't want to talk about that because he was getting bodied on that old prompt. So, yeah, I don't know.
There's another factor, too. It's like, there's a difference. Even if he thinks that the incest is okay morally, that doesn't justify it being okay legally. Morality and legality are two different things. You know what I'm saying? Killing is immoral, but it can be necessary. Therefore, there are times where it's legal. In America, if it's self-defense, you can get off. Like you can't be charged because they said it's necessary to kill someone. Intent matters, right? In the same way that there's murder, manslaughter, or whatever. What was your intent there, right? So he wasn't smart enough to even say, look, even if you think that it's immoral, should it be legal? And I have some libertarian friends, and guys, we all have those like hardcore libertarians who are like, well, I should be able to fuck my sister if I want to. It's like,
yeah.
Really, bro? Is that the hill you want to die on? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Come on,
right,
man.
Dude.
You know,
it's kind of a lack of a critical thinking. You know what I mean? Like, think about what you're saying a little bit more before you go ahead.
Even if I did bring up the Bible, which I didn't bring up the Bible, it was him. But even when I did engage with the Bible argument with him, he said, if the Bible, like, let's say it's not even the Bible. Let's say, Jay, I gave you a book on how to debate, but the book didn't tell you how not to debate. Would you just assume saying because it doesn't tell you that I can't make fun of your mom, that means it does say that you can make fun of your mom because it just says, it doesn't say, no, you can't do it. So it means yes.
Right.
That's what he was saying about the Bible. He says, because the Bible doesn't say anywhere that you can't bang your cousins, that means you can. Like that. I was like, what? So you mean to tell me that if I omit something, that means it's an automatic green light or yes. So, and then I told him this example. I said, if I never tell my wife, like let's say I'm married and I don't tell my wife, you shouldn't bang my best friend, it means you should bang my best friend.
Right.
Yeah. That's his argument. I'm just like, bro, this is the dumbest.
Well, where does this guy live though? Does he live in the West?
I don't know if he's a citizen or not.
I don't know either, but what did he say? Syria? He's from Syria.
No, but he's probably in Europe or one of those, right? And it's so funny that he benefits from Christian-based countries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like he's not calling from the Middle East.
The whole Middle East,
or else we see the rockets' red glare and the bombs bursting in air.
Nice.
We're all serious, bro.
The whole Middle East relies on Christianity, dude. On progression. Where would they be at without Christianity, really?
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, here's an example of what I was saying. There was my friend Jerry, he's Catholic, and he's pretty strong in his faith. And he had a coworker who's been married for 13 years, and they have 3 kids, and her and her husband are successful, and they're doing good. And Jerry goes, yeah, it's so awesome that like your 3 kids have 2 parents and they've been blessed with that, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, you have a very outdated way of looking at things. And he didn't know what to say. And I was like, Jerry, isn't it funny that this woman who's benefiting from a 2-parent household raising kids is somehow offended that you would say, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would probably preach to women and stuff to not do what she's benefiting from. This is the same as back in the day, these feminists who were all married and benefiting from 2 income households telling younger women not to do that. That's what a lot of these Muslims that come here and they enjoy the fruits of Western culture and then try and say that what we're doing is wrong. Well, then why are you here?
They never want to acclimate. They don't want to acclimate. He wants us. That's why he can never be wrong in an argument, because what he's doing is the same thing his culture does. Yeah. He'll never concede an argument or do anything. He's right no matter what. And Christians and even atheists are wrong. Everybody's wrong except for him. Meanwhile, it's like, he could bang goats. He can bang his sister and it'll be all fine underneath his religion. I'm just like, this is wild.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I always heard about how intolerant Christians are, but Christians are the most tolerant religious group on planet Earth.
Even more so than I like, to be honest.
To a fault, yes. And here's the thing.
Yeah, I don't even get mad at Jay. Have you ever seen me like really get pissed and curse somebody's mom out or anything like that?
Never. And here's the thing.
Right.
Why is there's a word for Islamophobia, but there's no Christianophobia? Think about it.
Good to see you, Dave Alyssa. By the way,
how much criticism and how much crap do Christians get about everything, about Christmas, about Easter, about anything, right?
It's the most attacked religion.
Yes, and there is no word for that at all. You look at Nigeria, where there's Christians being systematically deleted. Look at China; they're blowing up churches, rounding up Christians. Where's the word? It's so bad that nasty 304 Nicki Minaj actually went to the UN and was like, "Yo, like." You guys need to do something to help these Christians in Nigeria. And that, Orange Man is the only one out there speaking out against this. So, of course, everyone in our community, Martae, she's a sellout. She's a this and that. But all she was trying to do is point out the plight of Christians in Nigeria. But how dare she, right? So it's an absolute joke. But yeah, he's a homeboy. He's a clown. And then that whole panel opened up and it was just complete chaos. And I hope more guys, as you see Martae build his space, that you see the difference in how he runs things and how he does things. And as more people come over to his space, you won't see that type of drama, chaos, and all that other stuff, because you did the best job. And I think that there was people who, I don't even know, they just had to come on, yell, scream, act stupid. And I just don't know at a certain point what you were, why you have so much patience, why you were even still there. Like there could have been so much more positive dialogue coming out of that debate and that panel, but some people just want to go on, feel heard, yell, scream. I don't understand it. So
even Manar's points. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, he just has an emotional argument. His argument is reduced down to, well, the family is going to be closer together. And I'm like, yeah, when you're banging your uncle, like your family's going to be extremely close together. Because it's like, and most likely in some cases, if you're already touching your uncle, chances are he probably touched you when you were a kid too.
Exactly.
Now there's like this faux pas stigma that we hear in families, like the creepy uncle trope that we hear. Well, it's like, how do you prevent this hidden abuse from happening when it's just familial relationships and having sex with families okay and normal? How would you mitigate any of this? So it's like, he didn't offer an answer for this. He didn't offer how to sell this. If we had like a dating app, how to bang your cousin or any of this stuff. So it's like the whole argument, like I kept asking, do you actually have a real argument other than like, because it keeps families together outside of like genetic deformities and all this? He didn't have an answer. So I'm just like, this is the dumbest.
Now, like in that,
I'm gonna
like
put
in that. Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. No, go ahead, but
Like in Afghanistan, dude, which I heard from several vets that I know personally that served in Afghanistan. It's a thing. You ever heard of the last son in Islam culture? It's where they have the last son, the youngest son, and he's pretty much a SETI for the family. Like they set him out, bro. You know what I mean? Like they're fucking them, and it's a pretty prominent thing in a lot of villages down there in Afghanistan, man. And
but all those guys have like harems of little kids, of little boys that they do stuff to. And my friends who are deployed, there's a guy that subbed to me, and he was special forces, and he was like, these are the guys, these are the people that we're defending over here. Like, what is this? He said it gets to the point to where you have to try just every day to not just. Anyways, guys,
you're right.
I'm putting this documentary in the chat about cousins marrying and the diseases that they get. I think this is in Canada or in the UK. Well, yeah, man.
If you can, Jay, send that to me through DM if you can, through X or Discord or something like that. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, me too. Send it in Discord.
So the other thing too that I heard his argument at the end, after everything wrapped up, I was just like, this can't get any more stupid. And you all know, if you're on YouTube like me, Jay, and everybody else, you know that once you say this, something more stupid shows up. So I literally asked him, because he said, what do you want to do? You want to date people without having sex? And I said, do you think that that's possible? And he said, yeah, it's possible. He agreed. I had to like pull teeth. And then he said, it's morally wrong to date somebody and not have sex and be alone with them.
What?
He literally said that. He said it's morally wrong to date somebody, not have sex, but be alone with them. And I was like, how is that immoral? Because you're practicing abstinence, but you're alone with them.
I don't understand it. I just know that this is why
I was like, what?
Our
walking contradiction.
Think of this: our grandparents and our great grandparents, they didn't date. Dating's new. Dating started in the '60s when Hallmark and all them wanted to sell, rings and all the. When your granddad and your great granddad were 18, 19, 20, had a job or got home from the war, they would see a woman who would drop a handkerchief, she would bat her eyelashes or whatever, and then he would go to her father and say, excuse me, sir, I'm interested in courting your daughter. And then they would meet, they would go out, get to know each other, you know what I'm saying? And then they would get married, both usually be virgins, and move on down the line. That's how it worked.
Yeah.
There was no dating for 3, 4, 5 months. And even back in the 60s, they would meet, they would go to the malt shop. You know what I'm saying?
I was just going to say that was a thing until relatively newer times. Like everybody, that was the normal.
But like even my parents who were born in the 50s, they didn't date for 2, 3 years at a time. It usually about 3 to 4 months, 5 months, and they knew, and they would get married and move on down the line. So this whole dating thing is just so stupid, and women suffer the most.
Hell, even bring up like my grandparents, great relationship, awesome marriage, but they had separate bedrooms, they had separate beds. They didn't. You barely seen them. Together in a bedroom. You know what I mean? Like it,
but it's just,
I don't know.
Just the thing that what's that?
I was gonna say a lot of it leaves you speechless. There's so much there that's going on, and with that dude, like you really don't know where to fucking start or where to finish.
Yeah, I mean? Yeah. He was completely outmatched. And then he was one of those edge lords that like tries to say like edgy, push the envelope things, you know what I'm saying? To act like, he owned you. It's like, if he says something that's so stupid or so cringe that Martae is speechless because he's like, I don't believe that you're this stupid. He didn't win. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, dude, what am I doing here? Like you're not this dumb, are you? Like, you're not. But Homeboy was just thinking that he's just. And this is this TikTok brain. This is this TikTok debating that I can't stand. The Parkers and all these knuckleheads that crash out Kathy that was on the Andrew debated on whatever that said that Andrew caused her to have a stroke or palsy or whatever. They're there to try and get clips or to try and own you. It's like, bro, that's not how a debate works. Anyone with half a brain can see what you're doing. You're not smart. You aren't good at it. So what are you doing? And now he'll probably try and clip this and be like, see, I made Martae speechless, not knowing that the reason why Martae was just like, what? Was because what you were saying was so retarded.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, how do you respond?
Yeah,
to
how do you
that?
even respond? It's like me. I'm rarely speechless, but I've had people say things to me, and I'm like, "You're what? Are you not understanding me, bro?" It's like, no, I understand. This
Do
is
you
not worth
understand
me
what the
wasting
hell
my
you're
effort to
saying?
actually respond to what you're saying. So yeah, he's an idiot. And here's the thing: he's not gonna get any better at arguments. He obviously doesn't mind making a fool of himself on the internet.
No.
So I don't know what his intentions are. I don't know what he's trying to do.
Every
People like
debate-
Martae and Andrew Wilson are trying to debate in order to make some type of societal change and make people like wake up and go.
Yeah, educate you.
This guy, he and people like of his ilk, they're just there. Maybe he doesn't have a social life. Maybe he has nothing else going on, so he wants to feel heard, right? Maybe he wants to piggyback off of someone more talented than him. I don't know, but he's never going to get anywhere. He's the same as what's her name, the tomato chick, and all those bozos there. They're not going to build, they're not going to create, and they're not going to better anything. So
yeah, it's just really ridiculous because he was saying some things that were just like, I can't believe you really said that. Like it didn't make any sense. There were so many times throughout this debate, and there were people complaining in the chat like, will you just shut up, Manar? And they were just pissed. But it's like, for him to say like, Martae, I owned him, and he actually said, I ended Martae's career. This is what I'm going to do. Like, he kept announcing that he's going to end my career, even though, like, if I put this on the screen, like, I don't think that looks like a career-ending judgment there too. I mean, I don't know who voted for him at 35%.
Martae, I think though that the they both lose was because the prompt is so stupid. Like
yeah, it was a dumb prompt to defend.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll agree with you.
You did a really good job with what you had, but this is like trying to win Le Mans with the friggin' Yugo. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have the best to work with here. You know, but yeah. So what was that one stream that you were doing about like, is bodybuilding moral, or what you did one recently about
Oh yeah, this guy, his name's Aftermath. I debated him. He said bodybuilding's immoral because it's idolatry, and maybe you're a sex symbol and all this. And I'm like, well, hold on, we live in the fattest nation on earth. And I was like, the opposite would be really bad. And I said, at least we're trying to change fitness or promote health and stuff. But I said, yeah, sure, steroids can be bad and stuff like that, but your body produces testosterone, which is a steroid at puberty.
It's a sport. It's a competition.
Yeah, it's a sport.
Is basketball idolatry? Because guess what? Those guys get a lot more fame and cash than bodybuilders
groupies. Yeah.
Football players, soccer players. I mean, the closest thing that I can see to actually a sport being idolatry is how these countries worship these soccer players like Messi. And I'm serious. Like these people, like actually you have priests that are like blessing Ronaldo's shoes and Messi shoes. The
That's
Muslims
crazy.
in Dubai changed their laws of not being able to cohabitate. Okay, the UAE's laws go by the Quranic laws, right? Meaning that if you live in Dubai, or is it Abu Dhabi? One of those, Saudi or Dubai, you cannot cohabitate with your woman, right? Except Ronaldo. The Muslims changed the law, so Ronaldo can live there with his girlfriend.
Well, they are notorious for working their Quran on where it benefits them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I would say that bodybuilding, it's a sport. It's bettering yourself. It's setting goals. It's doing. I don't see how it goes against any type of immoral anything. Even if you have a problem with steroids, there are guys where you don't have to overdo it and it doesn't compromise your health too much. You actually see Frank Zane and a lot of guys that are still in great health, So I don't know how you could say that it's immoral. That makes no sense, or how it goes against Christian ethics. I don't understand. I think that people who would say that, they're just haters and lazy and don't want to get in shape. They're trying to find any reason to not go to the gym. You know what I'm saying? So there's a really good Jubilee on where Myron Gaines, he was on there. It was like fit people versus fat people. And there's a bunch of these 3 or 4 just zesty fat dudes that are like, I'm totally body positive. Oh my God. And Myron just bodies them all. Guys, you can find it. Just put Myron he's taking on fat guys. Because I would actually argue the opposite. And guys, what do you think? I would say it's immoral to be fat and lazy and out of shape. Gluttony is a sin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is.
right.
It is a sin.
And
yeah, for sure.
And it teaches you, what's the word? I guess responsibility, not so much routine.
Discipline?
I guess, yeah,
Routine,
discipline.
yeah.
That's what I was looking for.
You're taught to run towards suffering and sacrifice of self. You're taught to deny your your own impulses and passions. Let's say that I wanted to bang 50 girls one weekend, if that could even be possible. Well, I don't have time to do that because I have to get all my meals in, diet, and I have to it's like you don't have time for any of that other stuff but suffering and discipline. I'm like, we need more of that society.
Martae,
That's why you have LaQuisha sleeping around with all these other people and she's out of shape. If you look at and matter of fact, may sound racist if I say this, but the black population of women most out of shape in the country. If you think about this, it's like, when's the last time that you've ever seen somebody from that community in the ghetto being extremely in shape? They're not fit at all. We don't see this. So it's
What's
crazy.
crazy though, Martae, is this. Well, Martae, you're in great shape, but I would never want to be that big. As if you have a choice. Don't there's the people if you got backhanded compliments.
You could just take a switch.
I would never get that big. You don't have the discipline, you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the genetics, you don't have the work ethic. You don't have it. That'd be like, well, I just choose to not sleep with Rihanna. As if I have a choice. It's just haters, man. And this is a thing to anyone who's listening.
That's cope
to this. We live in the age of the most soy boy hating, pocket watching group of dudes that I've ever seen that act like females.
100%.
They'll see Martae or independent getting money, getting engaged, and instead of motivating them, like, oh snap, I saw Martae in the gyms, squatting 500. I ain't never fucking man, shit. You know what I'm saying? You see it more and more, and that's because we have a lot of young guys raised by women, because that's what women do to each other. Women, the moment that one of them gets a boyfriend or gets married or whatever, or they always hate. And now men are adopting that behavior more and more and more and more. Guys, you always need to be around people where every time you talk to them, they're doing better than they were the last time. And if they start doing better, that motivates you to do better too.
Or anyone better than you.
Hold you back. Yes. Anyone who's trying to hold you back, guys, cut them out of your life. So,
I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if somebody says, let's say somebody won $1 million. I didn't need that money anyways. What? You don't need $1 million? Man,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
My friend Kai, he's a Vietnamese kid, and there, he was in a Vietnamese gang in Seattle, and then he got caught stealing cars. So he could either go to jail or join the army. So he joined the army. He did his deployments, and then he got his GI Bill, got his computer degree, and now he works for like this Microsoft subsidiary, and he's a millionaire. He's the American dream. So he ordered a Lambo. It's like the LP 640, the orange one, the special edition one. This is like 2016, right? So he put a video of the people delivering it to his house, and that bad boy, that truck goes and boom, it goes off there. He's like, check out my. He wasn't bragging. He was just saying, look. Tell me why there wasn't all these haters in his comments. Well, that's nice. Well, I would never choose to buy that. So I hadn't talked to him in like 10 years. So I called him on Facebook when they had the call. I'm like, Kai, what's up, bro? He's like, hey, what's up, man? I'm like, nice car, man. Awesome. Like, oh, yeah, thanks, bro. I'm like, have you noticed all these hating ass fools in your comments? He's like, I kind of noticed that. I'm like, block every single one of them. I said, that's crazy that you're this successful. He's married. He has a nice house. He has 2 kids now. You know what I mean? He's doing great. And these morons can't say, hey, man, good job. I know you worked hard for it. You were deployed to Iraq twice, injured. You have a Purple Heart. Like, this is what hard work and good decisions and a little bit of luck does, but they don't, man, just show off the Lambo, son.
And especially coming from nothing, dude, there ain't nothing wrong with being proud of yourself, man. You know what I mean? Like, you notice a lot of that in the hood too. I'm from Cleveland, so it's a little gutter down this way. But I would say in the hood, they hate less on you if you're doing good. You know what I mean? Than when you start moving, in my opinion. Then if you start moving like into a suburbs, like a good example, like we're out of headlights, and we're in the suburbs in Ohio and driving around, and nobody would tell us that we didn't have our headlights on. But as soon as we get to the hood, bro, we had people pulling right up behind us. Hey, your headlights are off, because they know the feeling. You know what I mean? They know what it's going to be like getting pulled over, getting that ticket or whatever, and you're probably not in a great spot. My point being that kind of saying that is that I feel that when people come from nothing and they see that somebody who came from nothing is doing something, they're like, oh, dude, hell yeah, good for you.
Speaking of that, hey, Martae, I'm gonna head out here in a couple minutes, but hey, man, how do you guys feel about that dunderhead who got shot in Minneapolis? I don't mean to change.
I have. I'm probably gonna have a debate on this.
Oh, please! And here's the thing: can I give you a little bit of a background here? Someone very, very close to me works for ICE. Okay, so guys, everything ICE is doing is legal. When they have a list, right? If you were on the ICE list, it means that you were illegal, and at some point you had some interaction with law enforcement, and you got that civil fine, and it put you on that civil fines list, and therefore the executive branch can choose to deport. They can enforce that or not, right? So Biden didn't, Orange Man did, right? They always talk about the judges that are going against Trump, but they're not talking about the thousands of other judges that sign those orders every day. ICE just doesn't do raids. They have a list of people that they're going to find specifically.
But bro, even besides all that, look, even if you were a jaywalker, a cop or a car stops while you're jaywalking right there and decides, I want to hit this guy, you have every right to defend yourself.
Exactly. And all these states have laws that say that if you accelerate towards a person in any way, that car is a weapon. And guys, in Minnesota, Tim Walz signed that law. If Martae is in a DV situation and his girl F you and won't get out from in front of his car and he hits that gas, whether he hits her or not, he can go to jail but for assault. Because it's like aiming a gun at a person.
Yeah.
But okay, me being black, I grew up during the Rodney King times, and even though I know that the number of unarmed black men,
Damn, you sound young, dude.
oh yeah, I'm 45, dude. But so I grew up in the Rodney King time. So even though I know that the numbers of unarmed black people killed by cops is low, I have an uncle who's high up in the NYPD, right? So he said, look, this is all fake. But I was still taught, look, if the cops pull you over, put your hands on the steering wheel, do what they say, don't hold court in the street. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And comply. Sue them later. This
Do you know where I used to work before I started doing all this stuff?
Oh, nice. Right on, man. Oh, yeah. Right on, man. Because this woman,
oh shit,
this liberal white chick.
Oh wait, hold on. Uniform, hold on.
Nice. This liberal white
woman.
Shit,
Martae was ice. Yeah, bro.
Had the balls to get in her car and drive down to where there was at least 10, 12 armed law enforcement officers and block their way and mess with them.
Impede.
The
exactly.
Narcissism, the hubris to think that nothing bad can happen in that situation shows. And it's always white chicks. It's always liberal, woke, white women, 90% of the time. And that shows that this is why I say the liberal, woke, white, college educated chicks are the most dangerous group of people on the planet because they can be victims and empowered at the same time. They think that there's this invisible force field that keeps them, and for the most part, there is, right? It's gotten to the point to where this woman, instead of complying with the cops, surrounded by cops, she tries to put the car in park and then get shot. And you notice, even on TikTok, you see all these blacks are like, we ain't showing out for them. What are you talking about? But yeah, how do you feel about the whole thing, Martae?
You're talking about the whole shoot as far as justification. I think that as long as he can verbally articulate the reason why that he felt he was in danger, you have to understand that people have split seconds decisions. So on another panel, like we talked about, like, if you're going to make a split second decision, you're going to shoot center mass, which is like if the only center mass you could see to stop the person is your head, because that's the only part of the body you're going to see. Like, you have to stop this person because they have a 3,000-pound weapon. And then they're saying, well, no, you don't understand. And I said, well, is it still a weapon if I point a gun to you? They said, well, it's not analogous. And I said, well, hold on. If steering wheels are pointed at you and a weapon's pointed at you, which is a gun, both of them have a trajectory to you to cause harm.
Yes.
How are you not going to stop the threat? You're not. Maybe you didn't want to kill them, but you wanted to stop them. How do you? How
without
do you do
intent?
But remember, guys, watch it in slow mo. When the wheels were pointed towards the officer, she hit the gas and the tires slipped on the ice.
Yeah. There was no way to determine how fast it was going to go or who was going to hit.
So at that moment, when she gunned the engine and those wheels moved, he was well within his rights to shoot. Then she turned the wheel and hit the gas again. And thank God that he just see that officer's cell phone footage, because they don't have body cams.
Yeah.
He had his cell phone going. Last year, I covered this on my channel. There was a case of a pregnant B-dub, and her friends were shoplifting from a liquor store. They jump in her car. The cop just stops in front and says, hey, stop. She guns the engine at the cop the same way. He puts one through the windshield. She dies. The baby dies. He got cleared. This is the exact same situation, and he got cleared. This cop's going to get cleared. He is.
He has to. Well, he has to. If he doesn't, I think that ICE would be dismantled. I think a lot of them would quit because the federal, the United States wouldn't have their backs. The federal fucking whatever. But regardless, though, with intent, without intent, you're still responsible for that vehicle, right? You know what I mean? So whether you slam on your brakes and accidentally hit somebody or whatever it may be, you're still responsible for that. If I'm waving the gun, I might not have intent of shooting anybody, but if I accidentally do that,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
If I shoot a gun in your direction, I can go to jail. I don't even need a point
with or
of
without
action.
intent of trying
thank
to.
you.
Like if it was on accident,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
She had Missouri plates, but she ended up in Missouri. How did this happen? So she was leading a caravan of people and she was blocking traffic of a federal investigation that was going on. And here's the reason why we need to clear up like a crime scene or even like I would say pushing crowds back is because if in the duties of me arresting a suspect, somebody who's illegal, because think about these people, some of them are mules and they feel like in their mind they have a right to defend the fact that they're trafficking drugs. All this stuff happens and something happens. Now I have more civilians that are going to be hit. With Raleigh, she's in the line of fire by getting hit by some, I would say, procedure that's happening. I need to pin an arrest, something happening like this. She was interfering all this. And then let's not forget this. She refused 3 direct orders from agents. When we told, hey, get out of the car, ma'am, get out of the car. She didn't do this. And then her girlfriend said, drive, baby, drive. That's also another refusal order because you're listening to the woman, not the officer give you direct orders. So all of this was her. She could have been not complicit in her own death. All this was due to her. That's
crazy. I can tell you this. I say this, guys. I'm not anti-cop. I'm pro-good cop and anti-bad cop. Right? You know,
Same. Yep.
But guys, the police are necessary.
But I'm not a bootlicker.
Yeah, the police are necessary, but they are not your friends, bro. If they come knocking on your door at 3 o'clock in the morning, they're not there to have beers, dude. Straight up. And here's another thing too: if you find yourself in the police station and you don't know why, keep your mouth shut and get a lawyer. Guys, 75% of cases are pled out now, right? And oftentimes, if people really wanted real criminal justice reform, everyone would just go to trial. Because it would completely make the criminal justice system collapse, right? But there are people who get pressured. All the DA chief of police wants is cases closed by hook or by crook. So that's why jail is so much more uncomfortable than prison.
Well, they scare you with that.
You. Yes. Oh well, Thinker. I know. We have you for an assault charge, but if you just plead down this misdemeanor, like I didn't even do anything, but you can just plead down because if you go to trial, you can go to jail. If you're innocent, guys,
well,
you
not
didn't
even
do
just
it.
that. Like when you're in court and you're talking to that judge, and the judge is like, "If you take this to trial and you get found guilty, you have the max sentence." That scares the shit out of you. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing. I know what AJ's saying, but it's like, yeah, they're not having coffee, but we don't even want to be there either. So it's like, like, especially at DV calls, like that's the worst, 37% increase of deaths and mortality. We definitely don't want to show up there, but it's like, yeah, if we're there, he's right about that. Like we're not there to have a coffee with you or anything like that. Yeah, just shut your mouth.
It's scary
your
because
legal
nobody likes authority. Nobody likes authority. So when you're going in there showing authority, you probably pretty much would expect some shit's gonna go down most of the time.
Some people like authority. It depends because if you're calling because you're the victim, you like authority. But it's like,
well,
I
mean,
know, things like that. But I would say that's interchangeable. That's conditional. But AJ's right about this. Like, here's the thing, though. You have to protect yourself at all costs because I would say legality, like that should function on both sides. I think that like you could be innocent, but you could become the victim of something that was stupid in the beginning because officers make bad decisions a lot sometimes. So yeah, he's totally right about that.
I call them awfuls, guys. Affluent, white, female, urban leftists. Awfuls.
Oh, they're the worst.
Awfuls. Yeah.
Oh,
Guys,
yeah,
I hope.
Wow.
I hope that these idiots think that they can press ICE and somehow they're going to win. Guys, I'm telling you, they're sending 1,000 more ICE agents in Minnesota. Guys.
This is where we hold them.
This is where we fight. 300 reference.
Shield boys.
On that note, guys. On that note, guys, I'm out of here, guys. Martae, good job, my buddy.
Take care, man.
I appreciate
care.
you guys.
Yeah, take it easy. AJ's cool, man. He's good people,
Yeah,
man.
he seems like good people.
Yeah,
That's
good
great.
stuff, man. So what does it say? Hit the like button. Yeah, he's always supportive, man. AJ's good, man. He has his own channel. He a way bigger audience than I got, man. But the guy shows love, man. And of course, he says hit the like. I made him a mod, anyways. Red Door Woman says, Martae, I know even the tribe I'm from doesn't let you marry someone in the same band because chances are they are your relative. It's been like that hundreds of years. So you mean to tell me that you all have way more common sense than these Islam people? Of course, I wouldn't expect any less, for sure. Let's say, oh yeah, agent, sorry, thank you for your service, brother. I know how bad the shit is here, so I appreciate every man that is or has been an agent. Yes, so guess what? Those pictures I showed you of me being an agent, me at the Homeland Security office, which is right. So if you think about it, it's like there's like two levels. So there's the DA. I have a video of me because there's like a fountain in Senfo. We call it Central Phoenix Senfo. In the second story, there's like Homeland Security, the headquarters and stuff like that. We have that here. Like I literally got in trouble for work for showing pictures of the canines on social media. We can't do that. Like, that's why I don't post pictures of like when I was in law enforcement. I remember I got like 2 weeks off unpaid because I was like showing photos of me, I doxing myself on social media, all this. And I was like, I'm getting terminated. This is bad. So when people like Dusty and all these other people or people that were saying, you can't get fired for, well, Dusty didn't say, it was other people that were saying, you can't get fired for doing political debates as like a Homeland Security agent. I got in trouble, a shit ton of trouble for just showing pictures of our canine unit, the canines in the cages, because we have cages and stuff. And then even pictures of like nondescript places of work. I got in trouble. They were like, that's the morgue, right? That this is that, right? And it's like they kept running this down. I was like, damn, there's no way to defend this. I had to go down my Instagram and delete pictures of me being at work. So if they're doing this and possibly could have fired me for just posting pictures that didn't say Homeland Security or anything on it, well, there's the dogs, but there was like no labels. Like, and I almost got fired for just that. You already know that me being an agent and just debating against liberalism, leftism online and just being outspoken as a public figure was probably 5 times even worse. So it's like, yeah, it's bad. We can't, because you're representing the agency when you get out here, but it's like, we can't be involved in political. And also Linda, the district manager who came from a director who came from DEA straight to like DHS, she was a lesbian. And do you think that this is going to hit right if I'm arguing against lesbian belief systems? And like, it's just really bad, bro. I knew it was going to happen, but I said, screw it. I still got terrible. Anyway, yeah, whatever.
I think
you're going through diesel tech school. I'm going to be a blue collar worker in diesel tech. Technicians get paid decent, really good money.
They need to start doing that with these female police on TikTok. If you ask me, dude. You shouldn't be able to make TikToks in uniform. You know what I mean? You did shit like that. That kind of pisses me off a little bit.
Yeah, it's crazy. I just don't understand it. Mo said sent it to Discord when you have a moment. Also, guys, I'm also going to let people on the panel for at least 10 more minutes. It has lyrics to sing along. Is this a copper? Is this a copper track? Because I know Copper could probably write a hit with his paws. Yeah, I don't know if you know who Copper is, but Copper's like one of the most famous men on the planet.
No, I need to make one for Copper. But
bro, you got to make a Copper song about like how this guy braved the 20- weather, came back like, nobody didn't need to feed me because I could survive. And he probably came back with a bearskin rug on his back, well fed, with a toothpick in his paw.
Yeah.
Like, so what?
It's a good ballad song, right? Good ballad song, like a bard would sing in a tavern somewhere about some you don't know you're singing out of a dog. It sounds like some ballad warrior.
Nobody's messing with him, bro.
So no. I was watching the debate and I felt inspired. So I made a little something and if you want to show it to kind of cap off the show, there's nothing bad in it. I promise. It's all very TOS friendly.
Yeah.
But it's a little song, and it has lyrics. And I have it posted completely, but I figured we could have like a little exclusive here, and you could give me your feedback.
I could do that, but beforehand, I just want to ask you for your feedback about how that debate went. Because first of all, towards the end, I don't know how long you stuck around with this, but he literally said at the end a lot of nonsensical things, like saying that if you're abstinent, you're dating somebody, but you're alone with them, that's immoral. Remember hearing that?
Yep.
I don't remember hearing that point, but I did take quite a few notes of different parts of the debate where
It was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, he has a proclivity to ask you something, and then when you clarify, he rephrases it, and he wants you to he wants to ask you a question on like it's kind of like it's a question of like, when did you stop beating your wife? You know, it's basically the same version of the question. It's just, I want to ask you this very specific thing on this very specific point, and I want you to defend this point when that's not even your point. And that happened quite a bit. So quite the fallacious guy.
Yeah, he's notorious for that.
Yeah, I'd say so, probably. Like, you remember the actual panel when he challenged you to that debate?
Yeah,
Martae?
he was going after. Well, he was going to Martae. He was going after me. Yeah,
exactly as the same amount of energy when he was on that back panel, and he was going, "Fuck you!" He's probably calling you a dog and shit like that, like crazy.
I do think it's very performative.
It's his favorite word. Yeah,
It is,
probably.
but-
Clips.
So Dave says the F you can't. My brother is CHP, and he's not even allowed to have social media. Technically, he can, but it's very frowned upon. When he did have a Facebook, he had a picture with me on it. Make America Great Again. They made him take it down. Yes. So when I worked for DHS, they made me take down pictures of the canine unit. They made me take pictures down of even like the forensics lab, the which didn't even show. It was like a wall or something like that. The badges that one of the chain of command had in his office. I remember that too. I got a lot of trouble for that. For even posting anything with work and social media. Like, remember how I showed you guys a picture of me in my uniform? Like, that picture would have gotten me probably turned, like, this is crazy. But that's why when people tell me, they're like, well, Martae, there's no way that they would have fired you for doing debates. And I'm like, bro, yes, they are, because you represent, like, this whole thing I don't want to get into, but yes, DHS. So when people come up with this case about Homeland Security, the guy justifying the shoot, and if he can articulate why he had to do this, and if he had prudent and reasonable suspicion to do this, and had he act on a second's notice to defend his life from a 3,000-pound weapon pointed at him, i.e. steering wheels, it's like, yeah, I'll do this debate with anybody. It's like, I'm pretty knowledgeable about the subject, but it's like, the people are really stupid and ill-informed, and they think that DHS aren't real law enforcement. I don't know where they get this from. It's like, we have the same training, the same standards. We actually have a little bit more jurisdiction when it comes to the premise of like illegal aliens and stuff like that. But so when we do ask you to get out of your car, you better damn well do this, because you're either impeding with what we're trying to do in investigation or whatever that is. So, I mean, this is just stupid. But anyways, not to get sidetracked, just want to address the comment. But yeah, I appreciate your support, Dave.
I've seen, I've even heard of like fire department guys getting let go for just making YouTube videos and like having like some of their, not even their whole uniform on. So I
got in so much trouble because, I mean, like let's say if I was working for DHS and I showed this picture, right? That's not even showing my full uniform. I'm not even showing my badge, like maybe a part of it, right?
I feel like that would get you arrested
so much trouble.
in the UK.
I would be underneath the 601 investigation, whatever. Like, it would just be crazy. And I'm just like, bro, that would be crazy. Already. Bad.
I don't doubt you.
It only makes sense. It only makes sense. Like you kind of said, you're representing the department, whatever. You know, everything that you do is going to go back to them. If you say something stupid, they're going to take it out on the department, I would imagine. You know what I mean?
Well, just know anything you say and then you put your likeness out there, whatever, like they now have to defend. You see how that works?
Exactly. Yeah.
So like if I say something and then I put something in social media, they're like, well, this is DHS is okay with that because Martae said this, he's wearing it, like, and then they'll just conflate. Like it doesn't pass the headline test. And we get taught this in the academy, all this stuff. Like it's like they basically school you on how to like become like a lawyer to some degree. Like there's a lot that goes into this. And it's like, so when people argue about this, Myron Gaines also said this, he worked for DHS too. He'll tell you it was frowned upon for him to do social media and then try to do this. He got talked to. There's a whole spiel that he has about this. I have the same spiel because it happened to me. So it's like, yeah, bro, none of us that are in DHS could have did this at the same time and then been outward and doing these debates and stuff about liberal against liberalism and lesbian. Like, no, they would have been like, they would have given me the axe for this. This is crazy. Yeah. So,
well, you would find like a degree of that in the corporate world, right? I can even account for that. Like it's very touchy even in that environment. So I could see it being even more of an issue in something like law enforcement or any type of government entity.
Yeah, it's crazy. But back to this though, with the debate, I think that it's crazy because like when I did, his argument boiled down to like, it keeps the family close. That was the only thing he had. And like, whenever I wanted to keep this on the prompt, he was like, let's go back to morals. And I said, no, let's contend with all this other stuff before we can get to the morality of the subject. And let's not even do that because that's not the problem.
You wanted the religious debate.
And then he wanted to attack Christianity the whole time. I was like, no, let's not attack Christianity. Can the public accept this? Do you think that you can commercially sell this to me? If you were going to sell this, how would you sell this to me? He said, well, throw money at the problem. And I'm like, you see what it did to EBT? Did you see what it did to the reparations for Indian communities over there in Canada? It didn't help him out. So it's like, it set him back actually. So it's like throwing money at a problem doesn't help. Can you sell this to me? Because socially, we want to accept this. That means you have to sell it to people. And then when I talked about the legality of this, I'm like, well, in order for you to pass this legally, it has to be approved socially, or somebody has to vote it in, and its social acceptance has to be, there has to be some modicum of acceptance for it to get to the legal premise. Can you tell me how we can get to? Couldn't even do that. And I'm just like, and then in the beginning, when I asked him questions, he asked me a question instead. I was like, what are we doing here, bro? Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
Do you engage with him on the infrastructure at all?
No, we couldn't even get past my premise of like harm principle when I said, okay,
he went to religion pretty quickly, didn't he?
He went to religion the whole time. And Mo saw this. He tried to keep going to religion post-panel, pre-panel, during panel. And then when I told him, I said,
want to engage with the IQ situation, didn't he?
Well, I didn't even have to do the IQ situation.
Hold on though. When Andrew Wilson went against Daniel Hakikachu at fucking DebateCon, when he brought up that exact spot, he was done. He couldn't go any further. He kept saying the same stuff.
The bad part about this is Manar, when you tell Manar something that's objective reality, he's not even going to eat that. He's just going to deny objective reality and truth and then skirt around that. So the reason why I didn't use the IQ argument is because he already knew like that's something that Hakikachu had to deal with. So I had to go around this and say, all right, I have to go with how this is going to harm society. And then I asked him a question, Mo, and this was direct. Like, you just pretend you're him, by the way. I'm asking you, I said, hey, so if we have these defects and then you have somebody with CTF that has a defect called CTF that produces this disease, do you think that it's more prevalent for me to have a family member, if we know this runs in my family, to run into this issue? Or do you think that I would decrease and mitigate this by going outside of my family that doesn't have this prevalent in my family? You know what he did? He asked me a question.
Redirected it.
Brother, it's okay. They're family.
I forgot people did that.
Brother.
He would never answer questions straight up.
We know them, brother.
What better than the person?
What's an answer?
Well, he kept using that familiarity point, and I want to know what was his definition of that. What did he mean by that? Does it have to be like blood family, or are you just talking about like tribalism? You talking about culture?
Pikachu.
He said, because we talked about first cousins, and then he said, actually, he kind of conceded the argument a little bit, and I pointed it out to him. the way his reduction happened, and I'll point it out to you even right now. He said, okay, so there's more harm in first cousin marriages, but not in third or fourth. And I said, do you realize that when you detail this, you're going further away from close family? So you're proving my argument. The further away you go, the less harm is being produced and less genetic defects are being produced. You realize this, right? He actually, and then he just
better for life.
he went back to religion after that because
Of
that
course he
would've
did.
just wrecked him.
Did you engage with him on the rat people of Pakistan, or did he probably watch Hakikachu talk with Wilson about that?
I engage with him on different cultures like the Ferdinand royal dynasty, how they had the cleft palates, the jaws. I engage with him on what is it?
That's
What is the
just
culture I brought up? Those
disturbing to me.
Little House on the Prairie culture that I mentioned, Mo. What do you call those people?
You brought up that
yeah, the
that
Amish
king
people have
too.
like the
Yeah, the
6-digit
Amish.
and flippers and stuff like that. I brought that up because that's happening with them because
Oh,
they
yeah,
don't
he
go outside their
condones
community, they
flippers.
make family. So it's like
I
I
don't
brought up
condone
that. I brought up
flippers.
a lot of those examples too.
Back to the cleft palate. You bring up the cleft palate, and he redirected
Yeah.
it to abortions.
Yeah, which had nothing to do with the argument. You see what he just did? I brought up something that would have wrecked his whole argument, and then he was like, "All right, let me go to this. Let me go to religion." And then he said that because I don't want flippers in my family because of genetic defect, they're racist now. I was like, "What?"
Racist.
Speaking
You're
of
racist
flippers,
because you don't want defects. I was like, "How?" So having bad defects and you want to eliminate that makes a person racist? What's the definition of racist now?
Yeah, so you know what, huh?
I don't know.
I couldn't tell.
I felt like I was losing brain cells at the same time. Trying to debate this
Dude,
kid.
it was bringing a primal rage out of me, man.
Oh man,
Yeah,
dude.
he had a bunch of fanboys too in the chat that were just like,
French? Oh no, dude! I feel like they were all bots of his.
Yeah, like
just
people saying
automatically
Manar
saying
W, and I was
Manar
like, where
cool,
did he get
Manar
this W
awesome,
at, bro?
Manar.
yeah.
They're
Well,
good,
one of them
be
was
good,
named
dude.
Manar Clips, so I mean,
Yes,
obviously,
you're correct.
Yeah, that's
You're
him.
correct.
Mm.
And then the one
But-
that Speakeasy posted that commented and donated $5, he looked like one of the rat people that you're talking about.
Yeah, those rat people of Pakistan. You see pictures
It is
of
a
them?
horrific thing to look at, man.
I know.
Well,
First
I
time I,
will
looked
say
it
this,
up,
though.
I threw my phone.
I had to mod up my chat heavily. Kudos to my mods and people that I modded in my chat. Mo, I need to make you a mod, by the way. It's even if you refuse, I'm still making you a mod because anybody around Copper has to be modded, man. They have to have authority. So, anyways, back to this. But so I had to make a bunch of mods because I had 3 death threats already this week, and it's Tuesday. So it's like, and then not to mention that, but the reason why I knew that it was probably because of this debate is because it wasn't like a Dave, Kevin, or Steve that was doing that. It was from like Sufjan or like names like that. I was like, bro, this is definitely most of the threats I'm getting. Stupid. Death threat DMs, bro. This is crazy. I would post it, but I'm not trying to dox people.
No.
Yeah, right.
That's
How
just
big is
disturbing.
his? I haven't even checked his channel. Like, how big is this guy? Does he have like a really big following, or
Is it bigger than Speakeasies?
No, it can't be. No, because
I don't
one
think
of the,
so.
One of the people in Martae's chat said that he went in there and there was 2 people that was in there and only one person was supporting Manar.
Cool. What an awesome guy. He must have really good ethics based on something, not God, but
Yeah, I know Manar Clips isn't him because Manar was actually debating at the same time while Manar Clips was posting. So I was like, oh, I know it's not
noticed
Manar.
that too. I noticed that too.
I thought it was him, like trying to get
But I
in
feel
there.
like it
with
might
Manar.
have been. I feel like it might have been a group of his. No, it was a group of his cousins, though. Just all cousins.
Well, they're for sure related if it wasn't him.
I don't
Somehow.
know, man, but I mean,
it only makes sense.
Oh, where did Mo go?
I mean, according to Manar.
Somewhere.
Mo
I
just
know.
Mo just blipped out somehow. He's just here he goes.
I don't know what the heck happened there. What I was saying is I'm.
What were you saying?
Yeah, what were you saying?
Oh wait, sorry. This started playing. I was I was damn. What the hell? I think I lost it.
It was probably cool.
Maybe, probably not. I don't know.
Nah.
Like everything just started like blipping out on me over here and reloading. It's late.
Yeah, I mean it's late enough.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I'm looking forward to the debate with Trench because Trench.
Oh yeah.
He's debating Christianity versus
I was
Islam,
gonna
right?
mention that too.
But
And he's
Trent
gonna
said
debate
something on
all
the panel
three
that was interesting.
Christianities.
Yeah, Trent said something that was interesting on the panel though before we all logged off. Is that he was saying that he's going to be able to debate all forms of
Oh
Christianity.
yes, that's what I heard too. That's the last
But
thing I heard.
I feel like that is a misstep because that puts way too much ammo in Manar's side to do. 'Cause
Yeah,
that allows Manar to go
Yeah.
after all the Skittles Protestants. It allows him to go
Yeah,
after
it allows him
the
to cherry pick
Catholics.
a lot. He's gonna cherry pick like crazy.
I feel like that was why Manar was getting so frustrated when he was talking to us because he kept trying to ask us to account for the Catholics' doctrine, and
Yeah.
we just kept trying to explain to him we don't have to. We're not Catholics. What are you
Right.
talking
He
about?
wasn't
Not
understanding
really.
that, dude. He wasn't.
But
and-
well, I
Go
think
ahead,
he
I'm
understood. He just refused to.
Be in bad
He
faith.
couldn't argue that. Yeah, he couldn't argue that point. So then he was like freaking out. And then he wouldn't even engage with some
And
people.
I
Like
was hoping that
Terry
nobody-
started talking to him, and he would jump
Yeah,
off.
and then he just was like, "You're a picture. I shouldn't have to talk to you."
You're a
And then I asked
leprechaun.
him. I just asked. Yeah, I just asked him the same question instead. But he came back with the same amount of, animosity.
I was hoping that nobody would have been like defending the Catholic, because I feel that the Catholic religion's just so easy to dismantle, man. You know, like he wasn't.
Well, the issues that you have with Catholics is, according to Vatican II, they worship the same God as the Muslims do. That's part of their doctrine now. Whether they want, some Catholics say, they don't follow that or whatever, but that's part of their doctrine.
So is it not a form of taqiyya, I guess, when the Muslims will say, we believe in the same Christian God, but they're actually talking about the Catholic God. They're not talking about the Christian non-Catholic God.
Well, no, the Catholics part of Vatican II said that they worship the same God. So what that implies is that that's nonsense, because the Muslims don't believe in triune God. They believe in just one God. So from the Old Testament, they don't believe in the Trinity. So
And they only
it's
engage
very
within the Old Testament also.
Yeah, he was
And then
very
try
stuck
and
on the
talk
Old
to-
Testament.
You're like, I'm not a Jew, dude. You're talking to a Christian here.
Yeah, because Martae, after you left, he was asking me
All
basically
sorts of-
why can I eat pork and stuff? And I said, well, we have the New Testament, so there's a lot of that stuff that doesn't apply anymore. And I was trying to explain to him, but I couldn't even get it out. And as I was explaining to him, he got so irritated, and he wouldn't stop talking. I think Easy just kicked him off. But basically, I was trying to say there's a reason why Christians don't do burnt offerings anymore. Have you ever asked yourself that? I mean, there's tons of things from the Old Testament that don't apply anymore,
Right.
because
We also don't
because of the New
slaughter
Covenant.
animals anymore.
Right?
You know?
They don't do burnt offerings.
We don't fuck those.
Well, then, that's definitely
that's
a perk
never a
of being
thing.
Christian.
Yeah, I mean, that's like
Don't have
what
to
they
worry
do,
about that.
and that's like just what Muslims do over in that land.
Yeah, and that's a fact. That's not like a little bullshit. That's a fact.
No,
that
it's
they
not.
do fuck them goats.
Their
It's
guys
one of
also
them
think it's okay to
things.
hold hands and walk down the road. It's really gay. It's a
Kinda.
cultural thing over there.
Culture club, basically, is what that makes me think of. FAG.
Yeah. I did think that in the debate, Martae was the point you brought about the age of marriage over there. I thought that was a pretty good point too.
Yeah, he wasn't
It is a
touching
good
that one.
point.
Oh
No, he
yeah,
doesn't like that.
notice how Speakeasy saved him. Speakeasy was like, that's kind of. I was like, well, hold on. These are cousins who are 9 years old who men can cream pie on sites as fleshlights. And then, well, of course,
The way you worded that is wild, bro.
Well, I had to do it this way to make it extremely uncomfortable, and it was the reality, and to make him have to answer for this.
100%.
But you notice how he didn't try to touch that with 10-foot pole, even though it was
Nah,
the truth.
he wasn't touching that one, dude.
No,
Yeah,
not at all.
Yeah, to be fair, I think they were just trying to bring him back to talking about just the cousin thing, or also it was I will say that it was a very uncomfortable thing. Like, chat was very uncomfortable with that whole discussion. I'll tell you that. There's lots of comments like,
really?
This is horrific. Yeah.
I can't.
I was like, bro, you got to answer this.
I can't read chat.
Yeah.
Because if your
it is horrific.
Is 9 years old and it's legal.
The Quran is horrific.
Chat.
The Quran is horrific.
So bad.
Oh yeah. Well, there's also, because one of his arguments that he kept going in on over and over again is that if it's not basically listed in scripture, then it's not something that has no, I guess,
it's like forbidden.
There's no forbidden doctrine to it or anything like that. But you can apply this to like the Quran too. The Quran has lots of things that aren't mentioned, and especially things in modernity. I mean, where do you make the distinction there, right? Like, the Quran doesn't have any listings of like AI generated corn, right? I mean, so that mean you can watch all that you want? I mean, exactly. There's a reason why we can use biblical teachings from the Christian standpoint to apply to no matter what the degenerate world throws at us, because everything is covered, and we have the church to help guide us through that. But you can take that same approach to the Quran and just come up with all kind of things. It's like, okay, are you allowed to do this? Are you allowed to do that? Can you watch AI porn? Well, why not? It's not listed in the Quran. It doesn't make any logical sense, even from the flip side.
But the masturbation part is where the sin comes in.
Well, no, I just
you
watching.
Can look at it. Yeah, that would just be fucking stupid. Did you say anything about how in the Quran Muhammad married his cousin because Allah told him to, and whether or not he would be willing to say that is the reason, pretty much, that he wants cousin marriage to be legal, because Muhammad was told by Allah to marry his cousin, and then
Martae did ask him if the Quran didn't say about the cousin fucking, would you still fuck your cousin? And he said,
really?
Yeah. Didn't you, Martae?
What's that?
Didn't you say that if the Quran didn't say you could fuck your cousin, would you still fuck your cousin? And he said, yeah.
So what I asked was, like I said, so if Muhammad had never married his cousin or any close siblings, do you think that the Islam religion would still promote incest in families? And then he said, yeah, we still would promote incest in families. I was like, what? I was like, okay.
Now I'm
biting that bullet.
Now I'm freaked out a little. I know he literally pretty much walked off the stage like a winner would, and then he literally went backstage, didn't come back up, and rage quit.
Well, he came in chat.
There's also another thing too, is he kept bringing up basically genetic testing, but from what I've looked into, genetic testing does not account for all the things that can go wrong with incest. So there's a host of things that are not listed that can potentially pop up that genetic testing won't catch, or they don't have markers for. So there's a whole host of issues with that thought.
Did he go into chat and start saying that we're all dogs?
No, I think he just saves. He was saying that mainly for the panel. That's his favorite insult.
Yeah, it sounds like
Premonition
that is.
Premonition talking with him actually got him to admit that he basically hates dogs. And he
Yeah,
loses
that's
dogs.
where
she did.
I said that earlier to Martae. Like she was going
Yeah.
somewhere with that.
I
dude.
know.
Well, but that's
Yeah.
the thing though. Is like I kept trying to think like any point because I try to be as generous as possible. Where did Manar get the upper hand on me at all? I think the only time
Never.
like when I had troubles was like, and this is actually went against him. He kept saying, "Martae, you're arguing for modernity," and I was like, "Well, it's funny because he tells me I'm arguing for modernity when really in the next sentence over he says, well, if science can weed out this genetic defect, would it be morally bad?" And I'm like, that's arguing for modernity when you're saying science weeding out defects, but then blaming me for bringing this up. And actually, it wasn't an argument for modernity when I said in 1500 BC, would this still be something that's bad because this could apply to any era on the planet Earth, and it still wouldn't be an argument for modernity. Meanwhile, you're bringing up science, weeding this out so I could bang my cousin. That's crazy.
Well,
So
you know where he got that argument from, right? He got
No.
that from that Andrew debate. The guy that Andrew was debating, that guy was basically telling him, "Yeah, well, you're just arguing from an atheist standpoint. Yeah, you're just arguing from an atheist standpoint." So, and basically, the guy's point was, you're not arguing from the Christian paradigm. You're arguing from an atheist secular paradigm.
Probably studied that specific debate like crazy.
Well, and not even that, but he kept telling me, he said, "Martae, you're not even defending Christianity." And I'm like, of course. And I told him, I said, I don't need to use Christianity to destroy your argument.
That debate's on the 20th.
What's that?
That debate's on the 20th.
Yeah, but my point is
Trench.
like, I understand that, but with the prompt, he kept saying, well, nobody even knows if you're a Christian or not. And I'm like, because I don't even need to use an exegesis to destroy your argument.
He said you
And I'm
don't
like,
even look
Not
like
at
a
all.
Christian, bro.
Yeah, what does a Christian look like?
And then
Seriously.
Mo, this was the craziest part. I'll bring it up right now. He said that because the scripture omits saying something, that means that it says it permits it. Because it doesn't mention it, that means that it says yes.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking
what?
about. Yeah, that's a complete asinine
lunacy.
I was like,
idea.
what? So Mo, I gave him a hypothetical. I said, so okay, by your standard, if I have a wife and I tell her and I don't tell her don't bang my best friend, it means that she can bang my best friend.
Right.
What?
Right.
I was like, bro, so there's so many points in this argument where I
The
was like,
Bible doesn't say nothing about shitting in your hand, but we all know not to shit in your hand. You know?
yeah, that's a green light to shit in your hand. Well, this
Pretty
is the
good
problem
idea.
with that. Mo, after I asked him this question, I was like, I don't even know where to go from here. There are so many points in this debate where I was like, I don't even know what else to say. Like,
Well, when he was bringing up that what you were talking about there, where you're not arguing if it's not in the scripture, then it doesn't have any. There's nothing saying you
Then
can't
it's
do it.
okay.
I was in the chat and I made the point. I was like, that's like saying that the Bible doesn't have any direct discussions around guns, so we can't. So as Christians, we can't have any arguments around guns, and we can't even talk about it. And it's like it's a complete asinine, retarded way to think that just because
it
it's
would
not
be the opposite.
strictly
He would-
written in the Bible, we can't
Guns
have a
didn't
thought on it.
exist then.
well, he would say that because it didn't mention guns, it means that you can't have guns. It was the
yeah,
inverse,
so-
actually. He was like,
Yeah.
because it doesn't mention guns, it means that you can have all the guns. Like, I was like, what?
It's Muslim manipulation.
I was like, bro, you're really wrecking the interpretation of anything you're saying right now, let alone the Bible. So
Well, he was
like,
so he asked for
John
my
Downey if
reference
he's a spurrier.
theologically, and then I gave it to him, and then once he read it, he didn't. I could tell he really didn't know where to go with it. So then he attacked like,
No.
okay, so you're just looking at the church to tell you what to believe, and then I walked him down. Okay,
Like,
so the Bible that you're reading, where do you think it comes from? And then we had that whole discussion, and,
Yeah,
and then and that,
no. Show me.
towards
Show
the,
me.
yeah,
Am I
towards the end of
surrounded by-
that, that's when he freaked out the last time and then rage quit.
Am I surrounded by ortho bros?
Then he called you a dog, and it was so crazy.
Yeah. He called me a dog like a lot. That's probably the most. Actually, I think in my
It's his
entire
favorite
life,
word.
I might have been called a dog maybe once or twice. Now I'm
Yeah.
up to like 60, 70 times, in one night that I've been
Probably.
called a dog in my life. So
He
that's
did
interesting.
say you got some ugly teeth too for some odd
Yeah, he
reason.
was talking
That
about
was a
my
weird
ugly
fucking
teeth.
thing.
Commented on my teeth.
It's
It's
weird,
like, okay.
dude.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
He's checking out all my
What's with your teeth? Oh, he also mentioned your
medieval
beard
characteristics.
too.
Then he talked about how I look like Trench's brother, and I'm just like, and then Emmett
Oh,
got up and I was like,
yeah.
"Oh, you're turned on by the fact that they look
Oh,
related."
man.
And I was laughing.
Emmett's a savage, bro. I love him, dude.
It was kind of funny. I thought
Yeah,
that was
Emmett
pretty
kept
fucking
calling him
cool,
Sandman. See you later, Sandman. I have to go, Mr. Sandy Man.
Sandman. Sandy Man.
Reminds me of a song.
It's my favorite.
Yeah, and then he said something about people's mothers, and I was like, that's when he was like crashing out pretty bad. I was like,
He
what the
crashed
hell is going
out
on?
pretty soon. Like, I didn't even watch a lot of the actual debate, but when I came on to the stream, he was already crashing out like pretty hard.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. The actual debate was horrible. Like I felt bad. Like I had to suffer for that W.
Who crashed out worse, him or First Amender for transsexuality?
He crashed out worse on the panel. First Amender crashed out with a Coke panel that lasted 2.5 hours about me after the debate on his own channel.
Who else is he going to debate about transsexuality?
It's like Destiny with January 6th. I think it's going to be like their MO and their bread and butter until people just stop accepting debates with these people.
Oh, I thought he scissored Destiny on the regular.
Destiny
I thought
gets
that
bodied
was-
in January 6th. And actually, I think I did halfway decent against him. Destiny to date is the toughest debater I've ever had a debate with, to be honest.
Have you gone against him?
Yeah, it's on my channel, the debate between me and Destiny. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is it pretty cool? Wait, are you going to do Jubilee at all?
Yeah,
'Cause I
I've
saw
done
you
Jubilee already. I'm
backstage.
doing like three episodes. I think I'm going to be slated to come back on Jubilee and do another debate.
When's your debate
What
with
was
Dusty?
your first one?
Oh, that debate with Dusty. We're still arguing over it. Matter of fact, he sent
Dusty?
me a DM. Let me read it real quick since you guys are here.
Wow.
I hate the fact that this man is in my DMs, and then he sent me a kissy face emoji.
Yeah,
Of course he did.
Yeah, dude's a weirdo, bro.
That was so gay.
He
Like
is.
he literally sent me a kissy face emoji, and I was like, "Bro, you're so gay." And then he's asking another guy, me, to send him screenshots, and I'm like, "What? You
I
sent me
think
a
he
kissy
has
face
a
emoji.
crush on multiple people. He
You want
does
me to
on me
see
too.
his And then you're calling me gay. You send me a kissy face emoji. You're asking for screenshots. You have Fox and 10th Man around you who are actually gay, but somehow I'm
Yeah.
gay. But you keep asking about my homosexuality all the time. Like he's getting more gay the more I think the degree that he's inquiring is like he's trying to be doing gay conversion therapy for me to promote gaydom in other men. This is crazy.
You might be onto something.
Yeah, I think he's trying to be a salesman to convert people to gaydom, and that's not really working. I don't know why.
It's the new
I
norm.
couldn't fathom why it's not working. So strange, crazy.
Okay,
I don't
he
know,
actually
Matt,
has.
but he's a bad gay salesman. In my
I just
opinion.
checked out just to go back to
I think
Manar for a second.
EBT
I checked
is
out his
obsessed.
channel, and he does have a stream. He's not live now, but it is from the debate. I'm curious how much of a cope stream he had afterwards. I might have to go watch that later.
Yeah,
For
tell me how
yucks
it
and
was
giggles.
because I'm pretty sure it's crazy.
So if you debate Dusty, what is the topic going to be?
So these are stupid topics. So James messaged me, and James said, matter of fact, let me read off what James said because I don't want to dox too much.
Okay, that's
James,
fine.
he sent me an email. James is like so old fashioned. He doesn't do like DMs, so he'll send you an email. Hold on. So this is what James said. He said, "Pardon the delay. I appreciate you thinking of MDD. I wish I could, as you guys are talented. It's just that the Dusty's topic doesn't strike me as engaging for MDD's audience. Basically, he just called his topic stupid.
Yeah, dude, it's him.
And I'm like, bro, and I told Dusty, I was like, basically, James said your topic was stupid. Can you come up with another prompt? So then Dusty was like, I don't believe you. I don't believe that James told you this. And I'm like, literally, I have screenshots and receipts. That's why he's asking for screenshots, but I'm like, never going to send it to him.
Yeah.
Mo, I think I sent it to you, right?
Yeah, I think, you sent me on.
So
yeah, I
you saw
that.
the proof that James was like, yeah, this is insignificant. It's not interesting enough of a prompt or whatever. So Dusty writes back, I said, I'm still waiting for these prompts, Dusty. He says, morality is subjective. And then the second prompt is Martae's a liar for modern day debate. And then he says, the third prompt is drugs should be legal. And then he says, any of those prompts works for me. This is the dumbest list of prompts.
They work for him.
Like, you're an self-admitted ex-druggie. Of course, you would defend drugs.
Hey,
and then morality is subjective.
While we're talking about this, I completely 100% disavow Sarah's channel because just no. So I no. Okay, I'm just saying it right here. Clip it and send it.
I agree. I don't associate with her. Matter of fact, the reason why I'm not a massive fan of Sarah or even remotely anything interested with that person is because, when I first started getting into debates, Rachel Wilson, because I messaged her and I said, hey, Rachel, how can I get into these debates? What do I do? This and that or whatever. When I first started becoming Andrew's coach,
maybe Sarah.
I was defending Sarah actually, because Sarah's channel is the one who introduced me into debates. And what happened was these guys were accusing Sarah of being a biased moderator. And I said, she's not biased. They accused me of being a white knight. And then they dug into my past. And me and Andrew went on the warpath against these people. And all of this started because I was defending Sarah. And she turns around and calls me a gay reindeer and has a gun pointed at Rob's head or Speakeasies and Cool Vicks and has this whole thing about me being a gay reindeer. And I'm like, why are you? I've never attacked you, Sarah, but you're going to attack me. And I'm just like,
reason she got Goofy of the Year.
Yeah, so dirty. And I'm like, bro, Sarah, I never once attacked you, but you know what? All bets are off now.
And I'm not even attacking her right now. I'm disavowing her channel is all I'm saying.
Yeah, well,
I didn't see none of that, dude. I watched one debate with Andrew Wilson on her panel, and that's the only reason why I watched it. And I think I watched it another time. Dusty was on there, and I'm like, I can't do this. And they were buddies, and I'm like, this ain't. How is Andrew supporting this woman? You know? And I just unsubscribed right then and there before even the beef with the Crucible and all that. I seen right through that bullshit, dude. I didn't like it.
Yeah, my experience with her channel is that was actually the first panel that I ever went on for debates. And I went on there for probably a couple months, and it was like, it was fine and everything, relatively okay. But there were certain things that started to kind of drop into the cracks a little bit, like the cracks started to show, where I started noticing a little bit of bias in debates. And then one night, actually, they played this clip on Cool Vic's channel, where it was on abortion, and basically Easy was on there. Actually, that was like kind of my first experience with Easy, and he was defending it quite a bit, but he started getting into it with Sarah because Sarah's argument was that she's against abortion, but she wants to have certain ones allowed for certain things, basically, right? Just XY reasons, like extreme cases, that sort of thing. And he was basically calling her a feminist, and this and that. And I was on that panel, and so I took a crack at it, and I started leading her down a line of questions. And while I was asking her questions, Easy was like popping in and roasting her, and she was getting more and more mad, like as the thing was going on. And then we got to the end of it. Yeah, Sarah. And then when we got to the end of it, I actually got her to admit that she recognized it as murder, but she still is not going to change her mind. And I said, okay, well, agree to disagree, I guess. And so that was a big one that kind of made me think maybe I should separate from this. And then I went on Easy's channel, and I was there for like 2 weeks. I got on some panels, did some arguments, and then he sent me an invite for a debate. And I was like, okay, well, that's a reason to not mess around with Sarah anymore. And then I started seeing more and more stuff, and then the whole thing with her and her past came out, and it's like, okay.
Yes, that's what happened. You, Martae, were having a debate with Ryan on her channel, and then Andrew Wilson opened up a chill stream, and it had to do with the drama. And this is when like a big chunk of her subscribers came off. He said at that time, I'm going to unsub. He said, I'm not telling anyone else to unsub. But then
you talking about Rob?
I'm saying Andrew. Like there was a chill stream that was going on when Martae was debating Ryan on probably something stupid that he probably spurred out on. But no, Andrew was having a chill stream. And then when that happened, because he showed the chat that was happening with Rob Noor, that happened.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Yeah.
Wait, was this at the same time I had my debate with Ryan?
Yes, it was. And that's a huge chunk of her subscribers left at that same time. And she had like a 20,000 subscribers party coming up like the next day, but it was like,
oh.
Well, what's crazy is like, okay, so there was you want to call it the split, whatever you want to call it, and she lost. So she lost those subscribers, but it went down to like I think it was like 16 or something like that. It kind of stabilized a little bit. If she would have just shut her mouth, it's over, let it go, just move on with your life, she probably would have been fine, stabilized, and then she could have keep ticking back up. But it was just nothing but stream after video of like shitting on Andrew and all this other stuff.
Easier to watch.
So
just this victim mentality.
So the debate I had with Ryan was that stay-at-home dads are not optimal for society.
He obviously thought they were.
Yeah, he was promoting stay-at-home dads, and I was like, no, women should be at home and dads should get out there and work. We need more women in the kitchens, being stay-at-home moms and all this other stuff, and he was against all that. So
that's ridiculous.
What?
Of course he was.
As usual. So
what a cook.
Yeah,
well, I mean, like,
the last I saw from Ryan is him getting kicked off of
husband's
Grid's
pants.
He got kicked off of Grid's channel.
Yeah, I saw a clip where basically Grid was on like a panel and Ryan was up there, and apparently Ryan was like cursing out moderators and telling them to go eat shit.
Of course.
And so Grid asked him, "Did you really tell one of my moderators to eat, to fuck off or eat shit?" And he's like, "Yeah, I did." And he said, "I also saw all this other stuff." He's like, "Oh, okay." And so Grid was like, "Okay, well, you could see the door," and he just kicked him off. He didn't even let him talk or finish. He just kicked his ass off. So
I'm hearing about this page and kinetic hell debate. Apparently, it was really biased. Does anybody else know about that?
Well, Sarah is real. Oh, that's another reason. I forgot to do that. Sarah is very protective of kinetic hell. And another thing that I saw too.
Between the channels.
Another thing that I saw too was when I was on panel, she started having like a lot of Transformers up, and there was one in particular that came up, and it was like this weird. It was like this weird situation where, obviously I'd want to go in on this, her ideology and like discuss it and kind of challenge it. But it was like this weird thing. Like no, no one, everybody be nice. No one talked to her or mean or whatever.
I think I know exactly who you're talking about.
And so that was another.
Was she a conservative transformer? Yeah.
Not that I saw. Not from what I saw.
I don't
she
think
had
so.
a conservative transformer. I seen a clip on it. Dude.
Sounds like an oxymoron to me. But
It was, and a Christian dude. She was a Christian. I seen a little clip on it.
I don't think there's a word for that.
I want ones in the chat if you guys want me to
Blasphemy.
review the
Heresy.
kinetic hell page debate, because I'm interested in seeing how biased this is. I've never seen it before. So ones in the chat if you guys want me to review this for a good laugh, just to kind of do some content. I'll do a really bang up job on this review. Be pretty good, actually. Probably maybe entertaining. Ones in the chat if you guys want to see it. So
I'll watch that.
So does she frequent both channels?
Who?
Kinetic Kel, because she has or had a debate on.
Well, I think she went to rehab, so I think they canceled the debate. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well.
Oh wow. It sounds like there's a lot of lore behind this person.
Well, I'm not, doxing or anything. It's on her channel. Like she's talking about going to rehab, and then her debate got pulled. So I'm assuming it just got canceled because she went to rehab.
I also don't have flappy lips anyway. Like I don't talk like Manar.
Now Manar, it's crazy because like he's a question avoidant machine, and it's like he'll call me the person that obfuscates. Meanwhile, he'll answer a question with a question the whole time. The whole debate, he tried to do this. It was just insane.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
Like not the whole debate. Like I said, I didn't see the whole debate, but when I came in, I remember seeing him doing that over and over.
Yeah, the whole debate was bad, and I knew he was going to be pissed off because Mo, I don't know if you saw the intro video. Did you see that?
I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So with the whole her rapist and Aisha and all that, like, What did you think when you saw that, and then the baking grilling in the background and all that?
I thought you let it go on just the right amount of time. I think if you went on a little bit longer, it would have been a little much. But you ended it with like I think at 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go into dialogue. So I thought it was a pretty good mix. Yeah, I thought it was like basically like a slideshow. Telling at the end, telling Easy to turn it off too. That was a nice touch. So it's like an auto ending video.
I was like, I think he's chomping the bits for this debate. Let me.
That extra 30 minutes was kind of hard. Sorry to say, because he just wanted to spurg and rant more, just used for an extra 30 minutes.
I actually didn't catch the last 30 minutes because like I watched the beginning with the opening a little bit, and then I had to go take care of stuff, and I came back and watched a lot of the middle, and then when it got to 30 minutes, I had to leave again. So and then I jumped on panel.
Okay.
Oh, and then I made that song, and then I jumped on the panel.
Speaking of which, you guys want to hear the song? It's I actually have it ready. It's called Cousin Crush. Is that the name?
Yeah. Yes. Listen, I'm a new artist, so go easy on me. Like this is my first step into being a
all right.
So I would say pull it up so we can all sing along with the lyrics, so it makes sense.
I just have the audio, but I mean I could pull it up. But I'll do the audio right now, just so you know that this mix comes from Copper's dad. Just to give you guys more clarification on this. All right, so this is a hit from Copper's Dad Productions. Here we go.
My name, Manar. Auntie said, go say hi to your cousin. Boy, she your friend, not your toy. But we grew tall, same school, always sharing fries, sharing secrets, sharing way too much one day. Technically, it's allowed in some branches, right? Scrolling forms in the glow of the night. Cause zoomed in, hearts cartoon big. Brain small print, we forgot to read. Cousin crush. Oh no, thought it was a blessing, just a little hush hush. Cousin crush. Too much. Family tree twisted, roots all tangled up. Now the baby's asking, Mama, what's up with my feet? And I'm stuttering, sweating in this pediatric seat. Cousin crush. Cousin crush. Should've left that at a handshake and a side hug. Fast forward, Walima Day. Uncle on the mic like, love finds a way. Granny saying back home, this is fine. Doctor in the corner with a worried side eye. 9 months later, tiny toes appear. Nurse goes quiet, then she leans in near. Listen, we gotta talk about chromosomes having that little crisscross. First is maybe just glasses, a little speech delay. Then we stacking diagnoses like a buffet. Genetics got jokes, but the punchline's rough. Every checkup, new print out of stuff. Was a blessing, just a little hush. Cousin crush, too much. tree twisted, roots all tangled up. Now the baby's asking bye bye, my toes all meat, and I'm flipping flashcards, drawing different kinds of feet. Cousin crush, should've kept it childhood, not a wedding lunch. Step one.
Damn, this song sounds pretty good.
You're DMing and low, we just besties. Step 2, late night sharing all your stress. Step 3, thinking I can thinking you need. Step 4, ultrasound specialist every week. Step 5, explaining why swimming feels too easy. Step 6, Bush's custom budget getting queasy. Step 9, hey, cousins whisper in a ring why your toes look like a flipper when we play on the swing. I walk like a little donkey. Why my sandals sound extra clucky? I clear my throat, try to improvise. You special, beta, like a family surprise. Cousin crush, cousin crush.
That's crazy.
Little cousin crush, cousin crush. Too much family tree twisted, roots all tangled up. Why my toes on me, and I'm flipping flashcards.
Why my toes on me?
Cousin crush, man, I learned the hard way. Listen when jeans speak.
Mo, I got a question.
It's very, it's catchy. I think it's a hit. I think it's a hit, man.
Mo,
It's a banger. Good slop. Forbid that.
So I have a question, Mo.
Oh,
Is there any way that you can like change the song to where it's a Manar song to saying this guy wants to have a cousin crush or because I want to have a Manar song. That would be cool. I don't know if you could do that or.
Well, that one, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Wait, maybe. Like, so you want it to be like I guess what you want it to be
in it somehow. So I could just say, hey, you know what? We're gonna present this. We're gonna have like a premiere. This is the Manar theme song about him banging cousins or whatever. I don't know.
Leviticus law forbid it.
It does. It does say. I think he introduces himself as Manar at the end, and when the nurse is talking to him, she's addressing Manar. Like, so that does mention him a few times in the.
Just wondering if Leviticus law forbids these songs.
If you bring up the actual video, it does have the lyrics, so you can kind of make a little more sense of it. But it does mention the nurse talking to him, and I don't have it listed. It's unlisted. I just sent it to Martae.
Okay.
But I'll post it on my channel at some point.
Cut it, clip it, send it.
Yeah, that was a banger. I was like, Boys to Men and Bruno Mars both fuck their cousins. That would be the outcome.
There you go. Yeah, I can probably play around with a little bit more, Martae, if you give me some ideas.
Bad,
like send me a chat.
It's better than Sarah's stupid AI fucking songs, dude.
I haven't heard.
I just like all the talk about explaining why swimming's so easy. Talking about the flipper speed.
Yeah, I like that. That was actually pretty fucking funny.
I'll come up with like a good thumbnail for this. That's going to be hilarious with Manar or something like that. So that would be freaking hilarious.
Just show him and see what he says.
And then just like because I Cool Vic came out with this song that was like the whole First Amender Rat Uterus song, and then I had my debate where he was breaking out the book. Like, I'll break out something from this debate, and then I'll go into the sun. You know what I'm saying? And then I'll have like a thumbnail. It'll be pretty cool.
Cool Vic got some bangers on there too.
Did he include the fact that he always says, "If I can trick you into thinking I'm a woman, then I'm a woman"? Like he always says. He always says that.
I actually
I look like one.
I actually had to tell him that, like, in that debate.
Shaved my fucking thing down. I don't have a fucking thing in my throat.
With that, gentlemen, I have to leave you. It's late, but I'll catch you next time.
I'm wrapping it up in about 5 minutes, just so everybody else knows.
3:30 here.
All right, guys. Take care. God bless.
Yeah. God bless, man. Have a good night.
Later.
Amen.
Tell Copper I said hi. Oh, he's out of here. Anyways.
He's out of here. Well, I'll say bye.
All right, Daniel, man. Take care.
With that, I'm going to head out too. Everybody take care. God bless. It was a vibe, man. Definitely worth watching.
That was crazy. I'm still processing that. That was a rough W.
You're
by the
gonna be
way.
laying in bed, bro, and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I've heard it all now. It's just if you just didn't think you couldn't get any dumber, well, Manar definitely raised the bar or lowered the bar. He lowered the
Yeah.
bar on stupidity when it came to this. So
Yeah, definitely. Have a good night. God bless everybody. Be
you
safe.
too, man. Christ is God. So amen. Yep. All right, I see my chat is still active. I'm going to wrap this up in about 5 more minutes. Yes, Paige, still going. That was pretty crazy. So this was the tally, the end of the evening. Martae 45. I don't know. So Manar had a bunch of people in the chat who were spending like $2 saying Manar W when he was getting destroyed. I don't get it. I don't know who's promoting banging your cousins. But when you're promoting this nonsense in a debate, of course, you're going to have all the Islam people backing you up with this 35%. Don't get it. I don't know how he even got that. But this W was rough. It was hard fought. I've heard the dumbest arguments, or so I thought, until I had a debate with Manar. This was levels of stupidity that was like Guinness Book World Breaker shite. That's what was happening. Even Teriak had to resist probably cursing this guy out. Everybody, the whole panel turned into crusaders against the Ottoman Empire, that which was Muslim, dumb, ignorant, low IQ, Manar. Yeah. And that's objectively true. What we saw tonight. This debate was a bloodbath. It was pretty bad. It was bad. Really bad. Like, so Paige, I even asked him, I said, so if Muhammad never married his cousins and he never participated in any of this cousin effing, do you think that Islam would still promote incest? You know what he said? He said yes. And I was like, there's nowhere else we can go from here. I was like, where do we go from here? Like, this is the dumbest, like, this was so stupid. His whole argument, if you watch the debate, was like, incest keeps family together. That was his whole argument. It keeps family tight. Worst argument ever. This was horrible. The video was hilarious. The video was insane. I don't even know what to tell you. It was just ridiculous. I'm going to play my opening video. And this was crazy. Navy B says, gotta watch. Sorry I missed out. Paige says, what the actual... Yeah, I'm going to play my opening. And this is what pissed him off. He was so angry, like, and this is why he was pissed, because my video intro, this was it. Of course, it's not going to play. Here we go. Add to stage, of course. Let me play it on the stage.
So is that the whole debate? Okay, good. All right, so that's pretty freaking amazing. So he's done. It's over. It's over for him. I mean, it's over, baby. That's it. That's the debate, baby. Oh, man, that's my opening statement. I mean, it's a long opening statement, by the way.
Of course, I would expect Donkey Pull Cart IQ to reveal his whole strategy, arguments, and opening statement weeks before a debate happens. Gee, thanks for the free prep packet, bro. You just handed me your whole L on a silver platter. So my opponent tonight is going to use the research of a Mr. Alan H. Biddles tonight. A lot of this research has been cherry-picked and also used from a marginalized source of people. That's it, an extreme minority, and that's where he gets his research from. This guy argues that inbreeding risk, like Cousin marriages or inbreeding are often exaggerated with only a small increase in birth defects, around 2 to 4%. However, evidence shows a significant genetic harm. Here are the key examples in terms. So we have the Habsburg dynasty. Centuries of royal inbreeding led to the Habsburg job, which means that there was a severe underbite and facial deformities and health issues. King Charles II of Spain was so disabled he couldn't chew food or produce heirs. All of this ended their bloodline. Next, we have the Amish communities. Due to close group marriages, they have high rates of rare disorders like Ellis Van Cribbold syndrome, which is dwarfism with extra fingers and toes, cystic fibrosis, muscular dystrophy, far more than the generalized population. Next, we have recessive diseases in isolated groups. That's where your research comes from Alan H. Biddles. He only gets this from isolated groups. That's where his studies come from, and this is easily debunked because he only cherry picks. In places like Pakistan, North Africa, with common cousin or inbreeding marriages, kids face elevated risk of thalassemia, which is severe anemia, sickle cell disease, deafness, blindness, congenital heart defects, leading to a 3% higher child mortality rate. Next, we have inbreeding depression. Yes, this is a thing. Overall inbreeding boosts harmful recessive genes, causing reduced fertility, weaker immune systems, and more birth defects, as seen in animal studies and human data from inbred populations as well. These real-world cases highlight why inbreeding is risky, even if every case isn't disastrous. Islam is stupid.
Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar!
Sounds like Manar's chomping at the bit. Okay, Speakeasy, you can close this out so I can begin my opening statement.
Yeah, so I mean, that was it. So I wanted to show like a picture of some delicious bacon grilling in the background because I thought I would set the mood with some ASMR in the background. And then somehow Muhammad, who was Aisha's rapist, ended up in the background of this. Like, obviously, Manar got really pissed when I showed this video. He's so mad. So that, I mean, I was only showing the truth. I mean, none of this was like not factual at all. It's just crazy. But yeah, it's crazy. I just don't understand why he didn't bring an actual argument to this debate. He just wanted to go to attacking Christianity the whole time. He just wanted to say, but Christianity bad the whole time. That's all he wanted to do was just attack Christianity. And I just wanted to attack his argument. The incest should be legal and socially accepted argument. And he just kept ducking and diving from doing this. I just don't understand that. But crazy. That was just insane. So, opening statement videos, Martae's debate signatures. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I just started doing this. I don't even know if it helped out too much, but my opening statement was like the 7-minute. I came out with how it's a multiplier. The more cousins you want to bang, like maybe it's a 2%. Deformities, but then it's like 9% after that. Then it's like 27% on average. The deformities multiply, like all this, and it's like there's no way you can mitigate this. So I just don't understand this, where we would live in a world where you're sleeping in bed as a little girl with your uncle, banging your uncle, saying, "Hey, you have the same eyes that my mom does, or the same ears that my dad does." Like, that's crazy. There's no way that Manar can market this or commercialize this in a modern world. None of this makes any sense. His arguments were trash, in my humble opinion. So the audience clearly, the majority of the audience clearly thought they were trash. So this is another W for me. I don't care. I'm not trying to brag because who would brag about like 45? What did I win by? Not actually, that wasn't a big margin. 45 and 30, there's like a 10% differential between us. So it's like, I can't even brag. Like, he probably had a lot of people following him in chat. Mind you, so this is why I think the percentages were off. Andrew Wilson had a stream, so the people that would normally watch my stream, better Andrew Wilson fans, went over to watch his stream, so they could have voted for me, but they didn't. The Jake Rattlesnake fans could have been like, okay, Martae stream's on, but no Jake. So Andrew takes precedence over me. Jake Rattlesnake takes precedence over me. So, and also my mods got split up too, which is why I was like kind of hustling because I've been attacked recently. I got 3 death threats yesterday from Muslim people, from a guy named Sufyan. And of course they're Muslim. They're not English people. I don't get death threats from Kevin, Steven, or Mark, or James. I get a death threat from Sufyan and all these other Muslim names telling me I will stab you in the heart and piss on your, like all this other stuff. And I'll find where you live. And then my channel was under a massive attack by people trying to ban the channel. What a week and a half ago or something like that. So I'm like, okay, my main mods are, of course, prioritized by other people who I would put as a priority before my channel. But I was like, okay, I'm down to like a scant few of like managers as far as like mods. Let me try to figure out how I can mitigate the damage, because the death threats yesterday, the assault on people trying to ban my channel last week, or a week, was it 2 weeks ago, something like that. It was recent. And I was like, on the heels of this Muslim debate, I need protection. So it's like, so that's why I send this mass thing over. And I was like, oh, I got to mod some people. So thankfully, because the other mods were attending to their duties, which I would say, if you're Andrew's mod, go do his. Don't do my channel. Do his. Put his as a priority. If you're Jake Rattlesnake's mod, go do his. I'm like, I would put myself behind these guys because these guys are more of a veteran. They have more seniority, more veteran status than I do in this debate game, in the YouTube game, social media, all this. I'm like small fries compared to both these people, even singularly, like by their own merit. They're far more successful than my channel will ever be. So by all means, I would never be upset at mods going to mod their stuff. So I get all these threats, these death threats and everything else. And it's like, whatever, I don't care, my guy. But at the same time, it's like, I was like, okay, who can I recruit as protection? that's going to say. So Cool Vic, thank you. If you're watching, for sending one of your main mods to me. You didn't have to do this because I would say you're a more bigger priority than I would be. Thank you for sending Mr. B over to my chat to help out. That Mr. B was a lifesaver, man. This was such a crazy chat to deal, and I already knew that the death threats were going to come, probably even more so because I made fun of Muhammad, and I was going to say like piss be upon him and all that. I didn't want to do that. That would have been overly egregious. They like the most death threats I've had, Muslim people. Secondary to this, the Transformers, they give me death threats from social media. And then like there's the rest. But those two subgroups, the Transformers and the Islam people, they're constantly a death threat factory. They're constantly going to give me threats. So they never cease to have fresh threats all the time. This is always going to happen. It's just really weird. So yeah, the chat, I was hoping that, let me cross myself real quick. I was hoping that my chat was going to be heavily, protected with security. So crazy to even think about all this stuff. Just insane. But yeah, the opening title, as far as like the boxing part, the boxing stuff and all that, I thought was pretty good, man. I wanted to bring some entertainment, not just like, people wanting to just have good rhetoric, a good argument, talking about the paradoxical nature of like their argument in their presentation, but actual video too. I just wanted to produce some amazing content like video like this. So this is like when it's Yeah, so I mean, I just wanted to make this kind of like a really good theatrical presentation so that way people can become interested. Naturally, I knew that Manar was going to be stream sniping and he was going to see the Crusades, like some semblances of the Crusades happening. And I wanted to depict this because I was like, his ideology must be crushed. So it's like, why not? So that's why I wanted to come up with this video. I'm like, well, the Ottoman Empire had to get crushed by Vlad Dracul, or Vlad Tepes to be more accurate to his name. So yeah, this was just crazy. I wanted to, I'm working on trying to make things more theatrical kind of, but here's the thing that we can get lost in the weeds of. Let's say I did all this production, created this AI masterpiece and everything else, but I got destroyed in arguments. That's not going to help me out. Me having a banger opening, me having even like my intro videos that I do, that Page is saying is my signature thing. It's all for naught if you don't bring a good argument. If you don't have any good rebuttals, if you don't have any good counters on the fly, because a lot of this is just thinking on the fly, catching contradictions in real time in 4K, and then dealing with these people that I deal with in debates that are really, they're not the brightest bunch. These people send, they actually aren't, especially like with Manar. Manar is, I'm still processing that debate and processing like how to register, even what to call what just happened. I'll figure this out as I clip everything and then condense the video into like a format to where people can see it if they want to see it. Just really interesting. Yeah, dumb. I'll just call it dumb. Just crazy. Said the brew was the cherry on the top. Yeah, after you destroy the Ottoman Empire, well, that's really what it was, because I had like Muslims on spikes in the background. YouTube, I needed to make it like YouTube friendly. So of course there's no blood. There's an explosion, and I had to like make it to where the spikes were just shadows with Muslims impaled and not show like descriptively like blood leaking from orifices or anything. It's just the shadows of impaled. Like you could get the picture of this. And of course I made AI dress myself as like Vlad Dracul at the time, like with his garments and stuff. But yeah, not to go into a whole diatribe about this stuff, but I wanted to make it entertaining. I think I'm trying to experiment with AI to try to make things more of a theme from video to video, according to like the personality of the person debating or whatever that is. He just happened to make it easy for me. And I'm a fan of Vlad Dracul, the Impaler. So yeah, just crazy. The fact that I brought up the Crusades in my intro, everything else, it was just, this whole thing was just crazy. And Manar was extremely pissed. You could tell like he tried to play it off, but he was really mad. He was really mad, especially with the intro, me depicting Aisha and her rapist Muhammad, like right beside her and all this. You could tell like he wasn't really happy about his stuff, but I wanted to strike a chord with him emotionally to where, I mean, if I could piss this guy off a little bit more, not like I just wanted to be just egregious for no reason, but I just wanted his critical thinking to go down a little bit. And I think that would be a handicap. Make the Crusades great again. Yes, make the Crusades great again. I agree. I can see why that pissed Muslim people off. Yeah. It's that is I'm pretty sure I just ramped up my unalive threats that are going to happen to me. Mind you, now that I'm an Orthodox Christian, the battles, I would say I'm fully on the battleground as far as like my stance and position. It's no longer like some undecisive, maybe he could, maybe he couldn't catechumen anymore. It's like, yeah, this guy is definitely opposition for sure. If anything solidifies this even more so. Yeah. Independence is, that's just tactics. Yeah, I agree. It is, but it's just, think about like, because World War debate, they try to make it like a sport. Like there's two people meeting up and, we're going to throw this spectacle, people showing up, and there's a camera walking up to the stage. Well, it looks like a fighter walking up to the ring and all this. It sounds like professional sports the way that they marketed it. Well, as far as this debate, There's tactics when it comes to this. In my opinion, if you were to equate this with sports, you want to get in your opponent's head. You want to kind of like maybe make them, I'm not going to say spurg out, but kind of like you want them to lean towards irrationality, to where it's like, you know, I'm pissed, I can't really think. And if you're in a fight, the last thing you want to be is mad, because you can't critically think when you're mad. You honestly can't. I like my grandpa used to say, dogs get mad, people shouldn't get mad. And I fully agree with him. Like, that's why I don't get mad. I don't get mad. I may be disappointed, but I don't get mad. So yeah, that's Divine's right when saying got to have the big WWE entrance. Yeah, I had to. I had to come out swinging with the whole Christian versus Islam thing and make that the theme of this whole debate. And I know that it said first cousin marriages on Speakeasy side. The prompt was first cousin marriages should be legal and socially accepted. The reason why I changed the prompt on my end is because this is the same thing. Only it's a much more brutal title. Incest should be legally and socially accepted. When you're with your first cousin, definitionally that's incest. So this title is the same thing. It's accurate. Only it's more like I wanted to have more eyeballs on this. So the fact that somebody is saying that they're defending incest, like that's going to be like swaying the audience a little bit more in my favor. In my opinion, that's my thinking. Because if I put first cousins, it's softening the blow a little bit. Like, oh, it's not that bad. It's only your first cousins. But if you say incest, which is the same thing, which is what it is, there's going to be more revulsion. There's going to be like this revulsion response from the audience. They're going to be like, oh, hell no, I'm voting for Martae. Like, that's another reason why I changed the prompt, because it's the same thing, only it's worded in such a way where it's like I'm not softening this blow. Had to do it. Dave Alyssa, you matter of fact, yes, Dave Alyssa. Hold on real quick. Because I got to do this on my phone. This thing is so stupid. I have to like mod people up when my YouTube account on my phone, or there he goes. OTE with Martae Ruelas. Let's Dave Alyssa, you're a mod, I know, on another channel. So this is going to, there you go. And you got a wrench. You got a wrench. And you got a wrench. Yeah, just like that. So here we go. Yeah, Dave is good, people. So Dave, you are now a standard moderator for the channel, and I appreciate your service. All this helps to keep like the riffraff out. It helps for me to kind of regulate, because if I'm in the middle of a debate, by the way, Paige, I don't know if you're still listening to this, but I'm going to be reviewing the Kells. What's her name? Kiki Kells debate with you. They said that this debate was biased. Like literally the whole audience, my whole chat was like, that was one of the most Kells, Kinetic Kells, I think her name is, or something like that. And then they said she cried during the debate or something. And then Sarah went to, Kinetic. That's her name, Kinetic. The homeschooling one. Yeah, I think that's the one. Her name's Kinetic Kell. I'm going to be doing a debate review of that. I haven't seen the debate. Haven't seen this debate at all, but I'm going to be reviewing this because I heard, and this is, maybe I'm paraphrasing a little bit from my chat, they were saying that this was so biased, something about Kinetic Kells, she was on the verge of crying, and then Sarah went to bat for her and kept protecting her and saying, guys, don't say anything to her. Let's be cool to her or whatever. Like, just like, that's horrific. The fact that I had to defend Sarah before this fallout and protect her at a certain point when we were on good terms, and then she stabs me in the back. Yeah, now I have a green light to go ahead and review this debate and be super unbiased about this, which she apparently wasn't. I'm going to call it like it is and tell like it is when I do this debate review. That to me is interesting. It's not the fact that you're in the debate. It's not the fact that Kinetic Kells is in this debate. It's the conglomeration of it was unbiased, the fact that she almost cried, that she tried to protect herself. Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of drama here, but This is debate, is it not? Or do we not meet on these grounds of this arena of debate? And I'm going to most certainly review this. Yeah, the homeschooling one. Okay, so it was that one. Paige says she cried and drew upside down crosses on her face during. Wait, what? She drew face on. I'm like sorry if I didn't read the rest. I'm still processing. I have to process this as I'm reading this. That's why I was like, I hit the verbal speed bump right now. Trying to figure. Wait. It was this literal? So when you say drew crosses, she didn't like cross herself. It's like, you're like, let's get this straight. Semantics are important because I'm trying to figure out. All right, obviously I'm going to see this whole thing. It's a classic point. Cole mentioned it a couple weeks ago too. Yeah, this is wow. I got to review this. Yeah, bro, she went nuts. Sounds like a whole ass breakdown. Wow. Okay, I might have to review this tomorrow. She could barely articulate a coherent sentence before she just stammered random stuff. Could barely run her. Wow. She's bonkers. No, she took a marker, drew. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's crazy. Well, this is effing bonkers. This is bonkers. Like, that's literally bonkers. Took a marker and Divine says, damn, I want to see it now. Of course, it's enticing me to check out this debate. We're gonna do this tomorrow. I gotta do a thumbnail tonight. It's worth it. Might as well do this. Might have to go to the Gauntlet after show for that though. Well, yeah. I'll review both of it. I'll try to cut the video where it shows that part, the crazy part about that afterwards. Pull the all-nighter review. I got school in hold on. The time is crazy, real quick. It's 2:00 and I gotta wake up in 4 hours. And I'm hungry. But this is worth staying up for a little bit to just tell you guys I want to do this debate. This debate review. That's insane. I do too. So you would review this as well too. Dave, you see how you got that wrench? There you go. Yeah, honestly, the aftermath. So you're confirming what Paige is saying, that the aftermath was. Bro, it's 4 a.m. I've been working all day. Yeah, man. I was at school all day, but not work. That's school and work and one on Thursdays. That's gonna be a crazy day too. Yeah, man. Definitely got to get some sleep. My eyes are getting heavy right now. So we're gonna wrap this up, but I will say this tomorrow. You know what? I'm going to promise my chat this. I don't make promises I can't keep. I'll try not to. We're going to be reviewing the Paige Kinetic Kel debate tomorrow. Hopefully your boy over here can do justice to it and do a bang up job, man. It's going to be a banger. Tonight's debate was a banger, but it was insufferable. Let's be honest. It was Manar is insufferable, man. There's no if I talked to people, even Paige said it's going to be a Spurg fest. And I believed her. I believed everybody else when they said this. Not that they had to convince me because I've seen this before, but I knew what to expect. I just didn't. I thought, no. I was going to say, I thought he would be more charitable. No, he wasn't. Typical Muslim jihadist, pissed off, angry person. Really bad. Wait, what? She started debating for Kel? No. Wait, what? I didn't hear this. I heard biased, which means like you're going to give her a little bit more. But if you're debating for Kel, wait, when did I got so many questions? I have so many questions, like so many. I appreciate the divine. Yeah. W for my chat, actually. W for my chat. Sounds like Sarah. Yeah. That wasn't, you did a great job. However, he defines insufferable. Yeah, it was. You know what? I would debate Manar again, but it has to be. I'm going to do it on my channel because then I can mute the shit out of this guy. I'm not going to do it to where he can't get muted because he wouldn't stop talking. He kept trying to overtalk me. He wouldn't answer questions. At least when I shut him down on my panel, he shut down. I shut him down really good. That's just insane. I didn't know this debate was so infamous. I didn't know either. I didn't know it was so infamous either. I'm apparently I'm finding this out with you. Sounds like Kel should have just yeah, I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow because Paige lived through this. Other people had maybe secondary embarrassment for her watching this. And me, I haven't seen this. I'm just hearing about this. Like, why am I just hearing about this debate? Nobody told me this, and I'm interested in like really good debates. Yeah, Paige was dog walking her, and Sarah jumped in and helped her with her argument and tried to say she was just clarifying. Ooh, that sounds ugly. Now I'm really hyped to cover this debate. Yeah, she started defending Kel's studies and debating the authenticity of Paige's and through her own position. Bro. So let me jump from one comment to the next. So she was helping her argument, try to say she was clarifying. And then if you combine that with defending the studies and debating the authenticity of Paige's and through her own positioning, this is a double bad. Really bad. Wow, this is bad. Hold on. Matter of fact, let's because the mind boggles a little bit. It's all right. Kinetic kill. Hopefully this debate's still up. Oh, wait, hold on. What the hell? Oh, Emmett is reviewing my debate, maybe. It says Martae versus Sandy Cousin stuff is good. There's a picture of me. Okay. And then, all right. I'm looking at Emmett covering my debate, apparently, from tonight. Homeschooling does not result in better outcomes for children. Paige versus Kinetic Hell. Oh, this is crazy. This was the debate. Good Googa Mooga Toogaluga. I heard that once from somebody not famous. Oh gosh, here we go. What in the world are we going to dive in? I'm just going to skim this. I know I said that I was going to go to bed, but
financially they think that the system might offer. Because let's be honest, when it comes to children, as you touched,
Lord have mercy. Anyway, sorry, that's slipped out.
On Kel, their well-being is far more important than anything else, including balancing the household budget. Now, what are the positive aspects of homeschooling? Well, during 2021 to 20.
Kinetic Kel looks nervous. Like, I don't know what this stance is, this position she's holding. Like, this is
2022 school year, there were around 6% of the total population, or about 3.1 million homeschool students in grades K through 12 in the United States. And according to a 2024 study, this is by Crown Counseling, it's a peer-reviewed study, homeschool students typically score 15 to 25 percentile points above public school students on standardized academic tests. And yes, it's not just completely up in the air. They do have to pass the record.
Wait, is Kinetic? Wait, hold on. Are you guys seeing this right now? Is Kinetic Kill having a conversation with her chat, and not listening to what Paige's opening statement is?
Was it tests, regardless of who homeschools them? And that's just the academic element. I believe you made some references to the Mean Girls opening with the homeschool kids are freaks. Kel, even like socially, emotionally, and physiologically, they do perform better than their public school counterparts, and that's at a rate of 87%. These aren't just small potatoes. So it's almost like homeschooling with a proper.
And does she have streamer / or comma resident degen underneath her? Good Lord. I could see this is probably going to be a gold mine. This is going to be, I'm going to be honest with you guys. This already looks like a gold mine already. I'm looking at this and it says streamer resident degen underneath her name. I know they say don't read a book by its cover or judge a book by its cover, but she's literally got like the nose piercing in, got resident degen underneath her name. Right, this is like fitting some trope already that is hand delivered to me on a platter for destruction. This is wow.
Properly motivated or educated teacher can provide customized and individualized learning absent the cost and negative effects of the public or private school system. In short, it's a no-brainer. And with that, I yield my time.
Base points, by the way.
Perfect. Thank you. To the audience.
By the way, I'm only skimming this. I told you I would not do a review till tomorrow. This doesn't count. Omit this from the record, Your Honor. This doesn't even count.
Just as a kind reminder, we're going to get through our debate.
God, her voice is so annoying. Let's.
Studies are based on the same method of statistics taking, Cal. Yes, there's
Right,
probably
but
an
no,
accuracy
if
to every
someone
test.
mails out do you not understand like the argument?
I do understand the
Sorry, no,
argument.
no, no,
You're
that was-
saying
I did
there
not mean
might
that
be
to be as
underreporting or
honest.
discrepancies. Is that am I strawmanning you right now? Why don't you explain how I'm strawmanning you right now?
I don't even. Can you define straw man?
Yeah, it's when I've incorrectly stated your
She asked you to define straw man, but she accused you of straw manning. This is wild.
Your position.
No, I just think it's like a little bit ridiculous because with homeschooling, what's the metric for us collecting data? Because like obviously if we have kids every day in a school, I'm like, okay, like I could concede on that point that I'm like maybe my data was weaker than yours. So because I'm like, I don't want to get stuck on this.
She said like 5 times within the span of 20 seconds. So she's already fitting this trope of what I was saying earlier.
Same little
okay.
For that. So I'm like, maybe I can concede that my data.
Like think about this. Listen to how many times she's saying, like, I know this is like not even like contending with this whole debate right now, but it's sticking out to me. I'm a grammar Nazi. When it comes in especially when it comes to speech and all that stuff, I'm noticing this. You can't unhear when she says like 5 times in a row within 5 seconds.
My data is weaker than yours on that front as far as pursuing higher education and stuff like that. If we could move along to like, what about like the higher probability for children to tolerate?
So you can see the
like
that the study is better in that you don't have anything to refute the fact that homeschool class of 20 to 30 kids that we were talking about. Yeah.
All right. I'm reviewing this tomorrow. I can't
in
like,
the home, there's like limited.
I so want to do this right now and just review the whole debate, but
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like,
you see what I'm saying? You can't unhear the word like. She's saying this like, now she's got me saying like. So it's crazy.
Well,
no. Even in the statement in and of itself, though, in student testing in the U.S. compared to the world stage, how do you justify public schools are doing any good at all? I mean, the rest of the world, public schools are doing all right if there's standardized testing, right?
Wait, what? Is Sarah defending kinetic? All right. I told you I wouldn't do this review, but I'm doing this. Is this the after panel? Oh, yes. We get the after. Oh, I got crusty. I don't want to have crust. Is that Azriel, the guy who has a different name now? I think he has a different name now. His name is something else. I think it's the same guy. Only he has hair now, maybe, or maybe it's Joe Lewis. I think I debated this guy. Oh yeah, me and him got into it over black culture or something crazy like that. Long Haul Nate based. Wow. So supposedly there's some crying here.
Are you denying? I was.
Then at some point they decided that was.
She just snort.
Yeah, she's pooped and
10, 9, 8, 7.
Is there any way?
The panelists? 10,
Oh,
9,
is that
8.
Thumping Weevil? She's so based. Her and her husband are my favorite. They're like one of my favorites, by the way. One of the most based married couples. Thumping Weevil and her husband. Love you guys to death. You guys are badass. And you guys support Christ.
7.
Is there any
The regulations for homeschooling have not really changed over time. So I'm trying to wonder, like, what specifically are you speaking to?
Joe Lewis, I'm going to destroy you in the next debate as well, too. I look forward to crushing your dumbass points again.
That changed, right? Like cards for verifying attendance or lack thereof is a common thing that we can date all the way back to the 70s.
Man, just hearing Joe Lewis's voice, like I can't wait to just, yeah, this is going to be bad. The crying happens during, it happens during the debate. I know, Dave, gosh, I know I said I wouldn't. It's just, there's too many things happening right now. Okay, because I had the Manar debate, and I'm using this to decompress after dealing with literally, like, this is what happened. Manar basically said that it's morally wrong for me to court somebody and date them while being abstinent and then being alone with them. That's morally, like, he said the most asinine, dumb, all his positions were stupid. My eyes are getting heavy, but I definitely have to get some sleep. He's a dummy, Joe Lewis. Yes, he is. I destroyed Joe Lewis and mopped the floor with him in a debate. I look forward to doing this again. You know what? I might have to chase him down on his channel and get into a little spat with him just to flesh out a debate with him and then drag him on a panel. Yeah, I don't know. I think Dusty was homeschooled for a portion of time, if I remember correctly. Maybe. Eat, sleep, please. Yes, ma'am. I will do that for sure. Slay the homeschool. She cries not long after they go over the studies. Yeah, this is going to be good. Get my degree from the Learning Center. All right, that was good. If I ever have T-shirts, I'd be like, you get some merch. Yeah, I'd be automatically saying something like that. Yeah, man, I have to get some sleep. Tomorrow I'm going to come up with like a thumbnail, and I'm going to do this first thing when I get home from school. This is going to be a really independent. That comment was made the highlight reel. I'm leaving that up. So we're going to have to get some sleep. I need to get some rest because I got the W and had a rock star, which wore off long ago. So I'm going to get some sleep. Hopefully you guys stay tuned for the next episode, which is going to be tomorrow. It's going to be me covering this debate review. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? That's how you know I'm tired. I'm losing my days. We're going to cover the Page Kinetic Kell debate in full in its entirety because I'm interested in what the argument was. This crying, some of the after panel, because it looks like Joe Lewis gets into it with her a little bit. I think he was trying to counter, which I'm the walking counter to Joe Lewis. I'm going to destroy him again. I destroyed him in debates before, or a debate. and I'm going to destroy him again. I look forward to having a debate with him again too. He's going to get thoroughly destroyed, and also Dusty's going to get destroyed too. He still can't come up with a prompt, and he doesn't believe me that James wrote me back saying that James is uninterested in his debate topic. I'll let him wonder. But yeah, there's the Dusty debate. There's TBA to be announced. There's no date on that. I have a debate defending ICE coming up as well too. I'll let you guys know what the debate when that date is coming up as well too. And I have plenty of other content, like tomorrow night I'm covering the Page versus Kinetic Hell debate as well too. And we're going to pump out more content that's going to be good. I don't know how I pull this off. I have school, work, training, debate. I'm running out of fingers there. But yeah, we're going to get into this. What was this? Dave says, Martae, please let the Coolverse know when you're going live. YouTube doesn't like me and won't send me notifications. Are you in the Discord, Dave? Because if you're in the Discord, I'm gonna try to be more active in my own Discord. I'm not. I'm bad. I go to other people's Discord and I'm active in theirs, but I'm not active in mine because maybe I don't understand how to set it up. I don't know how to set up those rooms, and I think there's a general thing, and then how do you make a voice chat, and how do you do? I don't know how to do any of this stuff. I may have to watch like a YouTube course on how to like set up your Discord and like develop rooms and different chats and self promo. I've seen that, and like maybe I could have that, all that stuff. But I'm on Discord. I don't know if you guys see my Discord, but I'll add you guys if you guys are good. But we'll get into this later. Tomorrow, we're going to be covering, and I'm beating a dead horse, the Page Kinetic Hell debate, and that'll be fun. But I'm out of here. I gotta eat and get some sleep, folks. Christ is God. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, well, no, not same time. It's going to be late as hell. As early as I can, I'll set up a reminder so you guys know ahead of time. And I'll notify Cool Vic when I'm going live too. So Dave says, I'm a mod in the Cool Vic Discord, but I can show you how to do all that stuff. Yeah. I'm in the Cool Vic Discord as well too. I'm not a mod anywhere else. Matter of fact, I don't think I'm a mod anywhere. I'm just a debater. I don't mod for anybody. That'd be cool to mod, but I think Fatty may be a mod one time, and then he took that away. I might be on the shut up Fatty mod thing. I don't know why I'm Fatty's opposition, and he made me a mod. I don't know how that works, how my opposition is going to make me a mod. Other than that, I don't go to Fatty's channel, so I don't know why he made me a mod there. It's so weird. And I'm anti-black culture, and that's nothing but ghetto degenerate culture over there, to be honest with you. All right, guys, take care. Christ is God, and I'm out.